All right, everyone. November 20th, 2013, meeting of the City Council is called to order. So I'm going to give everybody a chance to sit down, please. We have a quorum, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card, which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come up front and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Robert Fowler, Victory Missionary Baptist Church, and please remain standing for the pledge. And I must say thank you, Reverend Fowler. It's so wonderful to have you in our hall, having been in your church many times.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, City Councilman. Would you please bow with me? Eternal God and Heavenly Father, we thank you so much this morning for the wonderful privilege that we have of being able to be alive today. Thank you for touching us with your finger of love and waking us up this morning. And we believe, God, that it was you that woke us, not the alarm clock, not the bright lights of the morning. There are many people that are still lying asleep with alarm clocks ringing and lights shining. So we're grateful to you for the measure of grace and mercy that was distributed to us this morning. Thank you so much for this city council that has gathered here today, who have dedicated their lives to working for our city. We appreciate them and we appreciate their families, and I pray, God, today that you would pour out special blessings upon each and every one of them and the families that represent them as well. I ask today for this meeting, Lord, that you would give them wisdom that would allow them to make sound biblical decisions, sound economic and business decisions for our city. I pray, God, that you would give them wisdom that would allow them to mediate between competing departments within our city in such a way that our city would come to prosperity and come to peace. Again, we're grateful to you for this day. Govern over and superintend this process so that we might honor you and bless Las Vegas. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now proceed with the ceremonial portion of the agenda. Wow, it's nice to see all your faces up close. This is an exciting morning. We have a planned agenda, but since there's so many students who I know would rather be in the classroom than here, how many of you would rather be in the classroom than at City Council? Aren't you honest? There are about 6 of you. We know this game. Because we all remember those days, and we would go anywhere. There was never take your child to work day. So there's another day you get off. So anyway, I'd like to bring up Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony, who's got the wonderful joy of greeting these wonderful young people.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning. All right. It is my honor this morning to recognize the 14th Annual Las Vegas Mayor's International Youth Soccer Tournament, which was held October 25, 26, and 27. And just as important, we're going to recognize the 13 Las Vegas teams that took first place in their particular divisions. The tournament is held every year in the fall. We have our young kids. Their soccer teams playing a tournament, and then in the spring we have our older kids that have their tournament. And this year we had 358 teams participate in Las Vegas from around the United States, from Mexico, from Canada. We had a team from Nepal, and we had a team from Brazil. And these aren't just soccer teams. These are very competitive, very athletic. These are some of the best soccer players throughout the country that come to Las Vegas for that weekend to participate in this tournament. And one of the people that is the biggest part of this tournament is Roger Tabor from the Downtown Soccer Club. So where's Roger? I'd like him to come down here. I know he's here. I saw him. Okay, when Roger shows up, we're going to have him come down here. This is a partnership between the City of Las Vegas and the Downtown Soccer Club, and it's a great tournament. Roger Tabor, why don't you come on down here, give him a nice round of applause. Yeah, we're going to This tournament is ranked #1 by the GotSoccer.com as far as the soccer tournaments are concerned, and it's not only is it competitive, and it's some of the best soccer players in the world come out, but it adds millions and millions of dollars to our economy that particular weekend. People come in here, they bring their families, they stay in hotel rooms, they go to restaurants, they spend lots of money shopping. So this is a big boost to our economy, not only in the fall but in the spring when it comes to tournaments. And the tournament is finalized with the final games that are played at the Betty Wilson soccer facility, which is in Ward 4 at Tenaya and Lake Mead. And this is one of the best soccer facilities in the country as far as what I've seen. It's because of our people at the City of Las Vegas that make sure this is a great soccer field to play in. So at first, I'd like to ask Roger Tabor just to say a couple of words, and then we're going to introduce the teams.
Thank you very much, Councilman Anthony. It's my honor and privilege to be here. When we had this brainchild about 8 years ago that we could do something with the Sleepy Little tournament that the Mayor's Cup had and expanded, we didn't quite see it to this magnitude. Today, it's grown to 2 weekends, and we expect almost 900 teams between the two. Teams from between the 2 weekends, I think we'll have 18 different countries involved and 14,000 room nights. But it really gives our kids a huge opportunity to play in front of kids without having to spend a fortune to travel away. I will say that this year I think Betty Wilson was the best field in the country. It was just absolutely spectacular. So the guys at the parks really did a wonderful job. And we're proud to be here. We're proud to be part of this. We're proud of our association with the City of Las Vegas. And we're really proud to be part of the solution of revitalizing downtown Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Why don't you stay here up there with me? Okay, now it's time to recognize our wonderful athletes who took their division from the City of Las Vegas. So when I call out your team name. If I could have you stand, we're going to put you on television. We're going to give you a nice round of applause. And then if the coach could come down here, we're going to give you a certificate of appreciation from the mayor and the entire city council, recognizing each one of you as great athletes in the city of Las Vegas. So I'm not sure if you're all here. I know a lot of you are here, but we'll start with the boys under 8, the Vegas All Boys Academy, Coach Arturo Medina. Look at these kids over here. Is the coach here? No, the kids stay up there. Yeah, kids just stand where you're seated, and the coach needs to come down here to get your certificates. So they're bringing a big trophy with them. Absolutely. Congratulations, Coach.
For your team, Arturo. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. Can't even tell they're standing almost. All right, great job, kids. All right, our next team is the girls under 9, the Heat FC 06 GF, Coach Stefan Fiore. There they are over there in the orange. Congratulations, kids. Coach is coming down with his trophy. Good job.
Great, nice.
Good job. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Roger. Great tournament.
Here you go.
Great job, kids. Congratulations. Next, we have the boys under 10, the Vegas All Boys Academy, Coach Raphael Mitchens. All right. Come on down, Coach.
Hold that trophy high, Coach. Hold that trophy high. There you go.
Remember, these teams came from all over the world to come out here, and these kids took number 1. Is that amazing? That is absolutely awesome. Congratulations. Next, the boys under 10, Vegas United 04, Coach Felipe Lucero. Are they here? Okay, they couldn't skip school, so they're in school. All right, next is the boys under 12, LVSA 02 Red, Coach Doug Borgell. Are they here? All right, give them a nice round of applause. Very good. Next is the boys under 13, downtown LVSC 01 Academy, Coach Kevin Argu. All right, there you go. Come on down, Coach.
Yes, of course.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Back-to-back champions, he says.
Thank you, Roger.
For your team, Coach.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Next is the boys under 13, DVYSL San Juan SC, Coach Enrique Pedraza. Are they here? All right, come on down, Coach. Good job.
Downtown Las Vegas soccer.
It's okay, represent.
Representative, congratulations to the team.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, guys. Next is the girls under 14, downtown LVSC 00 Academy, Coach John Millam. All right, give him a nice round of applause. Oh, they all coaches here. Okay. Oh, there they are. All right, great. Congratulations.
Nos.
Oh, and who are you?
Nos Naigi Hugu. Nos Naigi Hugu.
Congratulations.
Is that the coach?
Next is the girls under 14 LVPSA 00 ECNL Coach Robert Andrade. Congratulations, girls.
Well done.
Good job.
Good job, Coach.
Great job. Next is the boys under 14 Heat FC 00 FD coach Frank D'Amelio. All right, they couldn't make it. Good job. Next is the girls under 14 downtown LVSC 99 Academy coach Dan Stone. I know Dan's here. I saw him. There he is.
So many wins. Great.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have the girls under 15 players SC 99 Elite coach Joel Luff. They here? All right, congratulations. And our last team is the boys under 15 AC Milan coach Yorgo Renteria. Okay. All right, how about a nice round of applause for all these kids, huh? Great kids in our city. And I also want to thank the mayor for coming out on Sunday. We were both out there handing out the trophies and the ribbons, so thank you very much, Mayor, for coming out. And, of course, this tournament would not happen without our city employees. And the two people that I want to recognize are Lonnie Zimmerman and specifically Sherry Alexander. Why don't you come down here, Sherry? She does a great job. Where is Lonnie here? Oh, Lonnie, why don't you come on down here? Lonnie, can you just comment about the tournament?
I can't, it's humbling to be up here because so many folks are responsible, and I just want to give a lot of credit to the two, actually there's three folks, Larry Hogsness and his group in the spectacular fields and the conditions that they have to deal with. We as programmers have a lot of intensity on that field, and they work magic each and every day. Roger Tabor for having a dream 8 years ago, and we hear a lot of dreams, and bringing that to fruition and exceeding, I think, even his own expectations is what a fabulous tournament it's become. And of course, Sherry Alexander, she has a day job with us and works at the Stupak Community Center 40 hours a week, and then we ask her to go ahead and direct the Mayor's Cup in her off time. And it's a labor of love for Sherry, and she puts a lot of time in, but without those three individuals and the entire team working day in and day out, we couldn't make this year in and year out. So thanks to those three, and thanks to the community and all the parents. I think lost in this is, and being a soccer parent, is all the sacrifices the parents make and the coaches make day in and day out to drive our children to parks and practices, and then to be out at the fields for 48 to 72 hours to participate. So thanks to all those involved and for the community in supporting this.
Thank you. Yeah, is Larry Hogness here? There he is. Larry, nice round of applause for Larry. Thank you, Larry. Okay, great job, kids, and you're either going to stick around or get back to school, so I'll let you handle that. Mayor?
No choice. Back to the classroom. So as you exit, we're going to continue, so we'd really appreciate it. First of all, we want to congratulate you. For those of you who are moving up to come in the early spring for the next older group, we wish you the very best. But we will be back there. And as my husband always said, because it was the Mayor's Cup and in his image and enthusiasm with the backing from the city to go forward, just keep going. You're doing a great job, and we're so proud of each one of you. So thank you very much. We expect to see you back here next year. And for those who are moving on to the spring tournaments, good luck to you then. So we will continue on, and thank you, Lonnie, great fields, Roger as always, and Sherry. I have never seen anybody work as hard as Sherry every single day with those championship medals, having everything organized, and these wonderful trophies done. So remember, as you leave, please, whispering. I know you all know how to whisper. So we'll move right on, and I'd like to invite our Municipal Court Marshal, Jack Manning, to join us at the podium. Here he comes. Here he is. Wonderful. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which you know, because we repeat this every month, of achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better for all, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month this time is James Espinoza. So James, please come on up. We're so proud of you. James is a municipal court marshal assigned to our wonderful Chief Judge Bert Brown in Department 4, who happens to be here today. So will you please? No, we don't just sit back there. Come on back. Come on up. And our court administrator, I see him, Jim Carmody. Come on up. This is a party. Come on, Jim. No, you just don't sit. Not here down City Hall, where we get to thank you all for everything. They say don't kiss. I'm not allowed to kiss. I'm under a code of conduct, but I kiss all the time. Hugging and kissing, who cares? Okay, here we go on the serious. All right, Keep West Spring, you get an A from me for doing such a nice exit. Along with his regular duties, James has also taken on the additional task of clearing warrants through the court system. In this fiscal year, 2013, James has been able to clear 106 warrants, saving marshals from spending the time and resources to search out and go find individuals who have not complied with our court orders. James devised a system for identifying warrants when the defendant has been deceased or incarcerated. And hold on one second. The system that he proposed has been adopted court-wide and greatly increased our efficiency. James exhibits integrity and is also respectful to everyone with whom he comes in contact. One recent example occurred earlier this year when he was informed by a defendant that there was an error in his case. The case included a transport order that would have sent the defendant to the wrong location. James was notified, corrected the order, and the defendant wrote a letter to the court expressing his great gratitude. In the letter, the defendant described being treated with such courtesy and decency and respect by this wonderful officer, James, even though he found himself in such a legal predicament there. James is a valuable asset to the city of Las Vegas. On behalf of the entire city council, it really is a pleasure to name James the Employee of the Month. So along with his award, James has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of One Nevada Credit Union, and a $100 gift card from Mundo Restaurant. In addition, a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of his choice by Super Pawn. James also received various other awards from the city and council, and to recognize his great work that he continues to do for us. So finally, to our left, you will see a sign with James' name on it that's posted in front of City Hall on Main Street. So I'd first like to ask Lieutenant Manning to say a few words, then we're just going to hear from the judge and maybe Mr. Carmody, and then we'll go through City Council, and probably our agenda will start an hour and a half. But first up, you go first because you are the man with the mostest. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for allowing us to be here today to honor James. And Mayor, you pretty much said it all, but one of the things that I'd like to bring to everybody's attention is the Marshal Unit. We actually do the court security and the warrant service, and James is actually assigned to our court security, which is a very time-consuming, very difficult job. What James decided to do on his own is to clear those 106 warrants last year in FY13. But I'd also like to mention that 16 of those warrants were actually very serious felony warrants. And James, you really do embody what the court does and, I mean, what this Marshal Unit is all about. the other thing is James had developed a very simple system, but of identifying defendants that were deceased. It sounds like a minor thing, but if you think of all the man hours and the city resources we use trying to track someone down just to find out that they're no longer with us, it was actually a pretty big deal. And James did this all in a humble manner. He's a very humble guy, and he's very dedicated, so I'm glad we were able to honor you today, James.
We're going to get to hear from you soon, but next, our Chief Judge.
First up, okay, thank you. James, isn't your kid and wife here as well? Shouldn't they join us? There they are. Come on up. They need to be up here. And when I first became Chief Judge, Lieutenant Manning approached me and said he wanted to nominate James as Employee of the Month for the City of Las Vegas. And I told him no. And I said, it's true that James does all the extra stuff. He volunteers for additional duties and responsibilities. I said, no, I'm the new Chief Judge. He's my marshal, and quite frankly, it doesn't look good. So Jack left, but Jack is a persistent guy, and he comes back with more accomplishments of James, and he says, Judge, James deserves the nomination. Not only we need to get around the perception, but it's the right thing to do, and it is right. James does deserve this award, and we're honored to be part of the organization that employs you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Judge. We are so lucky to have him in the saddle. And now, if I might, the administrator, James Carmody, please, who served with us for, how many years you been with us?
11, 12, and
he's a consultant.
Excuse me, consultant. Right. Erase that. Consultant administrator. Good.
Thank you, Mayor. It's Old Home Week, James. Congratulations. It is well deserved. For the years that I was with the court and back now, you epitomize the Marshal Unit and what it's done and what it means to the court, and you work with a wonderful group of individuals in that unit. There are two individuals here also that have come back to say congratulations. Chief Judge Betsy Kukalski, retired, who you worked with as a marshal 10 plus years, and your former chief, Keith Gronquist, who is here looking very proud of the fact that you've been nominated, and welcome you two back with us, and congratulations.
Thank you very much and welcome, and that is a great honor that they would. Would you care to say a few words and introduce your wife and this handsome young man? Oh, wow. Here.
I'd rather not, but I guess I was told I'd rather not say anything, but I was told I should. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here, Mayor, council members, and the executive team of City of Las Vegas. I've been with the Marshal's office. I've been an employee of the city for 15 years this past September, and all those years have been with the Municipal Court Marshal's office. I've had the opportunity in my 15 years to interact with every law enforcement agency in town, from Metro all the way down to small agencies like UNLV, PD, and everything in between. Within the city of Las Vegas, though, I've interacted with several department members, mostly D&E with the corrections staff down there at the jail, the corrections officers, their admin staff, as well as the deputy marshals, and even fire, mostly the paramedics who respond to our calls, medical calls at the RJC. And of course, there's my municipal court family. Thank you all for being here. Various divisions within the municipal court. And I will say this, with my own eyes, I see the quality, professionalism, and dedication from many of the City of Las Vegas employees. Having said that, to be named as this month's Employee of the Month, I truly do stand here honored to receive this award amongst this intense competition. I thank my wife for her support, her patience, and understanding. I do occasionally get a bad day at work. Doesn't rarely ever happens, but when it does happen, I thank you for your support. I'd like to thank my division manager, Mr. Manning there, for the nomination and the kind words. Thank you very much. Your creative writing abilities are awesome. Judge Brown and his wonderful staff in Department 4, which I am a part of, and all the judges and all the staff at Municipal Court, I can't stress enough, everything I've done, I certainly could not have done myself. I had a lot of help, especially from pretrial services. I do want to acknowledge the coroner's office. A couple of months ago, I went over there, and by the way, 2 former city employees, Coroner Mike Murphy, as well as Assistant Coroner John Freudenberg, former city employees. I went to them and I asked for a lot. And the product they gave me was far exceeded my expectations. With their contribution and the contribution from the various divisions within the municipal court, I've been able to successfully identify people who have unfortunately deceased and who are incarcerated. That way we don't spend the resources trying to find these folks. Because the court does many wonderful things, and I think we do an incredible balance, balancing what's in the best interest of the municipal court as well as what's in the best interest of the citizens of Las Vegas. And even the defendants that we serve, we have to remind ourselves they still are citizens, and I think we do a phenomenal job. I'm glad to be a part of the court. I've been known to say at the old City Hall and the Regional Justice Center, along the hallway, I'd greet somebody and say, "Good morning, Judge. Have a great day, and make us proud." I say that, and I mean it, but I have that same expectation of myself. So I stand here before you all proud to be named the Employee of the Month, to be a part of the City of Las Vegas and serve its great citizens, proud to be a part of the Municipal Court, and most especially proud to be a Municipal Court Marshal. Thank you all.
You missed your calling. You missed your calling. You're a public speaker. Forget your current job. Wow, wonderful. And here is our plaque of appreciation and acknowledging you as Employee of the Month. And if you will step right over there, we will have a picture taken together. Thank you. Thank you both. While we're over there, would you like to say a couple of words? And this is former, Her Honor, Betsy Kolkowski.
James worked alongside of me, as he said, for 10 years in the court, and I don't think there's an employee in any building in this city who could surpass him. He is proactive. He stands in the courtroom watching over you, making sure you're safe and the people in the court are safe. Meanwhile, trying to devise ways to do things better, to be of service. Is just an outstanding public service, and this is well deserved. He's much loved by people of the court.
Thank you, Betsy. How's the family? Wonderful. And I was looking around, and of course I did see him before. We're lucky today we have Commissioner Lawrence Weekly here. If you'll stand up, because we appreciate you. And while he's been on the county commission for a long time, he always references the city when he serves at the LVCVA, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority Board, which Councilman Ross and I have the good privilege to serve with him upon. But he always references his days back on the council. I know you miss being here. And with us, former Chief Washington here, our former fire chief. Put your hand up there, and thank you for coming today. And so we will now move on. Our next item today is an opportunity to challenge our neighbors to the north. That, for those of you, there is a place beyond Las Vegas, so going north in our state. I'd like to invite a longtime Las Vegas resident and most highly regarded gastroenterologist, Dr. Frank Nemec, from the Nevada Colon Cancer Partnership to join us at the podium. We lose more than 50,000 Americans and at least 500 Nevadans every year to colon cancer. This illness is preventable. And by having a colon cancer screening and doing it early, of course, you can reduce your risk of dying from colon cancer by 60 to 70%. The Nevada Colon Cancer Partnership is committed to helping all Nevadans reduce the risk of this dreaded disease. And I have a proclamation right here. I have a proclamation, Mayor Pro Tem, and I'll let you hand it because my hands are right here. Recognizing the Nevada Colon Cancer Partnership. And I'd like to turn, let me just read it then, if I may. It is a beautiful proclamation, of course, to a wonderful, wonderful physician here and to this wonderful endeavor, the Nevada, November 20th, 2013, as Nevada Colon Cancer Partnership Day in the city of Las Vegas. And I ask all citizens to join me in recognizing Nevada Colon Cancer Partnership, a nonprofit corporation comprised of dedicated volunteers in the medical community committed to helping all Nevadans reduce their risk of colon cancer, in witness whereof my hand and seal is affixed here. And so we congratulate you, and the microphone's yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor Goodman. I would also like to thank Mayor Goodman for all the help she gave us on our Colon Cancer Awareness Day. We had an event over at Symphony Park that was very well attended. And the purpose of this program is to increase awareness of colon cancer. Nevada ranks at the very bottom, 49th in the country in colon cancer screening. And these 500 deaths that we're going to have this year alone from colon cancer are largely preventable. I'd like to recognize our administrator, and who's a woman who's given us a great deal of help in the Nevada Colon Cancer Partnership, our administrator from our ambulatory surgical center, Ms. Lisa Murphy. And Ms. Murphy is responsible for maintaining the equipment and focusing on patient safety, and she's always done an outstanding job of that. And I'd also like to recognize my wife, Chief District Court Judge Jennifer Tagliati, who every day is an inspiration to me for her own selfless devotion to public service. And I think we all need to particularly be appreciative of Jennifer's presence here today. She insisted that I keep my comments in less than 60 seconds. So needless to say, I will be complying with the judge's ruling today. Thank you. So our program in the ensuing 12 months is to improve colon cancer screening so that we're no longer 49th in the country, that we could be number 1 in the country in colon cancer screening rates and be at the very bottom of colon cancer deaths. So thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity.
Could you make just a couple of things? What is this? What are you expecting people to do? Why is it a competition?
Well, we're having a competition with Northern Nevada to see which community can improve their colon cancer screenings the most. And this data will be accumulated by the State Division of Health. And at the end of the year, we'll be able to see which community has improved the screening rates the most. Mayor Goodman has devoted her time and her resources to helping us get the message out to our community. And much of the screening testing can be done fairly inexpensively. It doesn't require just colonoscopy. We have other options, including a fairly inexpensive fecal immunochemical test of the stool that could be done in the privacy of your home to improve our screening rates in our community.
And is that sold over the counter? And if not one, how do they find out more information?
It's available through Access to Health Nevada, which is a not-for-profit organization that provides low-cost services for the underinsured and uninsured. But it's also a test that, by the provisions of the Affordable Care Act, are available without a copay or deductible through your insurance. In the same way that colonoscopy, as of 2014, will be available without a copay or deductible in order to improve the preventative services.
And where did they get the kit? Or where did they go? I mean, is this across the counter at Walgreens or CVS?
No, it's not available by individual consumers, but you can get this at your doctor's office. Quest and LabCorp also have the availability for the test kits.
And could you make mention of how this dreaded disease strikes women and men equally?
Absolutely, it does, and a lot of people think that since they don't have any symptoms, since they don't have a family history of colon cancer, that they don't need to be screened. Well, this is exactly the target population we need to focus on, people without any symptoms, without any family history, because so many of the cases are episodic. So anyone over the age of 50 needs to have a screening test for colon cancer.
Wonderful. And is there a website or something they can?
Yes, Lisa, what's our
Our website?
It's Nevada Colon Cancer Partnership, so nccp.org.
You want to repeat it again one more time?
nccp.org.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, it's always so nice to have you here. So, Councilman wants to say.
I do, Frank. Thanks for staying up here. Frank is one of my many physicians, as you know. No, you don't know, Your Honor. I must be the oldest person here. We all fall into the throes of anxiety about our health, so I've been to Frank a few times, and I must say that it's better to know you have a problem than just sitting on your problem. And, okay, I designate you the first Rear Admiral in the Nevada Navy. You've done a wonderful job. Painless, takes a few seconds. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, it'll save your life.
Thank you. And while you did take care of my mother-in-law, she had had 2 procedures over a period of her 94 years. And I just think it is something we all need to be very wary of, especially after 50. So join, though, also in this wonderful competition. Let's take care of Northern Nevada. If, in fact, we did it in the football game, we certainly can all make sure we get this screening done. So thank you, Dr. Nemec. You're married to a wonderful, bright woman who follows you everywhere to get the word out as well. How many years you married now? She can't. Now she's finished. Oh, my God. 14 this month. Get her a good gift. Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, thank you for coming. Thank you. She is the best gift. I know this woman. Okay, and now for our next item, since Councilman Coffin was really ready to get started talking, we're going to recognize a group that's dedicated to working with our homeless population.
I resemble that remark, Your Honor. I know you thought I was grabbing the microphone a little too soon today. We're here this morning to represent an organization, to recognize an organization that serves homeless teenagers, and that's the saddest population of all, because here we have kids that are too young to really be out on their own, and they are, and yet not of the age where they quite know how to qualify for benefits or even navigate a system out there. So organizations like Project 150 have really done a lot for them. At this time, I'd like to have Don Perdue come up here, founder, president, to join me at the podium, and also join us together. There's 4 more people, Meli Pelido, Serafin Calva, Kim Minella, and Michelle Kelly. Please come on up with us. Join us here. I'm going to have Don say a few words in a minute here, but I want to just say that the organization is young. It's only founded 2 years ago. Next month will be the anniversary. Project 150 has donated food, clothing, school supplies, sports equipment, and of course done referrals for people, and when they've seen people in trouble, they've tried to guide them, give them that additional guidance that they might not have received in the system. And for over 1,000 kids here in this community. And I hope we can display on the screen a few pictures of some of the things that happened recently, because thanks to Councilman Ross, who is with me here, well, he was, okay, County Commission, he had to go to the County Commission to make a statement. Steve Ross represented me at the most recent clinic, because really I couldn't be there. So the Teen Boutique shopping day held at East Las Vegas in the community center was held, and the kids got a lot of materials, and I think if you've got the pictures showing, you get an idea of what they received. But I'd like to have Don say a few words.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Goodman, members of the council, we appreciate your support. Project 150 started less than 2 years ago when we heard about 150 homeless students at Rancho High School. Being a native of Las Vegas, I think I was more skeptical than empathetic when I heard that there could possibly be 150 homeless students at any one high school. But being curious, I went down to look at it. And when I met with Miss Angela Acora, who runs the program at Rancho High School, I soon realized that the problem was not smaller than I thought, it was much larger than I thought. The number was 150 students that they had identified as homeless. She thought that they may have had at least twice that many students in their program that didn't have a regular place to live. Upon leaving the school, where we thought we'd do a little Christmas drive, maybe get a few gifts for these kids, we realized that when the Christmas break came, you'd have 150 children who were separated from their regular source of food. And I called my friend Pat Sparger, who had alerted me to the problem, and in 4 short days, we raised over $10,000 in gift cards to give the students so that they could eat on their own outside of the school. It wasn't another 3 days later that a news story ran about the problem existing at Clark High School. I'm a 1980 graduate of Clark High School, and that really hit home. When I attended Clark High School, it was a working class, relatively affluent high school, and realized just how severe this problem had become. The economics since 2007 are stark. They're startling. They're unacceptable. Homelessness among children ages K to 12 has increased almost 75% in those 5 years. So we banded together quickly with friends and colleagues and formed Project 150, named after those 150 first students. And in less than 2 years, we now serve over 30 high schools and over 1,000 students, providing them with food, clothing, school supplies, computers within the schools, things that they need for their tools. All of this through volunteers. Our number one volunteer is probably Seraphin Calvo, who is a employee of the city of Las Vegas, and Kim Manella, who is our Joe Albertson. She runs our warehouse facility all through her own time without compensation. Melly Polito, our executive director, is the greatest thing that we've done. And with the help of the city of Las Vegas, in other organizations, we had 3 back-to-school shopping boutiques. One at the East Las Vegas Community Center, where we served over 200 students. And with the school ID, they were given free backpacks with school supplies, clothing, shoes, and met their needs. And Councilman Ross was out to join us and saw the good work that we're doing.
How does a child who's out there looking for help, where do they go? The high school?
They do. In each of the schools, there's a counselor who is termed a homeless advocate that they can turn to. We are within many of these schools. We have a resource room where we keep items on hand, and all they have to do is the school, there's no sign up, there's no registration, there's no federal form. All they have to do is say, I need help, and we're there for them.
Again, if you'll just look there, because anybody that's out there that's watching, say it again for them.
All they have to do is say they need help, and we're there for them. They can visit our website, which is www.project150.org, and contact us through there. Right now, we have a drive-on to provide over 1,000 families Thanksgiving meals. $20 will provide a family of 4 a full Thanksgiving meal. And we thank you for your support. And just last thing, one of our mantras is high school is tough enough. And we have some wristbands here that say just that. Project 150, it's tough enough. And we'd like you to share with each of you these items and have you help us support this worthy group.
Thank you. That's simply.
Thank you very much, Don. Don Perdue, you can't go away because we have something for you and your colleagues here at the podium. Don, the council and the city of Las Vegas would like to recognize your devotion and dedication to the kids. For that, we are presenting you with this plaque. You'll mount it at a plaque, of course. We spared no expense, by the way. So therefore, we are presenting this to you, Don, as the president and founder, one of the founders of the Project 150. Congratulations, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
You're helping all of us. And we have for Seraphine, Meli Pulido, we've got yours. Here you go, Millie. Thank you very much for what you do. Seraphine, what department do you work in the city?
EUD.
Economic and Urban Development. Thank you very much. Thank you. You've deserved this very much. He's a volunteer coordinator, as is Kim Manella, volunteer coordinator. Thank you very much for your help.
Thanks, Kim. Thank you.
And our last presentation is to Michelle Kelly. You will please give it to her. One last word. Folks, the people who can tell you the most about who's homeless and who's in need are the students that they serve with. And so everybody here who has a student, child of some kind, or friends, just ask them who is, and make sure that your children and your cousins, your nieces and nephews, make sure they talk to the school too. It doesn't hurt to intervene. If you know somebody who's suffering and living in the rough in some way or another, be sure that you tell them to tell the administration. You don't have to clear it with the student. You must tell them, because otherwise that'll go neglected for a long time and never noticed. It happens. A large high school with 3,000 or 4,000 kids, the faculty cannot know everything there is to know about their student population. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And I would, again, if anybody is watching who has a friend who they know does not have a place to sleep or is in need of food, make sure you inform them to go to the counselor at each school, each high school, or each school, and they will make sure that it's kept as confidentially as possible, but will get you the help that you need. So you don't have to report anybody. You can go to the student himself or herself and say, please go ahead. There's a place here for you, and they will help you. So thank you very much for all that you do. We're just so grateful. And all of that volunteer. Now, this is really exciting for us, and believe me, I would have done it right up front, but we had so many students here for our very next item. I'm excited to announce that our very own councilman, Ricky Barlow, who's done a great job for Ward 5 in the city, has now been recognized to move on to a national stage. And having served as president of the Nevada League of Cities chapter of the National League of Cities, at the meeting last week in Seattle, Councilman Barlow was elected to the influential board of directors of the National League of Cities. What a warranted and well-deserved honor this is. The National League of Cities is a great resource dedicated to helping city leaders build better communities. Working in partnership with the 49 state municipal leagues, the National League of Cities serves to advocate for more than 19,000 cities, villages, and towns it represents. We're so proud of our Councilman Barlow carrying the City of Las Vegas banner to Washington, D.C., and we know he will do a fantastic job. So, Councilman, please share a few words and about your dedication. I mean, my gosh, we just so appreciate everything he's done as Councilman in Ward 5, but he really is so supportive of everything going on throughout the city. We just think you're the best.
I was not anticipating this whatsoever, but I am elated and honored to serve the City of Las Vegas on the National League of Cities Board of Directors. And just as I shared with our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, as well as yourself, Mayor, when you sent me the email congratulating me, I do what I do to represent the City of Las Vegas because this is the community in which I was born and raised. And I'm so very proud of all of the wonderful work that the city as a whole has done and the state has done to really forge a concerted effort to make our city and our state the best it can be. And so I'm just a reflection of that, and whenever I travel outside in the boards that I sit on outside of the city, I try to reflect the hard work and effort that each and every one of us do each and every day to make our city the best it can be. And so I'm honored, and thank you so very much, Mayor, for the recognition.
Well done. And then two little last items, one of which you notice the chair over here in front of the Diana Paul sitting there now, but normally for our morning session, the director of our communications sits there, David Riggleman, who's probably watching from home. He broke his foot. We will not tell you how, but he did it at home. So, David, if you're watching, we wish you a speedy recovery and hope your foot heals. And then for the last, I want to recognize someone who is here at every city council meeting and directing us. She's our city clerk, Beverly Bridges. It so happens to be her birthday today. So, Beverly, please stand up, be thanked. And how about a little happy birthday to you? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Beverly. Happy birthday to you. Thank you for all that you do. So with that, okay, I have 10:22. I'm going to give these wonderful people behind me 7 minutes to come back with a little chance to whatever. So give us 7 minutes and we'll be there. Thank you. Okay, we are reconvened here. We are on agenda item, if I keep me honest now here, City Clerk, we're on agenda item 9. Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. And for reference, Councilwoman Tarkanian is excused from morning session. And Councilman Ross, did he get back? Okay. So we will proceed with this. And please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Item number 12.
Number which?
Number 12.
Thank you.
When this was before the council once before, there were several civil liberty people here speaking against one of the provisions in it, because what was happening was on government forms it would ask, have you ever been charged with anything other than a minor traffic offense? And people not thinking would put down no. And then they would come back and charge them with lying to a police officer because it was a charge, even if the courts had been ruled innocent. And Oscar was just adamant on this, that he wanted that corrected.
Okay.
But whether that was or not, I don't know.
When
But
we get to agenda item 12, if you'll
Under
restate this
12.
for me, I will turn it then to our city attorney for comment on 12 at the time we get there. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please state your name, and the time is at 1 minute.
Yes, this is Margaret Coleman, again, not Como. The reason I'm here, I'm presenting you with my court order. One reason why I say $3 million wasn't not given to Barlow, but a deposition was given to him, and I'm speaking on public comments because people laughing and taking advantage of my words and my truth. I have a court order minutes that will recognize this court order of that $3 million workman's compensation that was used to improve the development in the city, in this county, that you have issued money out to, as well as the Board of Commissioners. You have made my credit ability bad. I have children that's been scorned, desecrated, raped, and put into jail due to this court order. And I'm fed up. I want my $3 million back. And I would like you to put me on the agenda, or I will take this matter to the state. People don't think that I don't have any connections with the president, but I do. And I recognize and spoke to him concerning I'm going to take this matter to the state, because city and board of commissioners have not recognized my court order to be of truth and should be honored because it was issued by a chief judicial judge. My 14th Amendment has been violated here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your coming forward.
My name
and if
is
there are any
Margaret
records you want to
Ann
give ours.
Coleman. It's Margaret Ann Coleman, not Mark Como.
Okay, Margaret Ann Coleman. Thank you. Anyone else? We're limiting time, as I say. Please state your name, and you have a minute, please, and you are welcome back up afterwards.
Hi, my name is Maria Paredes Dorantes. In the agenda, it's item 51. And I have a 7-year-old son, and he attends to one of the international schools, and he is learning 2 different languages. And I think these were for this particular name. It's kind of rude, because if he, in the meantime, say these were in a classroom, he's going to get in trouble, because it's like I said, it's a manual work, and it's not allowed for him to say these kind of words at school. And my concern is that he's going to teach these big words to all the classmates.
Thank you very much. You're Maria Paredes
Dorantes.
Dorantes?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
And then I also have cards on 51 for Andres Ramirez, Margarita Mora, Marco Ruda, and Salvador Hernandez, and Rodolfo Zamora, and Kenneth Zamora, and Kurth Madrigal, and Abigail Duran, and Elizabeth Palafox. So if you're all speaking on this issue with same feeling, I mean, you would each be limited to 1 minute if you would like to take that opportunity now, but we have your cards. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have a teenage daughter and a preteen, and I have always taught them not to speak bad words. I know they probably do it, but at least in my house, that's really restricted. We spend a lot of time together, and we usually like to go to new places. And I have discussing and attending the
Excuse me,
Container Park.
I know you already said, didn't you say your name, but please repeat it for our clerk, we missed it.
Margarita Mora.
Thank you, Margarita Mora. Thank you, please go ahead.
So like I was telling you, we spent a lot of times, and we decided to go down there to the Container Park. But knowing that that type of words are going to be out there, that makes me feel really not wanting to take them down there. Not only they'll lose kind of my business, but my kids will lose out on being out there. I find it highly offensive, that word is being put out there, and in our language, in the Hispanic language, that's not a good word, and it wouldn't be a good word in the English language either. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, if you would state your name.
Hi, my name is Salvador Hernandez, and I'm also talking on item number 51. I think that as a city, we cannot allow a business to display in public places or family-friendly places any type of profanity, no matter what language they're in. If it's in English or Spanish, I don't think this is the right thing to do. I think I find it offensive for the Spanish-speaking community, and that's why I'm against it. I don't think we should allow that to happen.
Thank you very much. I must tell you that I did speak with one of our educators in the Spanish language and found and especially for those most significantly from Central America and from Mexico, the word being a very offensive word. But please go ahead.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kirtland Enrique Madrigal Caraz. I'm also here to talk about item 51. So, you know, like a bunch of you guys know, we have a lot of Latinos out here, and like you just mentioned, Mayor, we take that language as offensive. You know, it literally means the F word, you know. So what they're saying with that is F and tacos. You know, one thing you can expect for that is like, what are they going to name their tacos? Are they going to put more foul language into their menu and stuff like that? You know, as well. You know, all the work that your husband and yourself have been putting into downtown probably will go down the drain towards the Latino community because they wouldn't want to step into that area anymore. Not just because of the prostitution that there's down there or the gangbanging and all that stuff, but now because you have this restaurant calling themselves F and tacos. You know, so you will lose a lot of Latino community if you would allow this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see, and do you have something germane on this that you would like to add?
I think it would be beneficial.
Okay, do you want to go through? You might as well speak, and then we'll have the rest of you three. This is Mr. Donner, but say your name, please.
Mayor, Council, good morning. You'll notice the beard. I'm sorry. My name is Andrew Donner. Good to see all of you. I wanted to address, I've been hearing the comments, and I just wanted to address this use at the Container Park. I know there's going to be an item later this morning. What I wanted to assure the public and certainly these folks here today is that as a landlord, as a manager of this complex, that we have taken a position that there will be no exterior signage of the name Pinches on the specific use. It will simply say tacos, a Mexican eatery, and everything will be on the internal use. We share the sensitivities of this council, we share the sensitivities of the public, and we've taken the appropriate measures and have gotten into an agreement with the tenant in order to accommodate everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, will that need to be restated at the point of the agenda, item 51?
No, the agenda item doesn't deal with this particular business by name. I think it's being handled right now, and I think the councilman's got it.
Okay, and so, but that it was made a record here. That won't hold.
I think Councilman Coffin will handle that when we get to item number 51.
Thank you very much. All right, please, you may go forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Ramel Duran, and I'm also speaking on item 51. And just let me go ahead and say that it's a great marketing strategy that the manager just approached. And even though there is going to be no exterior signage, the name Pinche, as he said, is going to be used inside the complex and inside the park. And I also want to bring out the point that the owner of the restaurant printed an article stating one of the definitions of the word Pinche that he found on the website. But it's not truly the true definition of Pinche, but it's how the people and how the culture interpret that. Communications, interpersonal basics. So what I'm saying here is that it doesn't really matter what the true definition of Pinche is, but my people in my community see it as profanity. And if myself, a grown man, can use it in my household, then what's going to happen in Vegas, in downtown, a project that's trying to establish itself as a place where people can go down and enjoy a nice evening, Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your name, please.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kenneth Zamora. And, well, basically, it's almost the same. The company put out a definition of the word, which is the denotation. But in reality, what's affecting the Latino community is the connotation of the word. So the way that it's used in the Hispanic culture is derogatory. And that's what's really affecting most families, that they don't feel comfortable with the name, that they don't allow it in their household, so why should the public be able to use it and have their kids shown to this?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Ebeth Palafox, and I'm also speaking on item 51. Essentially, I just want to reiterate what my community members are saying, and myself being Mexican-American and growing up with traditional values as well as the Mexican culture, just that word in and of itself. At 26 years old, I could never even bear the thought of saying that in front of my mom or my dad or my little sister, and that's just the stuff that we grew up with. And for an establishment to want to put that into the Vegas community, and I just moved here, so this is all new to me. I moved here from Reno, so for somebody to want to be able to just put even the signage inside is still offensive to me. It's a mockery to my culture and to my traditions, and I would really appreciate, whether it's on the inside, it's still something that's very inappropriate and offensive to myself and to my family and to my community as well.
Thank you for communicating with us on this. Please, sir.
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, my name is Andres Ramirez, proud business owner in downtown Las Vegas. And I want to just address the item number 51. We have been extremely excited about what the downtown project, Mr. Donner and others are doing to redevelop downtown. We're excited about the container park. We're excited about new families and new businesses coming down. What we don't want to do is begin to taint that growth, that spark that's happening of revitalization by a reckless move, such as allowing a business owner with a name that can be so offensive and so hostile to a large community that lives inside downtown, that represents a huge part of our community, and that's contributing to the growth and rebirth of this city. And so what we're here to ask for is that words matter, and in context they matter. And we're asking the council, we're asking the business owners to exercise their better judgment, that if they want a family-friendly location, then let's make it family-friendly and inviting to everyone. And to please not use this word inside or outside. It will create problems that our community does not need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Council, my name is Marco Rauda. I've met and know some of you members already, but I just want to put some things in perspective, and I'm just going to mention, when Boca Park was being opened a few years ago, would we have ever considered a restaurant opening up being called Effin Burgers or Effin Pizza, or allowing that to be in their menu? I just want to put that into perspective. It's just not a good word. I'm an immigrant. I learned that word right away as soon as I moved into this country in 1988, and I got smacked in the mouth for using it. I certainly don't want to take my niece and my nephew to a family-friendly location and then have to smack them in the mouth for something that's in the menu or outside. And trust me, my sister will allow me to do it, but I won't. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Yes, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. To the group that was concerned about the name of the restaurant, I would recommend that you all write letters to the U.S. Patent Office. This is actually a trademark name. They, in the trademark application, explained that this name means kitchen help, which is, as we know, not true. Or, I'm sorry, one of many meanings, and not the intended meaning here. And so it seems to me that you ought to be communicating with the trademark office and let them know that you find this offensive, explain the situation, and ask them to take some action. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman.
Thanks for recognizing me under this order of business. This has been a source of undercurrent tension around this building for 2 months, and I'm pleased to announce that the owners of the restaurant did confirm after the last meeting with me yesterday that they will not use that on the exterior signage because small children will be allowed to be in that area very close to that building. I think the First Amendment prohibits us from ordering that a name be changed. I think, though, that common business practices and common sense says that one has to consider your clientele and, frankly, the loss of business that can occur when you do confront clientele with insensitivity. In any language, there is always many interpretations of words, but as Mr. Ramirez said, words matter. And I believe that they are going to meet a better community standard and provide us with quality food. At least we've been assured by the management of the Container Park that they will observe the agreement. And it is, of course, a gentleman's agreement, if I may say and use that word. So we will see how it progresses. And when we do get to consider item 51, that will not be an official part of the record because of the First Amendment considerations that are at play here. Common sense is prevailing over legalisms today, and I think that'll be said in discussion of item 51. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I think that's very clearly stated, and we all reserve the right to frequent places or not. And I think businesses that open anywhere count on the public coming in and being supportive. So it is a choice everyone makes. So thank you all for coming down. And at this point, no one else. We are going to move on to agenda item number 10. For possible action, any items that the council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And so, nothing? We have nothing. So we will go right on to agenda item 11 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular city council meeting of October 16th, 2013. Is there a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post. And please post that. Thank you. That motion carries. Items 12 through 47 on the consent agenda considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted as one. There is a correction to agenda item number 20. It is listed to be in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. The correction is it is in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony. So I don't know if there's anything else that council would like to pull forward.
15.
Okay. Is this you? For you?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 14.
Okay. All right, so then it will be agenda items 12. Any other council persons want to pull anything?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 17 and item number 47.
17 and 47. Okay. So items 12 through 46, actually, but as listed through 47, bringing forward 14, 17, and 47 may be enacted in one motion, so I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda except for items 14, 17, and 47.
Please vote and please post. And with that correction to number 20. Okay, that motion carries. Agenda item number 14, possible action to approve award of contract number 140043-DC, Marketing Services for Strong Cities, Strong Communities Challenge, Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. Award recommended to Faze Foley Warren, Public Relations, $90,000. Multi-Purpose Special Revenue Fund. This is in reference to all wards. And please state your name and address council. Morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Brian Knudsen, Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. I can answer any questions you may have. We also have representatives from purchasing and the recommended vendor with Faze Foley Warren.
Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my understanding this item has to do with that federal grant where we have a contest and somebody gets $800,000, and I voted no on that. I just want to make my vote consistent, so just call for the vote. I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Anybody have any questions in this regard? Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess I was under the impression that most of the 10% administrative costs that we're able to charge for this grant was going to be used to support our economic development activity, our personnel. And this would appear that 90% of that amount is being sent out to a contractor, and I'm kind of confused. I thought we were going to do this in-house.
The grant calls for $100,000 to be used for administration, and we decided that it would be more prudent to use Faze Foley Warren, which is our recommended vendor, for the management and the marketing of that agreement. We kept $10,000 or 10% of that $100,000 for administration in-house to help manage the contract with EDA and the contract with Faze Foley Warren, if approved.
Okay, I will be opposing the motion, not because I have a problem with Faze Foley Warren, but it seems to me smarter management to bring this in-house and use these funds to support the activity of our department.
But the $100,000 was in the original grant to us, that it was to be used for administrative costs.
Correct. The EDA dictated $100,000 just for administration, $50,000 for marketing, $50,000 for management.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Would somebody on my left like to make a motion, please?
Mayor, I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions of this item.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you repeat the vote, Beverly? Under Nevada law, we are required now to have a majority of the whole body, not just the quorum. And so 4 votes are required for this to pass, so 3 votes does not succeed.
Well, what I can do, the councilwoman is upstairs, so if we can trail this item, we can either get her on the phone, or maybe she can come back down for a moment to cast a vote.
Or we can call the office.
Well, I said either or. We can either call her office or...
Okay, so let's trail this. I think it would be wise.
Oh,
My motion would be to
what
trail.
I'm going to do, if you don't mind, I'm going to post this vote because it's in the system. And then we'll make the
Motion to
note
withdraw.
to trail it, and then we can do another motion at that time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this closes and fails. Okay, so you'll post that, please. And so it shows it fails. And when was that edict, if you might, Mr. Jervik? That a simple majority of those present, that it has to be of the full council?
Until about 4 legislative sessions ago, it was a majority of the quorum. The legislature changed the law based on some activity they did not like in local elected bodies and decided they wanted a majority of the entire governing body. There are some very few exceptions for it. One of them is a written ethics opinion disqualifying you before the vote. But right now it's a majority of the entire body for every vote. So 4 votes are always required of this council.
Thank you very much.
I
Yes,
can
please.
give you a little bit of background on that, too, and I think most of that arose out of the county commission activities. People killing measures by simply abstaining and in creating conflicts where maybe none existed. That way, things can fail, when in reality, we're elected to vote, unless it really, truly, personally benefits us financially or in some other non-compensating way. That is the only reason you really need to abstain. And consequently, that's why the legislature changed that.
Thank you. Councilman
Thank
Barlow.
you, Mayor, just for a point of clarification, either Brad or Beverly, being that this motion has failed, what is the procedure to bring the item back? Do we call for a revisit of the vote, being that it has failed?
That's a good question. Under parliamentary rules, typically, the only person that can bring a vote back is somebody who voted in the majority. And it doesn't say who won, it just says the majority. So I think in a 3-2 vote, one of the three would have to bring it back.
Okay, great, thank you.
And we have trailed it, so we're going to give time on that.
Okay,
So I
great.
would appreciate your then coming forward.
You got it,
again.
thank you.
All right, we have also pulled agenda item 17, which I believe it was yours, Councilman Barlow. And
Yes.
this, if I may read it, for possible action to approve a second amendment to lease between the City of Las Vegas and the Economic Opportunity Board of Las Vegas to amend the lease for the property located at 330 West Charleston, known as the West Side School, Ward 5.
Yes, Mayor, I asked that this item be pulled forward to ask that Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, as well as one of the members of the Board of Directors for Economic Opportunity Board come forward to speak on this item. I know Commissioner Weekly has been a part of the board as well as a part of the station for over 20 years, and I just wanted to give him an opportunity to just share with the council the true collaboration and the relationship that the station, KCP Power 88, has shared with the City of Las Vegas for many, many years, and also giving Chief Washington an opportunity to speak as a new and current board member as well to EOB.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Hagness,
I'm sorry?
Larry Hagness as well.
And of course, Mr. Hognes, who oversees the responsibility of the leasing agreement. Thank you so very much. But it was just more so to allow these gentlemen here to talk about the relationship moving forward, and also the project that Mr. Arndt, through, of course, Mr. Hognes, the expansion and the redevelopment of the West Side School moving forward. Commissioner?
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council. Lawrence Weekly, Chairman of the Board for the Economic Opportunity Board here in Clark County. This morning I'm here along with Dave Washington, who also serves as one of our board members for EOB, which oversees KCEP Power 88 radio station. This morning, on your redevelopment agency agenda, Director Bill Arndt showed a beautiful rendering of the future proposed site of the old historic West Side School. And we're very elated at the development that will take place in West Las Vegas, long overdue. And we appreciate the leadership of the Centennial Committee, as well as Councilman Ricky Barlow, for seeing this project through. As you all well know, EOB, under the leadership then of Mr. James Tyree, and of course Mr. J. David Hogard, and the Honorable Dr. Bob Bailey and Sylvia Staples, and so many of those men and women, Mayor Goodman, that you are so familiar with. Those were the forefathers and mothers whom shoulders we're standing on, who made it possible that there was an EOB and a KCEP. KCEP has been located in this facility now for a number of years, and to our understanding, the lease has expired. And so we're here today to renew that lease, and I understand that according to the language, having worked with Robin Yoakum from your staff, that it's a one-year lease with a one-year option to renew. And so what we're here to we're here to ask that you follow staff's recommendation. It is under consent, but we want to thank you for the partnership and work with you all through the construction process.
Thank you for your comments. Chief Washington.
Mayor and Council, I'm pleased to be a member of the EOB Board of Directors and look forward to continuing our work with the city to ensure that we have that communication tool for our overall community, the radio station in particular.
Thank you. I mean, Pat Cunningham has been so great on that program all the time and so generous of her time to include members of the community to come in and speak on that show as well as others. Mr. Ognes.
Yes, Mayor, this item is, as Commissioner Weekly mentioned, is merely an extension of the lease for 1 year with a 1-year option, and staff does recommend approval.
And that was Larry Hogness. I'm saying it for him.
Yes, ma'am. And Mayor Goodman, we'd be remiss if we didn't recognize Craig Knight, our general manager of the radio station. But the city of Las Vegas has had a lot of activities going on with all the great things you all are doing here. We'd be remiss also too if we didn't thank our information source at the radio station, Mr. Sid, who does our midday show. He does a fantastic job with putting all of the community service announcements out to the community, keeping them informed in terms of what's being offered here through the city. So thank you all for your support.
Great broad-based information coming through. So, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Having said, heard the comments from our guests, Commissioner Weekly as well as Chief Washington. Of course, our Director of Field Operations, Mr. Larry Hogness. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation of this item subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries.
Thank
We're
you.
thrilled to death. And thank you for spending the time with us. Thank you. And then, if we could, let's go on to agenda item 47.
Yes, Mayor. I asked that this item be pulled forward for a number of reasons. It's very unfortunate that so many people, as of recent, specifically this year in southern Nevada and throughout the state of Nevada, have been struck and hit by motorists. The rise of pedestrian fatalities on our streets is something that is very unfortunate, however, very avoidable at the same time. And just this past Monday, I held a press conference at the corner of Belzar and Martin Luther King because a number of people were struck and fatally killed at this intersection in the crosswalk. And it's puzzling to me how so many people, as of recent, young and old, have been struck and killed while doing the right thing, being in the crosswalk. Now,
If I may I read this? Because I did not. I failed to read what the agenda item is.
I apologize,
It is this is agenda item 47, which is R77-2013, for possible action to approve a resolution amending Schedule 25-2, the Roman numeral 2, 35-mile-per-hour speed limits, and Scheduled 25-14, or 1V, 45-mile-per-hour speed limits to change the speed limit on Martin Luther King Boulevard from Symphony Park to Cary Avenue from 45 mph to 35 mph. So please do consider.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and so what I wanted to do was just basically make a plea to the public, specifically for all of us who drive on the roadways, to be mindful that I, along with families all across this state, no longer want to see their loved ones struck by a vehicle. We must pay attention as we drive on our roadways. Nothing is so important, so vitally important, to the point where another life has to be taken. And so one step that this city council is attempting to do today, should it pass, and it is my hope that it will pass, is to reduce the speed limit on Martin Luther King, which is a super arterial, a roadway that millions of city dollars went into this project. I consider it the most beautiful Martin Luther King in the nation, and we want to keep it beautiful. And how we do that is basically really making a plea to the community on all surface streets to let's reduce our speed so that we can save lives out on our roadways. And so what's before us here today is an item that will reduce the speed limit from 45 on Martin Luther King to 35, hoping that this is a step in the right direction. I know law enforcement, Mayor, has put out a plea this week. State legislator Mark Menendo has put out a plea this week, and today your councilman, Ricky Barlow, is putting out a plea as well, that we be more careful on our roadways. Let's slow down and realize that there are individuals out cycling, out on our roadways. There are young people crossing super arterials to get to and from school and home, and we must be mindful that we're not the only ones inside of these vehicles that are out on the roads. There are a number of people for many reasons out on our roadways, and so let's please be careful so that we can save lives and really reduce the number of fatalities out on our roadways. And so with that, Mayor, I just wanted to at least just go on the record stating that, and I'm going to ask that this council approve item number 47, which is to reduce the speed limit on Martin Luther King Boulevard from 45 miles per hour to 35 miles per hour, and that would be my motion at this time.
Okay, if I may, Councilman Coffin, I do see your light on. If this is in relation to traffic but different, can we move the motion to vote first, or is it in particular to Martin Luther King from 45 to 35?
You made a motion to approve?
Yes.
Well, the motion's on the floor, so.
Okay, so there's a motion, please
So
vote.
I'll speak to the motion real briefly.
You want to speak on this particular motion? Please.
Yes. Yes, I support it, and the reason is because we really, and we've already done this in my ward on Maryland Parkway. We've reduced the speed limit to conform to the county commission's restriction of speed on Maryland Parkway from 35 to 30. And frankly, in some places, that's too fast. You know, our local governments, in the rush to make everything fit the automobile over the last 2 generations, made our streets, frankly, too wide. And, you know, people ought to be responsible, but being human, sometimes they behave stupidly, so naturally they'll cross a road when they shouldn't, where they shouldn't. Also, the trouble is they're vulnerable when they're crossing and they ought to be, where they ought to be, when they ought to be. So really our speeds are too fast. Roads are very, very wide and our speeds are very fast. And I think we're going to have to reckon with this because nobody adheres to the speed limit in this town. It's really a serious problem. It's cultural, okay? Everybody has to change, and one way to change it is by changing the speed limits. That will introduce a bit more responsibility in driving habits. And we have to look at how they're engineered. The roads are obviously too wide, and frankly, can do with a little narrower lanes. There's all kinds of incentives to drive at a safer speed that our engineers know about and can do. And it's going to be a subject of a lot of our long-term planning, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please post that? Councilwoman and Councilman Coffin. And while that's being posted, I do want to ask, I think I'll just wait. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. I do want to ask Mr. Cervantes, having driven in town, down Main Street, with the new lights, the LED lighting, and driving down Charleston, which is also city, from the west into downtown, the lighting is so much reduced that when people are in black and have no bands, nothing, regardless of the speed, you can't see them until you're upon them. And because our crosswalks specifically some of them are faded or don't have iridescent striping, you literally, I mean, even if you are a very cautious driver at 35 or 30, I mean, I have everybody when I'm in a car looking out. I almost hit somebody in a crosswalk in front of Casa Don Juan 2 nights ago, going home at 5:30. So I'm wondering, can we do a study to see what LED lighting is doing? And somehow, you can't ask people, I mean, you can suggest they wear iridescent clothing or something, but even as we're seeing here in the crosswalks, so much of it has to do with the lighting, and it's up high, and it's so much dimmer than it used to be.
For the record, Jorge Cervantes. Mayor, we can certainly look at that. We can send our crews out there to do some light readings to make sure that the light levels are appropriate. If we need to adjust them, we certainly do. I know at downtown we're going to the dual light system where we put 2 lights instead of 1 to try to make it a little bit more illuminated where we have higher densities of pedestrians in the area. But we can certainly take a look at that.
And it really is all the city lighting where any of the roadways are, because I said I was way out on, goodness, I was up on Jones and I couldn't see there. It's where our new cost-efficient and energy-efficient lighting has now moved so beautifully. To do that, we find that because they're so high, you just don't see the people, to say nothing of those who don't use the crosswalk. And perhaps they're seeing it in other cities too.
We can certainly
So
look
if
into
we
that,
could just really do a check on that, or maybe there's some way on the pole to put a button that when you're about to walk, it brings on higher lightage, or something. But I know, I mean, I almost hit somebody, and it was at 5:30 at night, and believe me, I was just almost right on top of that crosswalk, didn't even see them. So
Mayor.
thank you very much. Yes, Councilman?
Mayor, that's a very good point, because every call, every email that I've received, tweet, Facebook, you name it, individuals all across this valley have basically stated something, and even my friend here, Henry Thorne, and Coach Joyce, a number of community members have called, and everyone is saying the same thing, to include myself. I'm coming through my neighborhood the other day, Mayor, and my neighbor's out walking his dog, and interesting enough, he screams at me like, "What are you doing?" And it wasn't until I passed him that I realized how close he was to my car, but I never saw him.
Right, because the lights.
I never saw him. And so I really think that there's something that we're stumbling upon here in relation to the lights. Now, I was all for the LED lights, don't get me wrong, because, you know, energy efficient, we should be doing all that in order to reduce our carbon footprint and making sure that we do our part to become, you know, of course, more green. But I believe that there's so many people complaining about how dark it is in their neighborhoods, on city streets, throughout the community, that we have to pay attention to it, because it's one thing when, you know, we say that it's dark, but then when our residents continue to tell us, and individuals that we don't know continue to tell us that it's dark, and you've experienced it, and you're running up on people and don't see them, it's something that's from a reflective standpoint that we have to address, because there's no way, in my opinion, that anyone should be hit in a crosswalk. And if you ask the drivers who actually hit those individuals, all of them have responded the same way. We didn't see him.
Right.
We
So
didn't
this
see him.
study, I'm
So
sure.
there's something there that we have to study, and I agree with you, Mayor. Thank you.
Right, and if you will do this, I think around the community, there, wherever it is, and I know in Ward 1 had living there, that I'm up and down the streets and see it. So, thank you, Councilwoman, you wanted to mention something?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, you know, Mr. Cervantes, since early on, I had mentioned to you the residents who wrote us, and the thing is, we went out and we measured the light, and it seemed to be okay. And then I'd go back and I would tell them, well, I went to the experts measured, but something is not okay. Because as both the councilman and the mayor said, people are not seeing them, and it's persisted since that very beginning when we started putting up the LED lights, and it's getting even more now, of course, because we have more of the lights up. But sometimes the answer can't just be in a test. The answer has to be someplace else when you have that many cases of people not being able to see it as well. And I thank you for all the efforts you do in giving us that help.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I don't know if it's possible, and you're the expert in this area, but if we could have, I mean, because every day that goes by, that's somebody else that's sort of not identifiable. Is there a possibility by next council we can have some indication of something?
What we'll do, Mayor, is we'll go to different areas throughout the whole city, take light readings at different locations, compare that to what the standard should be, and report back to you what the levels are versus what the standard should be.
Great. Thank you very, very much, Jorge.
Mayor, and may I also weigh in here?
As a result of a little bit of a conversation with Councilman Barlow and some of the other members of council over the last couple of days, one of the things I've asked is for our enforcement team and our transportation team to take a broad look at pedestrian safety, not just lights. Could be enforcement-related issues, it could be street conditions, it could be a variety of different things. Completed sidewalks, which is something we've been investing in substantially. Are these things making a difference? Are they working the way we wanted them to? That review certainly will not be done in 2 weeks.
No.
But I did want to make the council aware that I've asked that work begin, and it won't be just us. It will require help from Metro and NHP and other people as well. So I just wanted you to be aware that staff will be working on that intensely as a result of this uptick in really tragic accidents throughout our valley.
Well, and of course, as we know, out on Blue Diamond, where it's pitch dark, I mean, we have had several accidents in the past 10 days. But to me, whatever we find out, and in specific, just in the lighting after dark, I think we're a disaster waiting to happen, and the county will follow suit if we find what we find. I mean, everything's been well-intended, well-researched, but there is no question. Everything that you're talking about, you've asked staff to go ahead with is wonderful and all part of it. But this particular piece is the killer piece. You can't see them. I know it. You cannot see them. I am telling you, when I was driving on Main, I was far away from you. As I'm in my car right now, I did not see you. And it was the lighting, and because the person was in solid black. And so it didn't matter. I mean, it could have been brown or dark blue or any other dark color, but no iridescence, and we can't force people to do that. And I don't know if painting, because we have just so much money, I know you run out of restriping, but even that, the striping, bright striping, doesn't reflect the person. It is the lighting coming down, and you just don't see them. I should be able to be driving and be able to see at that back wall, see people walking somewhere. So that's the specific thing that I'm asking for as soon as possible. Just a generalization. I know you can't be everywhere, but I know how thorough you are. And I think it is what we've done with the LED lighting. Because in the senior areas going up to Ward 4, a great deal. The seniors talk about that they love that now they don't have bright lights shining down in their yards, yet when they're out on the sidewalks, they're very concerned because they don't have enough lighting that they used to have up in Sun City, and they have spoken to us on that. So, but that is, almost, that's a whole different issue. I'm very, very, very concerned about just the streets and driving after dark. So thank you so much.
Mayor,
Appreciate
one other
it.
research point for Betsy as well as Mr. Cervantes, and that is I would also, in the midst of the research, the fact-finding, I would like to know the number of pedestrian fatalities when we had the old lighting system versus when we installed the new lighting system and the number of fatalities. So that we can do a comparison as far as, trying to do, find a measure of, was it lower when we had the old lighting system, although it cost us more from a financial budgetary standpoint. However, this cost-saving measure is costing us lives on the other hand. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would like to see some type of report reflecting where those numbers were prior to the rollout of the new LED lighting systems throughout the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a good time to re-mention the problem we have with our budget. The council members and the mayor, of course, are right in the sense that they do mention that this costs money. It really does. We are in deficit in this department, as in every other department. We all voted for a budget which provided the amount of money that this department is using. We urge them to try to save money, so that's why they went into the LED system, and they're saving us a ton of money on the long end, and obviously with some capital expenditure up front. But let's face it, we've sent them out there with a mission which doesn't have enough money to be performed. I think that this just illustrates what's going on here, and for almost 2.5 years, I've been talking about this as the prefatory move to making changes in our tax system, and I think everybody recognizes the need for that. But this budget now, as you see them, if you noticed the last year, for the first time we had the system by which we could actually see how many millions of dollars each department is in deficit based upon their needs. And I forget what the number was for Public Works, but it was a large number, and you can't replace, and you can't restripe, and you can't relight without money. You just can't do it. We can't make it, we can't print it. What's our deficit in this department? Do you recall, Mr. Cervantes, from this last budget?
Councilman, you're talking about the deficit and the replacement
capital
cost of assets?
Well, the capital and the operating.
Yeah, in the asset replacement, we're looking at about $4 to $6 million was what we're short of. Again, we get a lot of funding from outside sources, regional flood control, regional transportation, to maintain some of our assets. Some of the stuff where we use some of our general fund, it was in the $4 to $6 million annual range.
So there you are, $4 to $6 million could take care of a lot of these problems, which we don't have, and we voted for this. So
Thank you for
that's
that.
all we remember. We've sent them out there to do a job without enough money.
Thank you for your comments, Councilman Barlow. Let's go back to 14.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to recall item number 14, please.
Okay, now, agenda item 14, for possible action to approve award of contract number 140043-DC, marketing services for Strong City, Strong Community Challenge, Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, award recommended to Faze Foley Warren Public Relations, $90,000, multi-purpose special revenue fund. And if you would, again, please restate this for the record as we go again, and announce yourself, please.
Mayor, members of the City Council, Brian Knutson with the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. We have representatives from Faze Foley Warren, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay.
Mayor.
Any questions here? Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, I would like to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post.
There you go. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Knutson. Okay, I think we're on to agenda item number 48.
Mayor, I think you indicated you wanted to take item 51 out of order.
I was just going to do that. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to make sure that Oscar knows he's replaceable, because you're going to remind me. Thank you. All right, we're going to pull forward agenda item number 51, because so many of you had come down to address this and to let you go on. So agenda item 51, discussion for possible action on a request for a temporary tavern limited license, Shipping Containers LLC, DBA Container Park, 707 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And Ms. Duddleston, is the applicant present or a representative?
I believe they are.
And if you come forward.
Before you today is a series of conditions for the operation of the container park. We would clarify that, as we noted in your backup, that the security plan would need to be amended to conform to the conditions that are being proposed today, and that we would note on Exhibit 1 that the buffer area that's shown around that play area would be 8 feet from the fence, so that we have a designated area. And with that, this is in order for your consideration today.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I had one other request today.
Yes.
Mayor, we have been requested to spend the next 2 weeks at your direction, if you chose to direct us, to work with this applicant on a program for the Las Vegas Academy to look at condition number 3 on here and how we might work with them on that. We would bring any further conditions back for your consideration in 2 weeks.
Thank you very much. And if you'll state your name, please, and your representation.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of the applicant Shipping Containers LLC. And we agree with the proposed action today and look forward to working with you in 2 weeks. Want to really thank you, Mayor, City Council, Councilman Kaufman, for all of your work on and patience, and city staff and City Attorney's Office for all of their patience and cooperation with this matter. So we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks.
Thank you. We're very excited about this, and I know the opening's imminent, so, you know, we want to make sure that we can get it open and get the public into it. And I have some comments about the Las Vegas Academy. I have a question on that afterwards, but I'll entertain any questions, and if don't see anything lit up, I will light up my Councilman Coffin down there. Oh, wait, one
Yeah,
sec,
Mayor,
please,
I just-
Councilwoman, please.
Because I was gone for part,
Don't say it.
so if, I just want to make sure that any problems that we have been worked out.
The applicant is agreeing to the conditions that we originally proposed for you
That
today.
we proposed, okay.
As
Correct.
posted, the ones that were
As
posted.
posted and as was put together by staff. And then they have one issue that they would like to work with us on, and that is a proposal for the Las Vegas Academy and some high school-age students to take advantage of some of the retail facilities in there. And we're happy to see what we can come up with and work with, something to bring back to you in 2 weeks for you to consider on
But
that
any
matter.
concerns we had about the other are handled by what we had originally.
Correct.
There was one other item that was brought up this morning in the public comment, and Mr. Donner addressed that. I think you were off the
Yes.
dais at that point. Could you come forward, please, and restate it for Councilwoman, and repeat your name, too, please?
Andrew Donner, Mayor, council members, Councilwoman, yes, Andrew Donner, I'm the manager of the shipping container entity that actually owns the center. Look, we are sensitive of the community's sensitivities. We're sensitive of this council's sensitivities, and we worked out an agreement with the tenant, who also was sensitive, and there won't be any exterior signage with their name depicted on the exterior of the building. So if you have any further questions, I'm happy to address them for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Donner. Okay, Councilman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We're happy that the prospective tenant voluntarily agreed to not display the name of the company on the outside where children might see it. And since they'll be serving liquor in there, it's likely that it won't be a child-friendly environment separated primarily from the play area. So that resolved a very big issue for us. And then I believe, I don't want to complicate the motions, but I think that the idea is that I will move to approve. That's not my motion, but I'm planning to move for approval of this item with a couple of amendments. Number one, I believe the motion states that it would be a 6-month temporary permit, and I'm going to say that I believe that because I want to keep an eye on it, I have a lot of trust with the ownership here, and they have a tremendous investment they don't want to lose. But I've heard enough concerns from staff to make sure that we need to keep an eye on things, and therefore I will be moving to reduce the period of time that this permit is granted from 6 months to 3 months. That should give us enough time to get through the holidays while we get our work done, and it was agreed upon last night with the managers. Does the council want to state that?
We are in agreement with that proposed change, yes.
Thank you, Jennifer. And therefore, the other issue is that one portion of the conditions that wasn't really completed in time for this motion would be the idea that we have to work out the daytime programming for students that are there, not just the Las Vegas Academy. It might be the Meadows, might be other high schools which have talent, which is begging to be shown and seen. So, but I think we're all talking about the same age group, and I think that's the main thing. So we've got some time to work on this, but let's get them moving today, and in 2 weeks come back with a finalized plan on work that out with the kids on the premises in the daytime. I think it's coming into place. And I got to say something, Your Honor. Our staff, Karen and other members of the department underneath planning, which is directed by Flynn Tagg, and the city managers have really done a great job in helping move this forward, because there was that undercurrent of tension mentioned earlier about a profane word being displayed for all to see in an inappropriate area. And that's been worked out with a lot of diplomacy. And it shows that our staff can work within the confines of common sense and law, and that while they recognize that ordinances place heavy restrictions on them and responsibilities on our staff, that they have found a way to help guide us to solutions which don't tie this up in red tape so long that we can't get a good project going. So I think, Your Honor, the members probably have some ideas before I make the motion, and that's fine with me. Thank you.
No, I think we're ready for a motion. Oh, excuse me.
Just real brief, Mayor. On yesterday, I had the delight honor of taking a tour of the container park as well as the educational village. Is that what it's called? The learning village, or the learning, which one is it? The learning
Village.
Learning Village. And it wasn't until I had an opportunity to walk through the Learning Village as well as really get down on the ground and see the awesome setup that the container park has designed, and the security measures that they put in place that they really have brought me full circle in relation to my position with the container park. The number of rangers that are throughout our downtown, to include those who will be securing and securing the container park inside and out. It brought a level of comfort, and the design of the actual container park is something that I believe is something different to our downtown. But of course, Las Vegas is different. That's why so many people love coming to Las Vegas, and I believe that moving forward with the level of entertainment and the spirit of what Mr. Donner and his entire team has brought forward into our downtown, it would be something today that I most definitely will support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, Councilman Coffin, how about a motion?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to amend and to pass item 51 with the provision that the length of the temporary tavern limited license be 3 months instead of 6 months, and that also that provisions related to the youth on the premises be held in advance for 2 weeks until they can be presented as an order of business at the first meeting in December of this year.
Thank you. There's a motion. Do you
Mayor,
agree?
I think you can't really hold that item in abeyance. Councilman, if you could just ask that we consider, review that condition in 2 weeks, that allows them to open and serve people.
Okay. I was under the understanding they could open in any way, but we're talking about the common consumption area here, so therefore strike that last part of the amendment. It stands otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, this motion, please vote. And you've accepted that on behalf of your client.
Yes, and we will see you back when we
Thank
review
you.
the condition.
And please post. And while it's coming up, I just would like to ask ownership, thank you, it passes unanimously and we're thrilled to death. Hearing Councilman Coffin and Ms. Duddleston, I think it's really important that you treat everybody that's, depending on what happens with the Las Vegas Academy, I think you would be offending the rest of the high schools if you didn't allow this to be an equitable thing, should it succeed, and which I have no idea, but the reality is if there is an element with the high schools, it should be just high schools. So,
Agreed. Thank you.
in the discussion, I'm saying.
Mayor Andrew Donner, I just want to be clear. It was always our intention to not have it just limited to the Las Vegas Academy.
Okay.
It was for high schoolers in the 9th grade and up.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
thought so, being the attorney or businessman that you are. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back now. Thank you and good luck. We'll look forward to being there. Agenda item 48, administrative discussion for possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement between the City Parkway 5, Inc., Office District Parking 1, Inc., and Citra Real Estate Capital, LLC, for parcel L located 394 South City Parkway in Symphony Park. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Note, this item is related to City Council Item 52R 782013. And, hi, Mr. Arndt.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. This item is an exciting item and would represent one of the larger projects that we would move forward on in our downtown area in Symphony Park. The project is a mixed-use medical campus which would feature 116,000 square feet of skilled nursing facility space and an additional 146,000 square feet of space which would house assisted living, potentially also house some retail and medical office space. The project also would feature a 464-space parking garage. With me today is Michael Saltzman from Citra Real Estate Capital, and in just a minute he's going to outline the vision for the project. I'm going to kind of run through real quickly the business terms for the project. In 2011, in the spring of 11, we conducted appraisals of the site, which indicated that the site was valued at a value of $23 per square foot and $30 per square foot. Our team, working with our project manager, Newland, who we engaged to help with our project management and also some of our development in Symphony Park, had initiated negotiations with Citra. We've continued and consummated those negotiations, and we've reached a sale price of $35 per square foot gross, which is just over $5 million. In consideration of some of the infrastructure costs that Citra has agreed to do on our behalf as the master developer for Symphony Park, we've agreed to reduce that purchase price by an amount of $1,435,610, and also further reduce the price reflecting the square footage available for the project. As you know, the city has constructed a bridge over the rail line connecting our parking garage at 500 Main Street to Symphony Park. That pedestrian bridge landing has reduced the size of the land available for development to Citra. And that land is in the amount of 200 square feet roughly, so that further reduces the price by $76,000, ends up with a net sale price of $3,519,515, and that's what's proposed in the agreement. We have to do appraisals per requirements of state law. We did appraisals in May and June of this year, and the appraisals came back at $7.9 million and $11.5 million, which respectively reflected a square foot valuation of $55 per square foot and $80 per square foot. Compare that to the appraisals back in 2011, it's significantly higher, well over double the appraised value. Well, I don't know if that value is sustainable, and I don't know that any builder would build in Symphony Park at those levels. That is the values that the appraisers determined, and is reflective of some of the recent transactions in our downtown. As far as the terms, the developers already submitted a deposit of $50,000. They're submitting an additional $250,000 deposit. There's going to be cash due at the closing, $1,413,311. We've also agreed to finance a portion of the purchase price only during construction. So the balance of the purchase price in the amount of $1,806,204 we're taking back as a promissory note secured by a deed of trust against the property. We are going to get interest-only payments during the term of construction, and then at the conclusion of construction, which is set for 2 years, we'll be required to get paid in full. We are requiring underwriting just like the private construction lender would, and as part of that underwriting, we're limiting that loan that would be in a first position, the senior loan, to an 85% loan to value. We are also offering a remediation expense. Part of our projects in Symphony Park have to recognize that the way we're developing Symphony Park is we're building a real dense urban environment in what was an active rail yard. We do have deed covenants against the property, which show what we believe to be the obligation of the railroad as far as cleanup of any contaminated soil. But in the event that Union Pacific Railroad does not clean up soil, we have agreed to offer what we've framed up or labeled as a backstop, mainly a cash backstop, so that the developer has certainty of what out-of-pocket costs the developer will incur. And that remediation expense that we're offering is $1,724,976. The timing of the project is that their deposit goes hard or non-refundable at January 14th of next year. So we think that's an indicator that the developer is really ready to go and eager to move forward. The due diligence period, when the developer can terminate the agreement at its own election, ends July of next year. They have to get entitlements by June 2nd of next year. They have to close escrow and purchase the property and thereafter start construction by May of 2015, and they have to complete construction by November of 2016. To conclude my comments, this is a really large project and an undertaking. It's a $72 million project. The economic impact as far as the direct employment at the campus is estimated to be 892 jobs. That's just from direct employment alone, not counting all indirect and induced employment from supplier relationships as well as spending at the campus. And then the annual property tax is estimated to be $781,000 annually. 75% of that, because it's in the redevelopment area, comes back into the agency. So over time, even though there is a price concession that we're offering to the developer, we're going to make it up and then some through new property taxes paid over the life of the project. With me today is Michael Saltzman, again from Citra Real Estate Capital. Wanted him to kind of go over the vision for the project, and he does have a massing diagram. The architecture is not complete, and as part of your review later on through the entitlement process, you'll get to have a close look at the architecture to make sure it's fitting for Symphony Park. But we're really excited about the partnership with Citra. We believe that they do quality projects, have a great vision for Symphony Park, and we think this medical campus is going to be a real important piece of the puzzle that fits in with Cleveland Clinic and the academic medical center that we're trying to create in Symphony Park. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael, who can cover the vision for the project and talk about his local development team, some of the local partners that he has, and answer any questions that you might have. Michael?
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, Mayor Goodman, Council. Thank you for having us. I'm Michael Saltzman, as you said, Citra Real Estate Capital. We're out of Los Angeles. I have here Tom Zerbala and Jeff Whittle, our local partners. Tom's part of Citra and also Recreation Development Corporation. Jeff Whittle, a company that's been here 30 years and will be the builder of the project. And so we obviously have a combination of what we consider national expertise in the senior and living and skilled nursing and medical, but also really the local expertise and knowledge to connect with tenants and the local community and contractors, et cetera. Just to tell you, I guess, a little bit about the project, you heard the numbers. We're also very excited about this project. It is certainly a cutting-edge project from a medical standpoint, and thank you. And as Bill said, it's what we call a continuum of care and urban mixed-use campus. This is a trend that is going on around the country, the idea of continuum of care, but this also includes not just skilled nursing, which is really more of a care environment, rehabilitation, but also senior living. So this project really bridges between two of your goals of your redevelopment plan. One of the goals is a medical subdistrict and the other is residential. The residential has yet to come into the area, but this we believe will help to bridge towards that time. So as far as the actual project, just to give you, I guess I'm going to leave that, sorry. I'll just use this. Okay. So the actual project, as Bill said, we developed the architecture to go through the design guidelines, the design review committee, which we did, and we had extensive feedback and back and forth for the first building, which is here, and that represents the primary use of skilled nursing. But you can see the entire campus here, which is just in massing form. In the center would be the parking garage, which not only supports the uses that are within this facility, but it also meant to support overflow and needs for the Smith Center and other parts of the area. As we know, there's significant parking requirements down there and challenges. We think this will be a big assistance going forward. The other mass here, which is just a block right now, but we have developed extensive plans and have been talking with many potential users of that, would be the combination assisted and independent living. Just to describe what that is, I mean, we're really talking about a high-end downtown living environment, whether it's assisted living where they have the potential to have meals and have some medical support. It's still a living environment. You combine that with some independent living, and what's very attractive to this is certainly one is the link with the medical, because they have the ability for if someone is to get hurt or has a stroke or something along those lines, they can move directly to the skilled nursing and rehab and then go back to their living environment. But the benefits of being in an urban environment where you have the Performing Arts Center, and you have the potential for street life and street activity, which people are looking for. And certainly the senior community, empty nesters, there's lots of trends of this going on across the country, and specific trends where they're building residential or senior housing next to Performing Arts Center for the logical reason that they would like to have that amenity, and we do believe that will be well utilized. As far as the actual, I really also want to emphasize the street life of this, which is a major goal of the redevelopment plan, and I think you've yet to seen the real kind of pedestrian street life in that area that you all and we all are hoping for, and we believe this will start to set that in motion. The ground floor will be, especially facing City Parkway and facing towards the Smith Center, will be very urban retail and restaurants. We've already, because we don't have site control yet, as of today, we're hoping to, we haven't signed up our agreements with tenants, but we've had very, very strong interest, both from restaurants, from pharmacy, from other potential related uses for those ground floor uses. So we're very encouraged that we'll start to see in this development the type of street life and activity that not only will draw the people and support the people from upstairs, but will be an amenity for the neighborhood and for the city. Just one last thing about the skilled nursing facility itself, because there is some people don't really know what these buildings are in the sort of next generation as this is evolving. The healthcare in general isn't evolving, and senior care is evolving. I'm sure you all, everyone here has had an experience with that. This skilled nursing center is really geared more towards rehabilitation than long-term convalescent that a lot of people identify with, nursing homes or convalescent homes. The average stay here will be more in the 30-day range, so the way it's designed and thought of is a combination of health care and almost like an extended stay hotel. That's the kind of environment we're talking about. It'll also have state-of-the-art rehabilitation. About a half of an entire floor is physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, treatment, all to support the rehabilitation of the people, not only in this building, but in the entire campus. The scale of the buildings, you can get an idea here. The skilled nursing building will be 6 to 7 stories, and the parking garage, we're talking about 5 or 6 stories. And then the assisted living, we haven't finalized on the height of that, but at this point we've projected to be in around the 8-story range. These are actually under the size of that the redevelopment plan envisioned and requires, but I think we all recognize that there's been a market shift since that redevelopment plan was written, and we believe this is the right scale that both balances the economics and also enables you to have the high quality environment with the price points and everything that we're talking about. Hopefully that gives you a good overview. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions, and Tom and Jeff will be
Right, well, we certainly welcome you back. We're very excited about this, having recalled meeting in 2011, and you were about to go into your St. Rose de Lima area facility. Are you done with that or in the process?
We're progressing on that as well. It's not complete yet.
One of the things, when I met with Mr. Arndt yesterday, because we have had inquiry about the height of the northernmost piece, knowing full well that when the entire 61 acres is built out with high rises, it may also interface with our wonderful Smith Center. I did ask Mr. Arndt to pass on to you, just as a point of question, is there any way to flip the lower one, and put that more to the north so it protects the Smith Center, and move the higher one to the south, which will block nothing. And so it was just a thought, and you don't have to answer it. It was just a thought because we have had inquiry, knowing when this is fully built out, as I said, that tower is probably going to be blocked by some other high rise. So just a thought, and if it were a consideration as you go forward with finalizing the white block on the north.
Right. Absolutely. I appreciate the comment. I think we wouldn't necessarily entertain a flip of uses because I don't think that would be of benefit to the urban design and the relationships of the uses. I think that the assisted living and independent living being on the corner near the Smith Center is a more appropriate use because it's more in the residential and it's more fitting with the sort of public environment, whereas the skilled nursing is more of a medical use, and we wanted that to link more with where the Cleveland Clinic and the extension there. However, as far as the actual scale and massing of the building, that will go on the corner near the Smith Center, you know, as Bill said, you know, we will work with you, and our intent is to work with you to design this building in such a way that it not only is compatible with Smith Center, but we believe will complement it. And that relates to certainly scale, quality of materials, massing, how you break up the building. Just as a matter of background, I am trained as an architect and a planner. Design of buildings, but yet I'm a developer at this juncture. Design of buildings, though, is integral to our sort of business plan and our belief system in these buildings. So we're confident that working with you and the planning and design staff, that we'll come up with a building that's very complementary to that area. And
Well, and again,
scale-wise,
too, it's just concerns that have been voiced that have passed through the office and the mayor's office, and just to communicate them, because maybe it is the way your plan is and it's envisioned, or how it has to be, it has to be. But if in fact it could entertain that you can move the top floors over on top of the other one, and it's down more in the south is the height rather than more to the north. So it's just a comment. And Councilman Ross.
I just have a comment, Mr.
And we're
Saltzman, about your choice of construction partners. I have known RDC for those 30 years as well, and you couldn't have picked or chosen a better partner to be in business with in this valley as far as I'm concerned. And I say that as Mr. Whittle looks down, because I also have known him that long. And I know the level of integrity this man carries and professionalism. So I just want to say congratulations to you too, Jeff, for being part of this project. But great partnership. He's a great guy to work with.
Great, and much needed.
May I,
Okay,
Mayor?
Councilwoman, yes.
I just had a couple of questions. Now, on the nursing facility, the one that we see here, is this something that would be short-term care? That's my understanding from what you said. Somebody might come for a couple of months, 3 months, maybe as long as Medicare handles all of the different speech
Right.
pathology and all that other stuff. That's what that would be. So it would only be short-term care, so it wouldn't be for those more severely involved.
I don't want to define it as short-term care, because that is a definition of rehabilitation facilities that are usually much shorter than this. But it is not long-term in the sense of that I think you're thinking, where they'd be there years and years and years, and you see that in older nursing homes, older skilled nursing facilities. The average length of stay will be about 30 days. There will be probably about 20%, I mean, again, it depends on the business plan as it's evolved, but there probably would be about 20% in that facility that would be longer. I mean, it's an average, right? So 30 days.
I'm just trying to get an idea of the fact of how much help. The people who are there wouldn't need as much help as what usually we consider in assisted living.
Well,
I'm trying to using the terms from the health.
You know, the industry is going through a big change. Assisted living is actually ramping up its care. So what you're seeing is more care in assisted living to assist with people that have more basic needs. So they might just need help for, you know, dressing or eating. Whereas in the skilled nursing facility, it's the ratio of nurses is much higher. The rehabilitation is integral to their daily lives. So I think you're correct in characterizing in general that this is not a long-term stay in the sense of, you know, you just put them in there and they're there, you know, until they die, if that's the notion that some people have. The idea is get people here and get them rehabilitated and get them back home, get them back to their assisted living facility. That's the goal of this facility. We've even, you know, and there's some opportunities. I mean, we've had discussions with Cleveland Clinic about some of the studies that they're doing, which are consistent with this, where they have people that come in, they're doing clinical trials, but they may need a place to stay, and so they can monitor them. So that would be more the goal of the business plan of this facility. But I don't want to not say that there won't be some.
No, I understand that. And the other part of it would be for those individuals who might be there a year or 2 or 3. That's the assisted living part.
The assisted living, yes, you could be there. I mean, it's a living environment, so you could be there for a long time.
Okay, I'm just,
Yes.
and in that living environment, you wouldn't need as much medical support.
No, not at all. Usually, the ratio The ratio, usually there's 1 or 2 nurses per about 20 people in an assisted living, whereas you're talking
Okay.
about,
That's what I
4 times,
just
5
needed
times
to
that.
know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, Councilman.
Yes, Mayor. I believe that this is going to be a wonderful amenity downtown and much needed for the entire community. And can't wait for it to get underway. So having heard all of the deliberation today, I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation of this item subject to all conditions. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we all echo that. There's a motion, please vote. And please post.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Motion carries unanimously. Good luck. We look forward to seeing lots of you. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 49. Discussion for possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Blind Children's Foundation to be built on a learning center for children on the property located at 741 Veterans Memorial Drive, formerly known as the Leisure Services Admin Site. And this is also in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. This project is proposed for development on a piece of city-owned land on Veterans Memorial Drive where our Leisure Services Administration used to be staffed. The land is vacant. And with us today is Kevin Spilsbury, founder of the Nevada Blind Children's Foundation. The foundation is proposing to build a 22,000 square foot facility, completely privately funded, 100%. Just under $8 million is the estimated cost, $7.8 million. The foundation is proposing to do all the design and all the fundraising within 1 year, and then be in a position to move forward with the development. The real estate transaction is fairly simple. The idea is that the foundation would build the campus under a construction license agreement on the city's land and assume all responsibility for the construction. And then upon completion, the foundation would lease the land beneath the building on a ground lease for $1 per year for a 30-year period. And a ground lease is actually a very common vehicle for nonprofit transactions. It gives some value to the nonprofit to get the project built, but also makes sure that the city has some controls to make sure that the project's viable long term. So it's a very common transaction vehicle that you see for these types of projects. The foundation has asked for, and we think it's reasonable to give the foundation a purchase option to buy the land. That purchase option is set at the greater of fair market value, or $480,000. That purchase option starts only after the building has been completed and the building's been up and running for 10 years, and there's funding in place for the operations. So it's really truly a performance-driven agreement. This is on city land, so we do have to show a public purpose for the project. I think the public purpose speaks for itself. We did appraise the property, and the value of the 30-year ground lease, that appraisal came in at $783,301. And so our finding is that it is for an economic development purpose, obviously for a wonderful community purpose. Our community doesn't have a facility like this. We're really excited about the project, very thankful and appreciative of Kevin and the foundation's team to design and develop such a wonderful project. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kevin.
If I could, I'd like
who
to
can
ask a
talk
question
about the
before we
project.
turn it over. It's very exciting.
Certainly.
You had mentioned something about a restrictive use of the property
Yes,
going forward.
Thank you, Mayor. So the ground lease is very specific. It has to be for a nonprofit facility and specifically for a school for blind and visually impaired. So that's a very specific use restriction written into the ground lease. So once constructed, this is what it would be for a long period of time.
Great, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please, good
Thank
morning.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Spilsbury. I am the founder and board member for Nevada Blind Children Foundation. I want to just take a moment to thank the mayor, city council, city manager Betsy Fratwell, Bill, his team, Adrena King and Scott for the opportunity for Nevada Blind Children Foundation to be able to come before the city and request this DDA so we can build our school for the blind. I also would like to acknowledge Andrew Donner, who is a former board member of Nevada Blind Children Foundation and one of our biggest private donors. I have a few of my board members in the audience here and staff, and I want to thank them for their time and coming out to support us today when we go before to hear the grant for the motion for approval of a DDA.
Could you mention the names of the board members that are here? I think would be good for our record, please.
Ty Anderson, and then staff we have Linda and Leslie. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
Thank you.
Yeah, Leslie, and Linda does business management, and Kelly does she does government affairs.
Thank you. Thank you. Please then consider anything further.
If you have any questions about the Nevada Blind Children Foundation, what we do, it was founded about 9 years ago. We're going on 10 years in April of 2014. 9 years ago, there was no resources or anything for children that are blind and visually impaired. We do focus on children with blind and visual impairments. However, we do advocate for all children with disabilities, and we are open to collaborating with any and all nonprofits that claim to deal with children's needs in Southern Nevada.
And what ages, or all ages?
We handle children 0 to 21. There are other nonprofits out there that do blind services, but they typically do for adults and seniors. We have collaborated with them. We have talked to most of them. And we are open, our doors are open to collaborate with any and all.
And will your facility as built be, because of what you've planned, fully occupied just with those who are visually impaired, or will you have room for hearing impaired or other disabilities?
We are going to focus on blind and visual impairment. We do have a community room inside the facility that we could open up to any other nonprofits like hearing impaired or any other disability that might wish to use that facility as well.
Great,
May I
thank you.
please, Mayor, say that again. Say the last three sentences again, please. You're saying that you have these facilities that you're building now, and that when they open, they'll be available perhaps for other nonprofit groups, which have included the hearing impaired.
That is correct. We have a community room that's incorporated into the Blind Center itself.
A community room?
That is correct. And the idea behind the community room was to allow other nonprofits, such as the hearing impaired, that if they wanted to use the facility, that we could accommodate them so we could collaborate together.
Yes. Well, I think that's marvelous. I think it's truly marvelous, and I know there are people in the unfortunately, those in the hearing impaired community aren't as united as those are in the visually impaired community. And I just want to compliment you all on the hard work you've done, and Kevin, and all the work you've done, and how you've been together and worked together. And it's marvelous. And I am going to pass along this word and make sure, I don't know if I have your card or something, but maybe you could leave with Bill before you leave. Sure. And then Bill could get it to me. And I will pass it along to people in the community working with the hearing impaired. And that's magnificent. Thank you.
I would be glad to.
Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, I believe this will be a great amenity to the city of Las Vegas, and in particular downtown, to serve those students who need to be served. And I believe this will be a great location for what you're looking to do with your organization, and I support your efforts.
Thank you very much.
So with that, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post.
Good luck.
And that motion carries. Wonderful. And thank you for coming down. Board members and office, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 49, and that was? Well, that was 49 on to 50. And thank you, Mr. Donner, for supporting the visually impaired. We appreciate that. Thanks. This is item 550, discussion possible action to join the contract of the State of Nevada with Cochran Cannon Management Services, Incorporated, for third-party administration of the city's workers' compensation program. First year, third-party administrator fees would be approximately $226,000 and $115,000 in subsequent years, effective January 1 of 2014. And so we have with us today Ms. Barbosa. Please, if you will, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Kelly Learman, Human Resources Manager with the City of Las Vegas. This is for possible action to move to award to CCMSI the contract for third-party administration for workers' comp. When it was determined that we needed to look at third-party administrators, we worked with both our brokers, Aon and Lockton, and CCMSI and Sierra Nevada administrators are the only two third-party administration groups in the area that could handle and had experience with public safety. We saw presentations from both, went through pricing, proposals and so forth with both, including our brokers, and made a determination that CCMSI would best serve our needs. And the savings that we expect from this is $928,000 a year, and that will be somewhat higher in subsequent years. The first year we have data transition and so forth that will cost a little bit more. We were able to do this with this kind of savings with some staffing reduction. Headcount will go from about 100 hours a week to about 40 hours a week. The people in the jobs that will no longer be needed are actually qualified for openings, for vacancies we have in our department. So no one will actually be displaced from a job. We'll just be able to eliminate several currently approved positions. The bulk of the savings comes from CCMSI being able to negotiate with the providers to whom we pay workers' comp bills for much more aggressive rates than we're able to do individually. So that's the bulk of the savings. If there's any other questions I could answer, I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions from our council? Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would, I guess, bring to fiscal's attention probably some budget risk here. We're going to be having a new person make those judgment calls on what and how big a workers' comp claim is, and since we're self-employed, we're on the hook. So I keep close tabs on what happens versus our budget.
So with any comment, recommendation, as you made that statement?
I'll be voting yes, assuming someone makes a motion to move staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no other, any other questions, Councilman Coffin, anybody? Nope.
Move for
okay.
approval.
Okay, there's a motion here. Please vote, and please post.
Thank you.
The motion carries. Thank you very much, staff. And we did finish up on 51, so now we move to agenda item 52. Resolutions. R 782013, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding that the disposition development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc., Office District Parking 1, Inc., and Citra Real Estate Capital, LLC, concerning the proposed sale of 394 South City Parkway, Las Vegas, Nevada 89106, commonly known as Parcel L, in Symphony Park, is in the best interest of the public. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Note this item is related to the council item we just had, council item number 48. So I don't think there's any more need for Mr. Arndt to come forward. So since Councilman Barlow, is he around? Mayor Pro Tem?
Move for approval.
Thank you. On item number 52, please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. On agenda item 53, boards and commissions, abeyance item for possible action, Civil Service Board of Trustees, Andreas Spurlock, term expires 8/17/2015. He has resigned. Options are appoint a new member to fill a vacant seat. Any member of the city council may make a recommendation. And as I recall, at the last meeting, Councilman Barlow said he had someone. So we will trail this till he returns.
And the next item as well, he said he had an appointment, so do you want to trail them both?
Yes,
till his
please.
return? Okay.
So 53 and 54, and we will trail those. Did he say if he was coming back? Oh, he's, okay, thank you. We'll come back to those, and we will then go on to recommending. Recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2013-58. Would you, Councilman Coffin, would you like the bill read?
Yes,
Please.
Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2013-58. An ordinance enacting a moratorium on certain land use entitlement applications and business license applications which permit the sale of sealed or closed containers of alcohol upon the pedestrian wall located on Fremont Street between Main Street and Las Vegas Boulevard for a period of 180 days.
Thank you very much. Councilman, would you like to make a motion, please?
I will, Your Honor. I will just make a short comment before. I know Councilman Barlow supports this. He is chairman of the recommending committee, and of course it passed 3-0 yesterday morning. This has been coming for quite a while because of not only perceived but now proven abuse of the ordinances on consumption of packaged liquor in the downtown area, particularly in the Fremont Street experience, which is what this moratorium addresses. And so I think it's the intention of the committee, all of us together have decided to recommend to the full council approval of this because we know there's a problem and we need time to work it. And we just can't accept any more applications except the 4 that are in the pipeline. This moratorium will not affect them. We've got to find out just how bad this problem is, because it's not always a problem of consumption in excess, but it is a problem of people pestering others to go buy liquor, young people going to buy liquor, particularly some of the beverages that are for sale these days, high alcoholic content, but they might as well be sweetened like soft drinks, and in essence, it conceals the alcohol in various colors and flavors. And so one has to take a look and see what has happened to the alcoholic beverage industry and the way that it's purveyed to people. Is this a good thing? Is it being sold to people that really ought not to be consuming it, or is it disguised as something that's appealing, but in fact is something that is a bit edgy for even our little town? So I think that's a good idea to pass this moratorium, Your Honor. That's why I move for its passage.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Oh, you're back.
And I'm going to try and make a recommendation that interviews, press interviews be held till the end of the morning session or until times that we've gone all the way through the agenda where the council person who's involved with it. So if we can do that in the future. We'll go backwards now to agenda items 53. Councilman Barlow. Agenda item 53 is, and 54 are yours, which we have trailed. 53 being the one for the Andreas Spurlock resigned open. So our choice is appoint a new member to fill the vacancy. Any member of City Council may make the recommendation. You said at last meeting, Council, that you would like to make the recommendation on this particular position.
Yes, Mayor. On item number 53, I would like to appoint Mr. Mario Belonga to the Civil Service Board. Mario is a longstanding businessman in the community. He owns Mario's Market in West Las Vegas, and he has shared with me that he most definitely would like to be appointed to this board.
Wonderful. Motion, therefore.
And so that would be my motion at this time.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And agenda item number 54, I'm waiting There it is. Motion carries. Agenda item 54, abeyance item for possible action, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Gerald P. Farler, term expires 7/6/2004. He's resigned. And again, Councilman Barlow, you had indicated you had someone that you, at the last meeting, that you wanted to recommend.
However, if I may, Mayor.
Please.
This was someone I appointed. We're doing things a little differently than we had previously as far as appointing people. We used to leave it for the person who had appointed to fill the vacancy, and I had Amy Tabor that I had selected for that, if that's all right with Mr. Barlow.
Okay, I think this had happened because at last meeting, I'm not even sure.
This one wasn't at the last meeting
Okay.
anyway. It was a different one.
Okay. That's fine. Then would you restate and tell us a little bit about your candidate for this position?
My candidate for this position is Amy Tabor. She lives in the McNeil neighborhood. She's the wife of Roger Tabor. She gets overlooked a lot. She does a lot of the work that's involved with the soccer, but she also has had youngsters that have come through at all levels and has a great knowledge of all of the needs in the parks. And I know that she's a very dedicated and organized person. I think she would be excellent for this position.
Thank you. Any questions, comments there? Okay, there's been a name submitted. Amy Tabor, Tabor, pardon me.
Yes.
And so please cast your votes and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And we are now on to agenda item number 56, bill number 2013-59. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2013-59, ordinance to amend various provisions of the state's municipal code Title VI regarding the timing and payment of business license fees and taxes by adding new definitions allowing for the proration of certain business license fees, amending the schedule for the payment of certain gaming taxes, and allowing for the director to apply license payments to fines incurred prior to license fees, amending various provisions pertaining to ice cream trucks, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. Motion carries. Item 57, bills 2013-57 is eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Agenda item 58. Item number 58, Bill 2013-60 will be heard at the recommending committee on Tuesday, December 3rd, 2013. This bill is assigned to council members Anthony Coffin, and I will fill in for Councilman Barlow. Thank you. This council meeting be recessed until after session at 1, except for the fact that our city clerk says.
Excuse me, the city attorney needs to read the bill for the record.
Okay, city attorney.
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2013-16, ordinance to adopt an updated Parks and Recreation element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Now we will recess, with your permission. Yes, on your birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll see you, is that what we said, 1 o'clock? Thank you very much.
You did a good job in doing that.
Down. Okay, we're reconvened. Pardon me for being late. I see the time is 1:06. Okay, cell phones off. And we are starting with agenda item 59.
Councilman Beers had to leave to go to the county commission meeting, so he'll be back
Okay.
eventually.
Okay. There we are. So, moving right along for possible action. Any items from this afternoon session? Council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward, acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have GPA 49530 and ZON 49531, applicant Harmony Homes, owner Alan Rothstein, 1994 trust on 4.3 acres at the northwest corner of Pioneer Way and Hickam Avenue. Applicant has asked that be obeyed till February 19th, 2014, and that will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries, and Councilman Beers is excused for part of this afternoon's agenda. He has another appointment. All right, we're into agenda item number 60, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 305 North Crestline Drive for fees in the amount of $1,542.50 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,042.50. Property owner, Trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Michael Malloy, care of Judith Redfern. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Mrs. Zinn, hello.
Good afternoon. Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 305 North Crestline Drive, located near major cross streets of Torrey Pines and Washington, zip code 89107. Code enforcement case was initiated on July 17, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on July 24, 2013. Code enforcement verified the abatement was completed by contractor on September 16, 2013, and the case was closed. The abatement consisted of securing all open doors and windows by boarding and removal of all refuse and waste from all exterior areas. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the out-of-pocket cost of $1,542.50 and civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,042.50 as a lien against the property.
Thank you. There is whoops. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on this property or agenda item? Is anyone here representing the trustee treasurer? Councilwoman.
If I may, I just wanted to ask, when you have the treasurer, when you have the property owner as the trustee Clark County treasurer, that means the Clark County has taken it over for taxes. Is that correct?
Correct. They're holding it until the tax sale so that the taxes can be paid.
And so then ours would come out of that?
Correct.
All right. I would like to, I'm sorry I don't have my paper with me that I had with you, but I wanted to have, of course, all of the amount of hard money that we had to put out and 10% of the bill.
As the property owner hasn't shown up, can I suggest that perhaps we just approve the total out of
That's what
pocket
I
cost
didn't have my paper, and I knew there was something. That's
daily
it.
civil penalties, and
So
then they can always.
full civil penalties along with full hard costs?
Correct.
Okay, that's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
And I apologize for not remembering.
And motion carries. Let's move on to agenda item 61. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement and nuisance located at 1612 East St. Louis Avenue for fees in the amount of $2,516 general fund and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $22,016. Property owner is Pedro and, or are Pedro and Roseanne Villalobos, and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward, so I declare the public hearing open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 1612 East St. Louis Avenue, located near major cross streets of Sahara and Spencer, zip code 89104. The code enforcement case was initiated on May 5th, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on June 5th, 2013. Code enforcement verified the abatement was completed by contractor on October 9th, 2013, and closed the case. The abatement consisted of securing all open doors and windows by boarding and removal of refuse waste, high grass, and weeds from all areas, and an application of herbicide was applied to the yard areas. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the out-of-pocket cost of $2,516 and daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $20,016 as a lien against the property.
And what happened to Pedro and Roseanne Villalobos?
We made an attempt to locate them. They didn't respond to our notices. We were in contact with the bank, which was B of A, and their company that works with them, Safeguard. They were unable to take care of the property due to legal issues. We advised them that we would go ahead and move forward and take care of the abatement.
Thank you very much. A public hearing, does anybody wish to come forward on this property? Okay, I will close the public hearing. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. The property is on St. Louis in that old Francisco Park subdivision, one of the first ones. And it's too bad that St. Louis looks bad sometimes, but this one took a long time to fix due to legal problems. After the first reports came in, it was 4 months, 4.5 months before we could get it fixed. In any event, our departments have tried to reach the Villalobos family, and so there's no telling who owns it until we really get this fine levied, and then we can see who comes up, who shows when the fines get levied to somebody real. And by the way, County Commissioner June Kellyani lives right down the block on 15th Street, so she has given me periodic drive-by reports on this, so I'll be happy to tell her next time, and I think she may have noticed that it's been cleaned up. And so for that reason, I'll move for the assessment of the entire amount of fines, hard cost, and civil penalties for a total of $22,016.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you. The motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 62, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs of for abatement of nuisance located at 904 Woodbridge Drive for fees in the amount of $2,113.50 general fund and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,613.50. Property owner Willie M.E., and this is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 904 Woodbridge Drive, located near major cross streets of Valley View and Washington, zip code 89108. A code enforcement case was initiated on March 19, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on June 11, 2013. Code enforcement verified the abatement was completed by contractor on September 9th and closed the case. The abatement consisted of removal of all refuse waste, high dead vegetation from all areas, and an application of herbicide was applied to all the yards. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the out-of-pocket cost of $2,113.50 and daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,613.50 as a lien against the property.
And the report on Willie M.E.?
sent out all the notices to the property owner at the legal address. We did not get a response, and so we moved forward with the abatement to take care of the property.
Okay, thank you. It's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none and seeing none, I will close the public comment. Councilman Barlow.
I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation. That'll be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to 63, public hearing. For possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees for two separate code enforcement abatement cases totaling $7,053.51 in out-of-pocket costs, $42,050 in daily civil penalties for a total of $49,103.51 recorded against the property located at 3900 San Angelo Avenue. Property owner Steve Dorian. This is from Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. And Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Steve Dorian. Fees and penalties were assessed on two separate nuisance abatements and approved by City Council on April 7, 2010 and September 19, 2012 for work performed at 3900 San Angelo Avenue. This property is located in the area of Valley View and Sahara in zip code 89102. The first abatement completed on December 30, 2009 and consisted of securing by boarding all open and accessible doors and windows, repair of a dilapidated fence, and removal of refuse waste, high grass, and weeds from all the yards. The second abatement was completed on August 15, 2012, and consisted of securing by boarding all open accessible doors and windows, removal of graffiti, portions of dilapidated fence were removed, and a shed. There was also removal of refuse waste, high grass, and weeds from all the yard areas. Mr. Dorian purchased this property from tax auction on May 5, 2013 for $55,000, which included the lien from the first abatement, out-of-pocket cost of $3,436.26, and civil penalties of $22,400, totaling $25,839.26 were paid through Clark County from the funds at the tax sale. The second abatement cost consisted of out-of-pocket costs of $3,614.25 and civil penalties of $19,650, totaling $23,264.25 are still outstanding on the property. The current valuation of this property at Zillow.com is $97,000. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
This one property at $97,000.
Yes.
Not the joint, the one, just this one.
There's one property that we performed two abatements.
Okay.
On the same property at
But
different timeframes.
the Zillow value.
Yes, the Zillow value is for $97,000 for one property.
Thank you very much. This is, are you Steve Dorian?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so this is your floor at this time, and then we'll have the public hearing.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good evening.
My name's Steve Dorian. I'm a resident of Las Vegas since 2006. I purchased this property at a property tax sale May 2nd, 2013. First time I purchased a property at a property tax sale. I learned about the second lien on the property after the sale. I thought the $25,839 that was paid was the entire lien. I met with Tony Garino, and he explained to me that there was actually a second lien on the property. So he was nice enough to give me the forms, explain to me what needed to be done. So we cleaned the property up. I think we did a pretty good job. Everything was done by a licensed contractor. I know Zillow has $99,000 as the value, but I've got recent sales in the area that suggest otherwise. I've got, properties right in the area at $55,000 and $69,000 that are similar size. So, I mean, Zillow, I guess, has got their computerized valuation on the property. So I'm here today to request a partial waiver or complete waiver of the second lien. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn it to Councilwoman Tarkanian and council, it's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. And any council members, questions, comments? Hearing none either. Councilwoman, it's yours.
I move to reduce 90% of the civil penalty on the current case and move to include as needed to pay all out-of-pocket costs, because we have to have that covered.
Okay.
So all out-of-pocket costs and reduce 90% of civil penalties on the current case.
The out-of-pocket cost would be $3,614.25. 10% of the daily civil penalties would be $1,965 for a total of $5,579.25.
And that's what he would have to pay on this item.
And
Case.
can we request that in order to move forward with the waiver, that fees be paid within 30 days?
Yes, the payment has to be done in 30 days. I'm sorry, I was having a little difficulty hearing there. Would you say that again, so that he can hear also?
That the fees be paid within 30 days of today, so.
Yes, the fee that we've reduced for you needs to be paid within 30 days.
Okay, is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post.
That's okay.
Motion carries. Good luck, Mr. Dorian. Agenda item 64, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and or a reduction of fees for two separate code enforcement abatement cases totaling $33,041.75 in out-of-pocket expenses, $450 in failed inspection, civil penalties, and $39,000 in daily civil penalties for a total of $72,491.75. Recorded against the property located at 2520 Las Verdes Street. Property owner is Mayor Robert Balan, and that's in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. And Mrs. Zona.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Zorka D. Jackson. Fees and penalties were assessed on a nuisance abatement and demolition abatement and approved by City Council on December 5th, 2012 and August 21st, 2013 for work performed at 2520 Las Verdes Avenue. This property is located in the area of Arville and Sahara in zip code 89102. The first abatement was completed on October 7th, 2012 and consisted of securing by boarding all open accessible doors and windows, repair of window bars, and removal of refuse waste, high grass and weeds, and a dead tree from all yards. The second demolition abatement was completed August 15, 2012, and consisted of demolition of a damaged structure, pool, non-shared perimeter walls, removal of slab foundation, capping of the utilities, removal of all refuse waste, high grass and weeds, and an application of dust control. The property owner, Mr. Balan, has passed away, and the property is under the control of a designated executor. They were unable to perform the demolition, but do have a buyer to purchase the lot. Cost of all liens consist of out-of-pocket costs totaling $33,041.75 and daily civil penalties totaling $39,000 for a total outstanding cost of $72,041. No valuation of this vacant residential lot is available to provide. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, but first I see some ladies that are here representing the estate, or could you announce who you are and what you represent,
I'm
please?
Zorka D. Jackson. I'm the Secretary and Administrator of the state.
Thank you. And with you is?
My representative, real estate,
Joanne Bentley with Prudential Americana.
Thank you very much. Do you want to make your comments? Any comments you wish to make at this point?
Can I have Joanne talk for me, because she's more familiar with the figures?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's taken many, many, many hours to figure out the numbers. And then listing the property, we did come up with a great buyer who has the cash and can pay not only the case number dollar amounts, but also the property taxes, Republic Services, the seller's costs, because she's not going to throw money into something that is not hers, and the buyer's costs, and all the escrow, and all the title. They can pay cash. They want to build a 2-story home on it for their family. But I did do the comps on it. It's not near what they are paying. So we have to get these penalties and fines waived, please. We noticed that there are 10% of penalty case that is added to the case dollar amounts. I've gone over those numbers with them. They're fine. If we can remove the penalties and fines, then we can go forward with what we found out yesterday is we have to go to probate now. So we've got a buyer willing to pay cash and wipe everything off the table and give that extra 10% to the city, but they've got to let go of the penalties and the fines. And then we'll go to probate court, and they're going to go in there with their dollar amount, and probate court, you have to stand with other people who may want to pay more, but they won't. The comps come in at $35,000 for between 1/3 and 1/2 acre, and this is 1/7. I do have
Half
a
acre,
backup
would you say that again, please? The comps are what?
The comps came in just yesterday. I updated them. There was one that closed in October for $125,000. It's 1.03 acres.
Okay.
And it's gated.
And that was just vacant land?
Vacant land.
With
in
fencing or no fencing?
Fencing in a gated community, a much higher-end community than this one.
And this is 1/7 of an acre?
1/7 of an acre. The next one that closed at $35,000, and it is between 1/3 and 1/2 acre. And this, again, is 1/7 of an acre.
Okay.
And they are going to be paying way more than that.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment now? I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
Well, of course. This was the first I heard of the information you just presented. I was going to move to reduce all of the civil penalties except 10%. And you haven't told us what the offer was on this property yet.
They're going to be paying a total of $53,610, which includes $36,986.75 to the city.
And that was the civil penalties.
The 36 is the civil penalties and the 10%, civil penalties and 10%.
Well, I am going to move, and you check me to make sure I have all my notes right, that we, all of our out-of-pocket expenses are paid, because when we pay it, you know, the taxpayers are paying it, and we have to get that back, and only 10% of the civil penalties.
Which would be $1,950 for a total of $31,569.75.
What was that final number again, please?
$31,569.75.
See, a lot of money has gone into this because it had to be torn down. That's why it's not worth very much now, but that wasn't anybody's fault. And we had to pay to tear it down, so that's the concern we have there.
The buyers are offering to pay what the city paid.
Good.
It's the penalties and the fines. The liens are good. The buyer will pay the liens. It's the penalties and the fines.
Councilwoman, I have to
Yes,
correct.
please.
I read off the wrong page, so I gave you the wrong numbers. The out-of-pocket costs are $33,041.75. 10% of the civil penalties for both cases would be $3,945 for a total of $36,986.75.
Okay.
Yes, and that would be fine with you, and that's fine with what my motion would be.
Great. And that's your motion?
And, I think we have a question here.
Yes, Councilman Coppin?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councilwoman Tarkanian, but I wanted to just ask, did I hear correctly that the new owner would intend to build a two-story home on
The
that
new
corner?
owner, yes, the young couple
Yeah.
who wants to build a two-story home on that.
I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly, because they're all single-story homes around there. I wanted to make sure that you wouldn't end up getting a whole bunch of objections.
I checked with the code enforcement officer who was in charge of the tear down of the existing home, and I said, what can they build there? Because I've checked, and there are 2 duplexes in that area. He said, no, they can build a 2-story home.
I don't understand it as thoroughly as our staff does, but and it's not my ward, so it's not my call on this. I was just thinking, in case it comes up in my ward, I might have to ask simply because somebody intends to do something, and then maybe they find out that they can't do it.
They're here. They're going over to the building and safety department when we leave here. Do you want to talk to them?
No, they're here, and
Yeah.
they can speak if they need to. My point is that all I wanted to know was if they had their eyes wide open on the future and whether or not that might be a non-permitted use. But in fact, again, it's not my ward, and I don't know if any objections would be raised. Nice fence, though, still there. Thank you.
My motion was, I'll just go back to that. My motion was to pay all of the out-of-pocket expenses the city had to pay, only 10% of the civil penalties. And that would be my motion.
Thank you. This motion, please vote.
Good.
And please post.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That motion carries. Good luck. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 65. Public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and a reduction of fees totaling $3,105 out-of-pocket costs, $150 in failed inspection civil penalties, $19,500 daily civil penalties, for a total of $22,755 recorded against the property located at 1801 Ryan Avenue. Property owner Steve Dorian, and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. And Ms. Azuma, please.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Steve Dorian. Fees and penalties were assessed and approved by City Council on January 15, 2013. This property is located in the area of Bonanza and Bruce in zip code 89101. The abatement was completed on January 15, 2013, and consisted of securing by boarding all open and accessible doors and windows and removal of the refuse and waste, high grass and weeds from all the yards. Mr. Dorian purchased this property from tax auction on May 5, 2013 for $62,000. Code enforcement's lien had not yet been sent to tax roll, but was recorded on the property. Outstanding costs for out-of-pocket costs are $3,105 and daily civil penalties of $19,650, totaling $22,755 were approved. The current valuation of this property from Zillow.com is $84,000. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. I see Mr. Dorian, you want to re-announce yourself and make your comments, please.
Good afternoon. Again, Steve Dorian, resident of Las Vegas, and I purchased this property on May 2nd, 2013 at a property tax sale. Had an existing lien on there. I can't recall if it was recorded at the time of purchase, but again, I met with Tony Garino, and he informed me of the lien and gave me all the proper forms to fill out and what to do. And so we cleaned the property up and carried it to request the lien to be removed or partially. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Anyone wishing to make comment on this property, please come forward, state your name. Hearing none. Councilman Coffin?
Thanks, Your Honor. I see that the ownership was really cloudy for a long time. In fact, HSBC had it for quite a while and didn't do anything with it. And in fact, it's sat there dormant, looking uglier for 2 more years until we finally were able to get in and clean it up. HSBC was not a good steward of the property, and they apparently all just abandoned it and let it go to tax sale. Is that correct, Steve?
I believe so, yeah. There was some prior liens on the property, and, you know, maybe they just didn't have local people to take care of it. I'm not quite sure what the situation was.
Well, the current photograph of the property looks pretty good. Does it already have a tenant?
Yes, it does.
It does? Okay, so you got it rented out, or did you sell it?
Rented it out, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and you intend to keep it up and watch your tenants?
Yes.
All right, 'cause that-
I'm a long-term person, so I'm not flipping the property.
Well, you know, we just want to watch it. That's the old greater Las Vegas area or subdivision, and it's prone, like a number of areas in Ward 3. They're all over 50 to 60 years old.
Yeah.
So, you
I've
know,
known the tenant for quite a long time. He's really a great guy. He's going to make sure, you know, everything's taken care of, so. And I go by the property all the time, so.
I understand. How many properties do you own?
Just a couple.
Just a
Yeah,
couple,
just,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope you're a patient investor and you keep it because it looks nice now.
Appreciate it.
So I know you need a waiver of some kind to make this pay and pencil out, so I will go along. There is a suggestion, there's some math that's been done for us by our staff, which indicates that if we levy all our out-of-pocket expenses, we've got to do that. We've paid that money. And we can levy 10% of the civil penalties, removing 90% of them, and I think you'll still be okay. And I'm glad you got it rented out. Thank you. Some people are not very responsible, and you've taken up this investment, and you're trying to make it pay. So I would move then that the total levy, including hard cost and 10% of civil penalties, be levied and collected within 30 days in the amount of $5,070.
And payable in 30 days, you said?
Payable in 30 days, Your Honor. Thank you.
And that's your motion?
Is that amenable to you, Steve? You got that? Okay, good. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote. And please post.
I know Mr. Farlow lives real close to that area, so he'll be watching it for me.
Motion carries. And Mr. Dorian, you say you own a couple. A couple's 2. You own only 2 properties?
I have 3 properties.
3, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 66. Items 66 through 69 in the consent agenda considered to be routine are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda 66 through 69?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Those motions carry. Thank you very much. Items 70 through 73 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered to be routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 70, MSP 50712, applicant D-Rock Gaming, owner Tinkler Revocable Trust, number 1, et al. A request for a master plan for super graphic signage on the existing hotel casino on .62 acres portion of a 2.42 acre development at 301 Carson, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, PRJ 50293. Number 71, SUP 50807, applicant Advark Bail Bonds, owner Bonneville Center LLC, a request for a special use permit for proposed bail bond service use at 600 South 3rd, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. SU number 72, SUP 50810, applicant Downtown Tattoo owner, Mission Springs Properties LLC, a request for a special use permit for a tattoo parlor, body piercing studio, 1106 Fremont Street, C2 General Commercial Zone. This is also in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And number 73, SDR 50831, applicant El Pollo Loco, owner, City of Las Vegas, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2,932 square foot restaurant with drive-through with a waiver to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east property line where 15 feet is required on a portion of 4.44 acres adjacent to the west side of Martin Luther King Boulevard, approximately 210 feet south of Lake Mead Boulevard. That is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. 70 through 73 are recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission. All these items are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on 70 through 73?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilman Barlow.
May I just add my comments, and we still take this in one motion and one vote?
Well, yeah, that's okay. All right, yes,
Okay.
please.
Well, I just want to say that I'm really looking forward to the ongoing development that has taken place on Martin Luther King and Lake Mead, specifically inside of the Enterprise Park at the southwest corner. It's been a long time coming as far as this city-owned land for many, many years that we've been working very diligently and trying to get a number of developments into this area. And today we seem to have caught somewhat of a fire, Mayor.
Good.
We have not only the headquarters for Cox Communications, but we have a number of big box businesses, such as the U.S. Post Office. You and I, of course, have cut the ribbon on Fire Station 106 to include the Nevada Health Centers that has gone up, and then the expansion of the Family for Independent Tomorrow, FIT. And, of course, we house inside of the Enterprise Park the headquarters for the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Just this past March, we opened up the Dollar General store there, which the community is very pleased to have. And of course, Mr. Tom Arlt, who has his headquarters for McDonald's as well as his restaurant, doing very well on that corner. And now having an opportunity to pull in El Pollo Loco, it only expands the food options and the commercial in this specific area of my district. And so I'm just really excited at the opportunities of the development that this city is moving forward to make sure that the infill land inside of our city is being taken up by good development. And so with that, I support this item and am very pleased to work with the developer on this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And any comments on 70 through 72?
One comment.
Yes, please.
Yes, I hope my colleague in Ward 5 realizes that the item in his district has a crazy name in it, and it's a cultural thing, and we want to make sure that he understands that he's not going to offend anybody there. You understand El Pollo Loco, you know what it means, don't you?
Crazy chicken?
The crazy chicken. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you were up on the vernacular. Okay.
I appreciate
That's
that.
enough, guys. Come on, Councilman Anthony.
I would rather have El Pollo Loco than...
Don't say it. Councilman Anthony, you're on charge.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 70, 71, 72, and 73. Please vote, and please post. Gosh. That motion carries. And Agenda 7475 will be heard on the 19th of February. We'll move on to Agenda Item 7677, RQR 50160, required review of an approval special use permit, SUP 42262, for a proposed 15,263 square foot motor vehicle sales, used sales, use C2 General Commercial Zone, 77 RQR 49186, a required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 42264, for a proposed 7,572 square foot auto repair garage major with waivers to allow service bays to face the right-of-way and to allow vehicles to be parked on the premises for the purpose of offering the vehicles for sale where such is not allowed. The applicant owner is Bel Air RG, LLC et al. At 1715 Fremont Street and 1735 Fremont Street. These are both abeyance items, and the staff recommends denial on both items, and both items are C2 General Commercial Zone. These are in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you, and your name, please?
Alex Tabani.
Thank you. And I thought these were in Ward 3.
It's right on the edge. Yeah, right on the cusp.
So we share?
Right.
Share? Okay.
Councilman Coffin kicked me the little finger during redistricting.
Okay, I would love to hear from Mr. Flynn Flagg. Please tell us about these properties that have been before us before.
Madam Mayor, these items were first approved in 2011, and they permitted a auto repair use major as well as auto vehicle sales on the subject sites. When these items were approved, there were a number of conditions that they were to have fulfilled. There was also the requirement for a required review, which is why we are here today. Staff is recommending denial of this request as they have not fulfilled the majority of the original conditions of approval, including requirements to obtain permits for the signage on the site, both permanent signage and temporary signage, removing barbed wire on the property, landscaping the property, and also, let's see, I think there's one more item in here, submittal of a test drive route for vehicles that were repaired there on the site. So far, all they have done is remove the barbed wire, and they have submitted a test drive plan to us. They still have not landscaped the site or obtained approval for the signage on the site, and so for that reason, we are recommending denial of these reviews.
Thank you, and both items. Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward, state your name.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Madam Mayor and Council, when this applicant came before us way back when, he made all kinds of promises. They were going to get rid of the corrugated steel and all of this stuff. We had homeless living in the thing. There was stuff that wasn't even built to code. I mean, no, but the place is a mess. And development is coming down Fremont Street, and even Trinity, they're building the new urban lofts all around there. The Clark, the people that own the old Clark Motel, they were here. They cleaned up their property, and they're going to build new stuff right catty corner from this. We have that brand new, the most expensive and beautiful elementary school ever created is the Hollingsworth right across the street. And this is what we get. This is what we get. They have done absolutely nothing to to the conditions that we were told that they were going to do. And to kick this can down the road is not being fair to anybody else. It's just not being fair. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much.
It's terrible.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name.
My name is Hodges, and I'm backing a follow-up on that. This project has been around for quite a while, and as you said, the fella hadn't been doing anything to make a dent, even moving forward, to keep up with the growth in the community. And so it's either he sell it where somebody else can do something with it, or either ask him to do something with it, but it can't remain in the condition that it's in. That's got to stop. Move forward, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion on item 76?
May I speak on this?
Oh, we have a question. Excuse me, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, this was, thank you. When I was a brand-new councilman 2 years ago, this is one of my first cases I worked on because it was property I was familiar with, having driven by it all the time, and yet it looked terrible. So the owner made all kinds of promises to fix it up. Mr. Farlow's comments are correct, and he hasn't kept those promises. There is business going on there. I mean, there's income coming in. This is not like it's like the owner is distressed. I drove it last night. I guess I was to say goodbye to it because after the change in boundaries, it's not mine anymore. But I wanted to just tell you my perspective, and that is that the promises that were made to me were not kept. That the cleaning up, marginally done, but in general, the place still looks pretty bad. The alley behind is full of paper, and it's not only that piece of property, by the way, that entire alley Looks like hell. A good neighbor would be cleaning all of the alley to make his own property look good. And so frankly, I mean, if it was in my ward, I wouldn't let you have another go at it. It's just broken promises hurt. And it makes it difficult for us to accept promises from other people. And so I don't know what you have said or what promises you've made to Councilman Barlow on this, but I would sure like to be informed, and I've cautioned him that you folks haven't kept your word to me. And, you know, I don't know what's going to continue. It's not my business right now. I really do want to find out what's going to happen. Again, I was new and I got burned by you. And now I know better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Is it Alan or Alex?
Alex.
Alex. Alex, when you were here 30 days ago, 2 council meetings ago, I told you caught me on a good day. You recall that?
Yes.
Because I had all intentions on denying your item 30 days ago. And I gave you an opportunity to remedy a lot of the conditions that you and your representative in 2011 presented before this mayor and council, promising that you would do the conditions that are listed. And just as a backdrop, the conditions here state that, 1, you would be in conformance to all minimum requirements under the Las Vegas Municipal Code. 2, the conformance to the conditions of approval of all special use permits, which the 2 special use permits you received is 1, to operate a automotive shop, to include a used car sale agreement, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, you must, under these conditions, do number 3, which is all necessary building permits shall be obtained from all unpermitted existing signage within 30 days, right? Meaning get the appropriate permits in order to have the appropriate signs on your building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And all razor wire and barbed wire would be removed within 30 days. Now, keep in mind, I'm talking about 2011, these conditions were placed, okay? And no temporary signs such as banners, pendants, inflatable objects, streamers, flags, other similar attention-getting items. And as we go through the PowerPoint presentation here today, you have signage all over your building, correct?
Correct.
Have you pulled a permit as of today for all of the signage on your building, yes or no?
And we hired a sign company.
I'm
No,
asking
they didn't
you,
pull
yes
it
or
still.
no? Have you
No.
pulled, as of today, pulled
No.
permits for your signage?
No, still
Okay.
is in process.
Okay. And so the special use permit, you're in violation of, right? And these are all conditions that were placed on you in 2011, to include the 12 parking spaces dedicated to the storage of disabled vehicles, meaning that when you place the disabled vehicles behind your fence, that fence should have been screened from the public's view from Fremont, so that as we drive by, we wouldn't see what's behind the gate. Is that gate currently screened?
No, sir.
Okay. So it makes it very difficult for me, Alex, to lift the conditions when in fact you violated the conditions, opposed to getting the conditions done and then coming back and saying, well, can we eliminate the conditions that I've met in order to remedy whatever the reason or rationale you would have in order to ask for those conditions to be lifted. Now, you're asking me to lift conditions that you've illegally, as of today, have obtained and demonstrated through the pictures that we have presented. And in addition to that, you didn't remove the barbed wire even after I spoke to you 30 days ago to remove the barbed wire after the council meeting that you were here You didn't remove the barbed wire until yesterday.
2 weeks ago. 2
Flynn,
weeks ago they took it off.
the pictures that your staff took when the barbed wire was still up, what day was that?
Let's see, the ones that you're seeing on the overhead right now were taken approximately about a month and a half ago, and then we went again on Monday night to take pictures and discovered that the barbed wire had been removed on Monday night.
Okay, so on Monday night. Okay, so that's 2 nights ago. Okay, so as of to date, the only thing that has been addressed, and even though it was addressed late, because it's 2 days prior to you having to come and see my pretty face again, you just removed the barbed wire sometime between last weekend and this weekend. So the question that I have for you, Mr. Alex, what is it that you want me to do today?
We heard loud and clear. We
I'm
try
sorry?
to clean the property, and we are in process. I hired a sign company.
Well, let me just stop you just for a moment, because these pictures were taken by my staff today, right? So when you say you were trying to clean the property, there's still graffiti
Graffitis, I saw that
on
this
your
morning,
building,
sir.
and there's still trash all over your property,
Correct. I saw that this morning.
okay? All of the signs that you see here are all illegal signs.
Correct.
So therefore, what you're really telling me is that you're circumventing the city's regulations by doing what you want to do without having to pay your
No,
fair
sir.
share in relation to getting the appropriate permits through the city of Las Vegas so that you can be in
No,
compliance.
sir. No.
I'm telling you what the pictures, what the story the pictures are telling, okay? And being that you own the property, you're connected to what I'm sharing today,
Correct.
right? So we have illegal signage, graffiti all over the building, no landscaping that you promised to have in 2011, banners, flags, all illegal, trash, building, looked like one of your vehicles hit your building. The parking lot, once again, it looks just completely horrible, needs striping and paint. As a matter of fact, your parking lot needs complete resurfacing because of all the cracks and grass that is growing up in this parking lot. And then you have bags of trash at your front door. 5 fat, hefty sacks of trash at your front door. So when I look at this and see all the trash up against your gate and your fence, lets me know that you don't care about your property. All you care about is coming into this community, and specifically Fremont, the street where the city and private developers have spent millions of dollars improving Fremont Street to make it very attractive. We started at Las Vegas Boulevard, and we're moving all the way down to Eastern, Councilman?
Yeah, 5 points.
Right? And on both sides of the street, you have private development that is spawning. And you're not helping us one bit. But you want vehicles to pull up into your automotive shop to get their cars repaired, and you do the service, take their money. You want individuals to come on your site to purchase vehicles. You take their money, but you're not reinvesting back in the community. So where are you taking the money? Where are you spending all that money that you're making in the community?
Mr. Barlow.
It's a loaded question. Don't worry about it. So the point I'm making is, if you're not going to be a part of the active redevelopment of making our city beautiful, then I don't want you conducting business in my city, and in particular, my ward.
Okay.
So the question that I have for you, and it's a very deliberate question, Mr. Alex, what is it that you want Councilman Barlow to do for you today?
We hired a sign company to do our proper work. They are in the process to do it. I hired a company for cleanup, cleaning the graffitis and cleaning the property once in a week. I saw those trash this morning myself. I will contact them, see what happened. They already clean couple of graffitis. This graffiti I saw, they show me the picture I saw right now. I will talk to them why that happened.
Why haven't you done anything since the last time you saw me 30 days ago? With the exception of removing the barbed wire.
All right, Mr. Barlow. I was new on the project. I didn't know exactly, I know.
Let's take the air out of the airspace, okay? Let's get right down to where the rubber meets the road. And I'm going to ask you one final time, please, respectfully. What is it that you want me to do for you today?
Just let us do the process to end the next month. I have the wiring, the graffiti, the signage permits for everything.
So in other words, you're saying that you're going to
do everything you ask.
that's in the conditions.
Everything you ask.
To include the landscaping.
Yes, sir.
Flynn, would you do me a favor, please? Would you print out the conditions, meet with the gentleman, and let him and highlight all of the conditions that he's to meet? And my motion at this time, Mayor and Council, will be to bring this item back in 30 days, and I'll make a motion in 30 days after we evaluate where Mr. Alex is with his conditions. And so my motion at this time will be to obey it, and I apologize and ask the indulgence of the council to obey this 30 more days, and I'll see you at the second meeting in December.
December 18th.
December 18th. I'll see you in December 18th, Mr. Alex.
All right.
Okay.
I hope I come back with all the good news.
I sure hope you come back with everything met too,
Don't
sir.
go. It hasn't been voted yet.
Because you're going to have
Okay, there's
either
a
a
motion.
happy Christmas or a bah humbug Christmas.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just want the councilman to know why I'm going to vote no.
I already did.
He's got a golden heart. Councilman, you got a golden heart.
Yeah, enough's enough.
He once again caught me on a good day,
I
Councilman.
guess.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote.
Councilman Barlow, can I interrupt a moment? Is that going to be on both items?
That is on both items, ma'am.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am. Thank you.
Your pictures have to go into the record if you will make sure that our city clerk, your pictures, Councilman, that you took last night or today, if you submit them to the clerk for record. Okay, you have gotten a good day. I voted against it because I thought you've had plenty of time. Same axe over your head. You've done nothing. And I would tell you, were you part of my family, you don't get a third shot. That's enough. So that you have reached this man's heart at this benevolent time of year, you're a very lucky man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good luck to you. Okay, we did post that. Okay, so that was, all right, we're now on to agenda item 78, RQR 50144, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Urban Land Nevada, for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U 026594 for a 40-foot, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2550 Highland Drive. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present or representative? Could you please state your name?
Scott Nafsker with Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We accept staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this, please come forward, state your name. We don't need the address, just name.
Thank you, Todd. Oh, do we have a picture of the sign? Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please state your name.
My name is Hodges, and this fellow seemed to be try to cooperate and been coming down for a long time with his different properties. So he's not one of the bad guys. So whatever you ask him to do, I'm sure he'll take care of it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
This is a sign on Highland, which does not impinge hardly at all on residential areas. And I move to approve for a required review in 5 years.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
And if I might also add, you do a great job keeping it up.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Lamar. They do good work. So we're on to Agenda Item 79, VAR 50315, request for a variance to allow a 98 parking spaces where a minimum of 102 spaces are required. And Agenda Item 80, SUP 50314, a request for a special use permit for proposed auto title loan use in conjunction with an existing financial institution specified with a waiver to allow business hours starting at 7 a.m. to allow a 20-foot distance separation from residential property where 200 feet is required, to allow a 90-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified where uses 1,000 feet is required. The applicant is Money Tree, Inc. The owner is 99-cent only stores on 1.97 acres at 1175 East Charleston Boulevard, Suite 120. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on both items, and both items are C2 General Commercial Zone. These items are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, and our public hearing items, which I declare open, is the applicant or representative present. And we'll start with you, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Fagg. Please go ahead.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, thank you. The request is for a special use permit to allow auto title loan at an existing financial institution specified because it is an existing location that has been approved by City Council. Staff is recommending approval of that item. The companion item is a variance from parking requirements for the entire shopping center here at the corner of Charleston and Maryland. This is essentially a cleanup variance. There were a number of changes to the site plan and some unique circumstances relative to the configuration of the property and the grading of the property, and also the provision of a bus turnout. And so staff is recommending approval of this variance as well.
Thank you. And it is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make comment, and then we'll be hearing from you. Don't give up the ghost.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Mayor, my question, or my concern is this. I don't want cars that's been repossessed or whatever, I don't want them being displayed out there for sale. And they say they won't do it, and they, you know, and I'm not saying that this applicant does that, but we have a place down there on Charleston in Maryland, or Marion, by the record store down there, and it's not that those cars displayed out there are taking any, that there's no space for them, that it just doesn't look right. That's the whole thing. And the other thing is, if they say that they're not going to do it and they won't do it, then they shouldn't do it. They shouldn't do it. And that is my concern. If you tell this person not to display the cars, then don't display the cars, or I'll be back here beefing about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Name's Hodges. It said planning and staff recommend approval. So whatever's going on, it can't be all wrong. Something must be doing right, so it's your call. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from Mr. Farlow. Are those part of the conditions on the property about displaying cars for used cars for sale or anything?
Actually, those are conditions in our zoning code relative to display of vehicles. It's only permitted where there are excess parking spaces. In this particular location, they don't have excess parking spaces, so consequently, no vehicles would be allowed to be stored on site.
And therefore, it is a responsibility of the owner
Correct.
to remove those or not allow them in the first
Correct.
place? Wonderful. May we hear from you representing?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Roberts, 300 South 4th Street, on behalf of Money Tree. And this is just an addition of a new product at this location. We're not building, we're not, this has been an existing business since 2003, and there will be no storage of vehicles, no sales of vehicles at the site. So
Great.
we ask that you follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. I looked at the Planning Commission's recommendations. They vetted them pretty well. I've driven by there a lot, and as you know, it's at really a booming intersection there. We are really looking to develop all four corners there. We hope owners will develop them because property values are increasing. You have the Huntridge Theater catty-corner to this location, and I think some big things are going to happen right across the street on the southwest corner. And so as this evolves, this is an appropriate use, because I suspect we're going to have, I think it's a better activity than having empty buildings, and, you know, I hope that the promises will be kept about maintaining the property. That's the key thing, because there's 2 bus stops there. It's easy for debris to accumulate. A lot of people coming and going. And I know you'll be responsible from that respect, because I've looked at your other stores, and you've got a pretty good reputation there, at least your client does. So I will be voting to approve both 79 and 80. I think, is there anything else you'd like to add about, you know, the intent? You've heard you can't park used cars there.
Correct, yeah,
Yeah.
they don't have that intention at all, and
Yeah.
they'll follow the code, and, you know, again, it's just adding a new product to this existing business.
Well, and I think it's the people, the public, that see empty spaces and just put a car there, so they'll need notification immediately. This is not permitted. Move your
Correct.
car, or it will be towed, whatever.
And the distance
Way
requirement
horrible.
too, Your Honor. On that, I think they'll be watching that very carefully. If I have complaints, I'm going to hear from people. They'll be telling me. That's multi-unit apartment, that's not too far away. There were no objections from that neighborhood to this. There were a couple of objections from across the street in Huntridge, I believe. But I think that, I think we should give them a chance. So I will now, if you're ready for a motion, Your Honor. on the
Let's do
first-
it one at a time, may we, please? On
Yes, that's
item
right.
79, then, please.
I will move for approval following Planning Commission recommendation on item 79.
Thank you. There's a motion on 79. Please vote, and then please post. And then that carries unanimously, and then let's move on to agenda item 80. Councilman?
Your Honor, is there any public comment on 80?
I think I did them both, and I closed.
All right, then if, I now will move for approval of 80.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. That motion carries too. Thanks, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going on to 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. Here we go. EOT 51455, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved variance VAR 14320 to allow a setback of 73 feet where residential adjacency standards require a minimum of 84 feet setback, to allow a 0-foot side yard building setback where 10 feet's the minimum setback required in conjunction with a rental store with outside storage. Number 82, EOT 51449, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved variance, VAR 22723, to allow a wall to contain no contrasting material where 20% contrasting material is required. Number 83, EOT 51454, a request for an extension of time, previously approved variance VAR 33415, to allow a 10-foot high wall where 8 feet is the maximum height allowed along a portion of the north and east property line, and to allow unfinished block where decorative block with the 20% contrasting material is required, and to include the addition of an 8-foot high wrought iron fence along the south perimeter where 5 feet is the maximum allowed. Agenda item 85, EOT 51452, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved special use permit SUP 13836 for a rental store with outside storage. Number 85, EOT 51457, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved special use permit SUP 14324 for a truck rental establishment. Number 86, EOT 51453, a request for an extension of time previously approved special use permit SUP 14329 for an auto repair garage major. And number 87, EOT 51451, a request for an extension of time of an approved major amendment SDR 22206 of an approved site development and plan review SDR 13833 for a commercial development of 30,000 square feet of general retail, 30,000 square feet of office space, 40,000 square feet of covered storage area, and 60,000 square feet of an auto repair garage major with a waiver of perimeter landscape requirements to allow a 10-foot wide buffer where 15 feet is required along the south property line. The applicant is Ahern Rentals and the owner is DFA LLC on 20.53 acres at 1726 West Bonanza. Staff recommends denial on all items. These items are C2 general commercial zones. These are items in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Is the applicant or representatives present? Please come forward. And we will ask first from Mr. Faga, if you would please explain your concerns.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff is recommending denial of these applications as they were originally approved back in 2006 and 2007. This is the third request for an extension of time on these applications, and just due to the passage of time since they were originally approved is the basis for our recommendation of denial. I will add for the record that we would still consider the use to be appropriate, so if you would take that into consideration as well.
Thank you. And what was the year of the first application, please?
The first set of applications were approved in 2006 with following applications approved in 2007.
Ugh. Okay. To a public hearing, anyone wish to speak here? It is not a public hearing. Very good. Okay, what would you like to say? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Don Ahern with DFA LLC and Ahern Rentals and such. And admittedly, we've asked for a few extensions and been through a few hard years.
Yes, you have.
But we have intentions of going forward, and we ask your grace on this, that we might extend one more time, and with the promise that we won't come back again without a project.
You are wonderful community members, and I just know how much you care and do here. So I am not in this ward, unfortunately. Councilman Barlow.
I like that, unfortunately.
I don't
Thank you.
know if I like
Thank you,
that.
Mayor. Mayor, as I shared with a number of council members during briefing, that Mr. Ahern and his entire team have been a jewel to work with in the ward. Although his business is in Ward 5, his headquarters, as you all may or may not know, his company stretches from the far west all the way to the far east, north and south. He's all across the country, and a number of people that I have had an opportunity to meet from other cities, although they don't know you, Don, like we do here in Las Vegas, they highly respect the brand that you brought into their communities. And I can say this, having worked with Mr. Ahern from staff personnel to elected, that he has done everything that he said that he's going to do. And if the council have an opportunity to actually see the master plan of what he's bringing forward to this area, I'll just say the corner of Bonanza and Martin Luther King, but it's greater than that. It actually expands quite a few blocks, probably close to a mile, very close to that mile as far as the overall master plan that he's bringing to this area is something that this council and the community most definitely will enjoy. On a side note, we just voted today on a special project in Ward 3, the container park. And that container park, Mr. Ahern, those cubes that are in the container park came from Extreme Manufacturing.
That's his playground.
Right.
I know that.
Right at the corner of Bonanza and Martin Luther King. And so it just goes to show you how great of a community partner he is, whereas right here in our downtown, where these cubes are actually made in downtown, the project is going to be something very special. And it just goes to show you how big of a project and a master plan that he has moving forward without giving all the details, Don. So I'm okay with the recommendation of the added or the request for the added extension, because I know that he's going to do what he says that he's going to do. And so with that, I would move for approval of this items subject to all conditions.
Okay, so we're going to start with 81 and go through 87, one at a time.
Okay.
So agenda item 81, there's a motion, please vote, and then please post when the computer says it's willing to let us do that. Yes, sir?
Beverly, since they're all extensions of time and they really don't have any conditions other than the time frame, are you okay with doing them all at one time? Yeah. Yeah, it just seems like
We're
it would be
quick.
it'd be easier for you to do that because it's all the extension of time, it's the same time frame, there are no additional conditions on any of them, so.
And if you're wrong, it's your fault. So if you say
I mean,
so and you're
I just think it'd
advisor,
be easier for the council
Mayor.
rather than going through
fine,
seven
he's
items.
got a party tonight.
Mayor, I'll appreciate just going through each item, and I'll just run
Good
through them
for
if you don't
you,
mind.
thank you. All
Just-
right, so
just to keep the
everybody
record
get your
clear and clean.
fingers ready for this. All right. All right, we're now on 81, post, please. There it goes, 100%. Thank you. 82, please.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Computer's slower than we are. Please cast your ballots, and then please post. And on to that, boy, who likes computers? Motion carries unanimously. On to item number 83, please.
Move for approval.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. That motion carries unanimously. 84, excuse me.
Move for approval.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. That motion carries. Agenda item 85.
Move for approval.
There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Number 86.
Move for approval.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Here we are. And it's totally legitimate, regardless of our
One more.
legal advice. We're on it. We're on 87, aren't we?
Mhm.
Yep, here it is.
Move for
Motion
approval.
carries. Do we have any more?
One more, 87.
One more. Please, there we are. Please vote and please post.
Set?
You're all set, and I know the PR out of this container park's going to go worldwide. I hope you have plenty of space for building more.
We're very excited about
I
that
bet
opportunity.
you are. Went through the hard times, and I know they were hard.
Yeah.
But this community's coming back too, so those cranes are going to be out there again. Good luck to
Well,
you, and thank you.
I'd like to thank you for those kind words. And
Thank you.
I also like to say, I was born literally a few blocks from where we're standing today. And seeing Las Vegas grow and where it's been going more recently is really a wonderful thing. And my admiration and compliments to all of you. I think we've got the best city council we've ever had. And
Oh, my God, Oscar,
and
are you listening?
and I'd like it,
Not in the room.
huh? Say it twice. This is the best city council we've ever had. And if you promise not to tell the previous mayor, we got the best mayor we've ever had as well.
Oh, my. I'm leaving everybody. You're on your own now. I'm going home. I feel good. Good luck.
Thank you, everybody.
Good luck. Thank you. Well done. Okay, we're on to 88, 89, and 90. EOT 51498, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved special use permit SUP 9664 for a proposed service station. 89, EOT 51499, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved special use permit SUP 9665 for a proposed liquor establishment tavern. And number 90, EOT 51500, a request for an extension of time previously approved site development plan review, SDR 9666 for a proposed 3,710 square foot service station without incidental auto repair with an accessory car wash, a proposed 5504 square foot tavern, and a 3,600 square foot retail element on waivers of building placement and foundation landscaping requirements. The applicant owner is CM Sagebrush 1-3082 LLC at the southwest corner of Oso Blanco Road and Kyle Canyon Road. Staff recommends denial on all three items, and these are C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Items are in Councilman Ross's Ward 6. Is the applicant or representative present? Please come forward. And while he's walking up to the microphone, Mr. Pack, could you explain?
Certainly.
Position.
Again, similar to the last set of applications that we had, this is the third request for an extension of time for this particular project. For that reason, staff has recommended denial of the request.
And sir, your name,
The reason for
please.
this denial or application is...
Your name, please, I'm sorry.
John Mariano, I'm the manager of the LLC. We had to sue C&M Capital Services, and we have a civil lawsuit going, and they will not turn over the property to us, and we are going to court. It's about 4 or 5 months from now, because they've denied discoveries and so on for over 2 years. When we took over the property, I was voted in as the manager from the members that put the money up. And they went bankrupt on the C&M Capital Services, and we found out they moved the money out of there into another business, another brokerage that they had. We've traced that now. We have the court's permission to break their corporate shields, and this is a mess. And I went to the FBI, had some briefs on this, on the RICO Act. I don't know if I should mention the company because they're still in business, and that's where they moved $3.6 million out of Sagebrush, or out of C&M Capital, which our Sagebruch money was in.
So what's the estimate of time that they've given you that
Well,
this will go?
I took over management and they would deny giving us the names of the investors, saying under Privacy Acts. So we finally got 3 or 4, and they knew from other ones. So I have like 11 of us. 10 more, we still can't get the names. And we went to the courts, and they've already gave us where we can set our lawsuits going forward. There's already been fraud, embezzlement, alter ego, and we're paying out the rep, but we're still going after discovery again. We spent $150,000 in discovery. Myself and 3 other guys have put up 85% of the money.
So when you're asking for an extension of time, how much time are you asking for?
Well,
Indefinite?
we're going to court this year, so we're going to they've broken the corporate shield on this guy to where he's liable, but then he's moved $3.6 million out of that original C&M Capital Services and moved it over to another one that he controls. And they found him intermingling our money and not putting it in a Sagebrush account. I've been doing this for 3 years.
Well, I will.
We have the
learn now.
plans, and we took everything, because we lent $1.5 million, and the property was $2.5 million. And then they evaluated it $300,000 so they could try and buy it, and they tried to do sales on us. We had to stop that. They tried to do an auction on it. We had to stop that. This is, this guy's
like
going
a
to
mess.
jail. There's about 5 of them.
Councilman,
Thank you, Mayor.
fix it.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mariano, I apologize for all the grief you may be going through as inheriting this piece, but I want to fill you in on a couple of things. There are no services out there today. This is the third request for an extension of time. There's a new master developer that has accumulated most of the land out there, which is the old Kyle Canyon Gateway project that Focus Development used to have in their control, meaning they're going to come back to the city and negotiate a new developer agreement, which they haven't yet. So I think this is still a little premature. If this was your first extension of time, I'd probably feel a little different, but we're not going to see anything out there for quite some time, and you can't keep coming back
Well, we're
for
gonna go
10 years
forward.
asking for extensions of time on this.
No.
And I am not going to be convinced that your legal issues are going to be satisfied, and you're going to be building a tavern and a convenience store out there within 2 years. I
No,
honestly
that's
don't
what
see
they
it
put
happening.
up as the property.
Mr. Mariano, we're just talking about the extension
right.
of time and nothing else. I'm going to support staff's recommendation for denial of 88, 89, and 90, Mayor and Council.
Okay, there's a motion to deny on these, or to follow staff's recommendation, I guess. And if I may ask, what's the recourse? With this denial, then what happens?
Yeah, I would defer to Mr. Fagg in regards to what they'd have to do, but if he wants to come back in and ask for, Brian?
Exactly, Councilman. He'd have to come back in and reapply for the same ones.
I don't understand.
All right, we're going to explain because I'm as confused. All right, so if it denies, which is what the motion is, then in time,
The special use
Mr.
permits he
Scott?
currently has expire.
Okay,
and
that
he will have to
expires.
reapply for all the land use.
At what time does he do this?
Whenever he
then?
wants to, because here's my
Oh,
situation.
Flynn.
It's not so much the financial issues. It's like Mr. Ahern's previous items that he was just talking about.
Yes.
Nothing's changed in that neighborhood. It was just the economy. This is different because it's so remote at Kyle Canyon and US 95. There's no water, there's no sewer. We're not going to see that for years. Certainly, Mr. Mariano, as a prospective developer, is not going to run millions of dollars of sewer and water lines out there. So we're not going to see that development until the master developer who's accumulated most of that land out there starts developing north. We're going to see it.
Okay.
But we won't see it probably for 10 years. That being said, Mr. Mariano can't keep coming back in every 2 years asking for an extension of time, hoping to hold on to these applications. So my recommendation to him is come back and reapply.
And the normal thing we do, Mayor, is on denials, we normally do it a year. I don't know if that's the same policy we have with
May I
regard
say
to a
something?
denial of
Hold on,
a
let's
ELT.
get the proper information so you can understand, because I'm learning this with you. I mean, I want to make sure that you can come back at some time
Well,
if
we've
this
got
is
$3
your
million
property. But
invested.
we're hearing from Mr. Fagg first, or second.
Just to follow up on what the city attorney has stated, there is language in Title 1916 relative to a denial on a special use permit, that there is a waiting period of 1 year before they refile the applications.
But listening to Councilman Ross, with no development, no sewer, no water, nothing out there, why wouldn't he wait till that happens before he comes back? Does he lose his preeminence to do that if he doesn't keep coming back here?
Well, he has to wait the year, as Flynn indicated, and then he would come back and reapply if the councilman deemed that there wasn't sufficient reason to have that special use permit granted out there after that year's period of time. You would then deny it again. He'd have another year to wait, and then he'd come back and reapply again.
And if I may, Mayor, just for
Please.
yours and the council's benefit, and to jog the rest of our memories, who we were here when I approved these initially 4 years ago, Mr. Fagg? 6 years ago, Focus Development was moving quite rapidly with growth and development
right.
out in the Northwest. So it was anticipated that we'd have a beltway, we'd have new homes, we had a gaming overlay district, we had a commercial center, all of that being said, and we anticipated that growth to happen. It hasn't because of the economy, we know. That being said, I don't anticipate that kind of growth, at least for 10 years. And, you know, to save Mr. Mariano the grief, and when the time comes, Mr. Mariano, just come back. If you get this land, just come back in a couple of years and reapply for these applications, and you're
Well,
good to
the only
go.
reason we're doing that, sir, is across the street, they've already started a 1,700 development of homes right across the street from us.
Pardon
It's
me,
already
sir?
started.
Pardon me?
Construction out there has already started on 1,700 homes on the other side of Kyle Canyon across the road from us.
And we may be talking about a different Kyle Canyon, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I've got
Through the mayor,
all the
respectfully.
papers and the articles from the city and
Mr. Mariano, I live
the
out
journal.
there.
Well, yeah, so do I. I live on Centennial Hills.
Anyway, Mayor, I call for the
Yes,
question.
please. Okay, there's a motion, we're going to vote.
Your Honor.
But what I was trying to do was make sure that you understood. You can come back at that time when there's development. I'm sure that when Councilman Ross goes home, he's going to drive there to see what you're talking about, that something's about to happen there. But we're trying to help you, and it sounds like, listening to both Mr. Fagg and to our attorney, Mr. Scott, that this is, you're okay.
Well,
You'll just come back at the right
the
time
only-
when there's
the only-
development.
In 1 year. He can
In-
go,
The
he can
only
reapply in
thing-
1 year.
the only
And then
thing that I
the
was-
councilman can determine at that time whether or not
Come back
special
in a
use permit's
year.
warranted at that time.
Okay.
While
well,
you keep
if we
working
win the
on your
court
stuff.
case, they're holding the deed, we will get the deed back. And we're winning the court case, then we can put the property up.
All you have to do is go into this
But
fine
we lose
gentleman's office.
all of the designs and stuff of the gas station. See, this was already sold and done, and when the recession hit,
Right.
the people pulled out.
Right. No, that's exactly what Councilman Ross has said. So we're going to go ahead and move the motion. You're okay? Our attorney, Mr. Brian Scott, has said, come back in a year, we'll go through the process again once the development starts. And if in fact there's development there across the street, which is what you think
Well,
you
I
saw.
I just read in the paper less than 2 months ago they started.
You never believe what you read in
I
the
don't know.
newspaper, for heaven's sake.
Your Honor?
So, yes, who down there?
Your Honor, yeah, I was just trying to get your attention before
Sorry.
Councilman tried to cut it off. And I wanted to just ask, because in my memory, we did do some approvals out there just recently.
They're
And I
already
wanted to
building.
know if that is what Mr. Mariano is referring to, and are the people who are going to develop those homes, which I believe we approved here.
400 have started.
I just want to just make sure, now, aren't they going to lay utilities? Aren't they required to bring utilities out to these homes? Are they?
Well, they've got to have water and they got to have electric there. They're building the homes, what I understand is that the ground's cut and they're starting to develop. Like I live on Centennial Hills and they've tore up all the hills in front of us.
Maybe I could ask staff on that, just because, refresh my memory, I don't know, Flynn, if you have.
Oh, see, that location is
memory of that.
95 and Kyle Canyon, which is on the highway.
95.
I'm asking Mr.
I'm sorry,
Fagg, who
I can't
is
hear you too well.
here, if, on that approval, if we also, it's implied or it's required that they be laying the pipe for all of the utilities that have to be out there?
To respond to the question through you, Madam Mayor, the only development that I'm aware of that has approval is the Kyle Canyon development, which is what we have a development agreement in place for, and that was recently purchased by the Olympia Group.
I'm
They
so
haven't-
sorry. Could you repeat that, because he didn't hear?
Certainly. In responding to Councilman Coffin's question about nearby development and running of services, the only one that I'm aware of is the Kyle Canyon development, which is the 1,700 acres south of this property. There is a development agreement in place. Olympia recently purchased the property. They haven't come in with any modifications yet. I don't know what they intend to do with the property as of yet. The first phase that would start would be down near Grand Canyon and Grand Teton. So it's fairly distant from the site that's under consideration here today under the extension
When you
plan.
say fairly distant, Flynn, because it's not, I'm not familiar with it, except I know where Kyle Canyon Road is, but the cross streets sometimes.
I think Councilman Ross said that it's quite a distance from your site.
It's on 95 and Kyle Canyon on the
Yes.
highway, or right off the highway, off of Frontage Road.
I'm waiting for an answer from
It's
Flynn.
a little over a mile, mile and a half away from the site that's under consideration now.
So the nearest point to that property that Mr. Mariano is here representing is still over a mile away?
Approximately.
Okay, all right. So in a sense, it may seem as if it's moving there, and right away, it won't. I think, Mr. Mariano, I think that's what it is. I think maybe Mr. Ross's motion is reflecting the reality of what's going on. So I'll go ahead and support his motion, but I wanted to make sure, because I'm not as familiar with that neighborhood.
Thank you. The question was called, and please vote, and please post. But the fact, know that you will be back in a year. There's no development right in that area, and Councilman Ross wants to say
Right.
something
And
else.
that's on agenda item 88, and I'll do each one individually, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, and if you have questions, you certainly can speak to
I would,
Mr.
yeah, I
Fagg.
just was wondering about
Okay.
the permits that we have now, we have to renew those to keep that.
In a year is what I'm understanding.
What permits does he currently have?
What permits currently? Mr. Fagg, would you know what they might be that he
A
would have?
gas
permit?
station with, the
Does he
gas
have- does
station
he have
with
grading
car
permits,
wash.
or- Yeah, if anything involving any of the special use permits are up for consideration today would be held or denied until the year's period of time, which he'd have to come back and reapply.
You're
for
okay.
all
You'll
those.
come back in a year. Everything will be fine.
Just to clarify, dear Mayor and Council, if he had pulled a grading permit, we'd be having a totally different conversation, and I'd be approving these extensions of time, meaning they were actually going to construction. They are not. The permits he's referring to are his special use permits, and for that, the site development plan. So, did we vote on 88?
We voted on 88. Did we post? And it passed. And now we go to 89, but I'm going to ask for something too.
Okay,
Go
and
ahead.
also follow staff's recommendation for denial of agenda item number 88.
Okay, agenda item 89, please cast your votes. I just did 89 and then 90.
That's what I meant, 89.
And then post, please. And that carries agenda item 90.
I would also move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
And please vote, and please vote. Now, what I would suggest to you is make an appointment with Councilman Ross, who I'm sure will be happy to make sure that you are crystal clear of what's happened
I don't know
here,
what it's-
that you're alive and well. You're
I don't
alive
have
and
any
well. You
idea.
just,
We took
there's
this
no
over when we took
development
away
there.
the management company from them.
You
And we
just
just
need
kept
to have the
renewing it.
guidance, and if he needs to bring up Mr. Scott, he certainly would do that for the meeting, too. The key is there's got to be development out there in order for all of this to take place. So you're suggested that you come back in a year to do this again, but in the meantime, I'd go in and see Councilman Ross. He's happy to see you and explain. He wants to keep you alive and well.
Please call my office and come on and see me.
Thank you.
Do you have a card, or do I get a card from him?
Yeah, I'll get you one.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Agenda Item 91, RQR 50266. This is a public hearing. Mr. Farlow. Applicant, Connell Company, owner, Petro Rancho, LLC et al., for possible action or required review of an approved variance V0023-95 for two 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise signs at 2951 and 2991 North Rancho Drive. This is in your ward, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? And any, okay. And your name, please, sir?
For the record, my name is Don Kruger. Address is 5242 Swenson. I'm with Connell Outdoor Advertising.
And you represent, or you are Connell Advertising?
I represent Connell Outdoor
Okay.
Advertising.
Thank you. Any comments you wish to make on this, other than what's been read?
We concur with staff. Just a couple of minor points. This is our third extension of time. The property is fully built out. Everything around it is fairly built out. We've got a municipal airport right across the street. At some point, we're totally invested. We've got a perpetual easement. We've got a sizable financial stake in the property. I think if you look at the records, the pictures, we're a good steward of the property. Everything's kept in good repair and good condition.
Looks
And
good.
hope we get your approval.
Thank you. This is public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on these signs? Hearing none, we'll close public hearing. Councilman Barlow. Is he here? Yes.
Yes, I am, Mayor. Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote, and please post. It's in the company.
While that
Did it
post, I do
post?
have a question for Flynn. Flynn, is that a 3-year or 5-year?
We had indicated in our conditions of approval a 5-year time frame for the required review.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Agenda Item 92, RQR 50277, public hearing, applicant Lamar Advertising, owner Halston, Inc., for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U0038-95 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3500 North Rancho, again in Ward 5, with Councilman Barlow. Staff recommending approval. Public hearing, I declared it open. Is the applicant or representative present? Yes, you are. And your name again, please?
Scott Nafsker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We actually sent in a letter to hold this for 30 days, and I guess it didn't make it through, but we'd like to obey it for 30 days if we could.
Councilman?
Do you mind reading the letter or explaining why?
Well, we just wanted to talk to you about the review. It's one of those that we were going to discuss possibly getting rid of the review.
At this location?
Yeah, this is the one we scheduled a meeting with you about.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we can talk about it.
Okay.
But
And
at
obey
30
it,
days? Why? Oh, because of the time that we're meeting?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to meet with you
Okay,
prior to the
that's
next
fine.
meeting. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So you move to obey to,
I'll
what's the
move
date?
this
December
to obey to
18th.
December
18th.
18th, City Council. Thanks.
All right, there's a motion to obey this till December 18th. Please vote and please post.
Your Honor, would you please record me as an aye?
Thank you. And please post that. And that carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're on to agenda item 93, RQR 50937, public hearing, applicant CBS Outdoor Owner, Sahara Rancho Office Center, LLC. Possible action or required review of approved variance V-0154-94, which allowed a 90-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign on 12.6 acres at 2320 South Rancho Drive. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the representative or applicant present? Hello.
Good afternoon, Ryan Arnold, 2620 Regatta Drive, here today representing CBS Outdoor. We've read through the staff report and appreciate the recommendation for approval and ask that the board approve it.
Okay, and is there, this is the render, there we go. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to make comment? Okay, enough said. Call Ed. There, I will close the public hearing, and Councilwoman.
Yes, it looks like my neighbor up there. I move to follow staff's recommendation of approval for 3 years.
And that's different for some reason, rather than 5?
Well, it's different because yes, it is different. These are in areas which might change, we're not sure. The 501s, I don't think Highland Avenue is going to change much in that.
Great, okay, understood. Anything else to add to that, Mr. Beck? No, okay, great. There's a motion, please vote, and then please post. That 3 years is fine, I'm sure.
That's fine.
I mean, you'd rather 20, but I know.
This is our 6th
3 will
time,
do, or else she'll make you take it down.
Right.
Thank you.
We'll take it.
Okay, and post, please. Councilman Coffin and Councilman Ross, do you want to vote?
Affirmative for me. Sorry, Mayor.
It's like herding cats up here. Can't believe it. But they're a great city council, absolutely. We know that. And we're unanimous, look at that, great. Motion carries, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 94, RQR 50938, public hearing, applicant, Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner, General Mills Restaurants, Inc., for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit U-0185-89, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1361 South Decatur. Lucky Councilwoman Tarkanian, again in her ward, staff recommending approval. Is our representative present?
Yes, Scott Nafsker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We accept staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
And this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on this? Ooh, it's hidden. When are we going to unveil what's under there? Or is that blank?
Actually, that's what's underneath. There's no ad copy on it at the time the picture was taken.
Okay. That's the other side. Okay, go for it.
Okay.
I have to close public hearing since nobody asked. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn and I, Mr. Fagg and I have discussed this already, and I move to approve with all conditions for 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. And in order to save you from coming up, I'm quickly going through these to see if you're up here again. We should have put them all together. Are you up again?
No.
Okay.
Thank you anyway.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to 95, RQR 50939, public hearing, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Mini Masters, Inc., possible action or required review of an approved special use permit U-029894 for a 40-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign at 6900 West Craig Road, Ward 4. Councilman Anthony, you're now in. Staff recommends approval. Is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor at 7370 Dean Martin Drive. We concur with staff's condition. Respectfully ask for your approval moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment on this agenda item?
Old picture.
That looks like that ad for the, you know, where they have the map of the United States in green and yellow dots and blue dots.
That didn't look too good.
No. Okay, Councilman Anthony, oh, wait, public hearing, anybody wishing to come up? Hearing none, we're closed, and on to Councilman Anthony.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Thank you, that motion carries, and let's go to agenda item 98.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if
Can
you
I-
could submit that picture to the record for the. on the
Please
laptop.
submit the picture to the record. I mean, to the the clerk. Woo. Okay, we're going to do 98, because that's also Clear Channel. And that's RQR 50942, public hearing, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner. How do you pronounce that? Is it Mick Elhose, or is it?
Meckelhose.
Meckelhose Survivors Trust for possible action and a required review of an approved special use permit U000690 for a 40-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1535 Northeastern Avenue. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant, you're still here. You want to restate your name?
Thank you,
Please.
Mayor. Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. We concur with staff's conditions of approval and respectfully ask for your approval moving forward.
Do we have a picture? There we are. So anyone, public hearing is now open. Anybody want to make comment on this one? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. I've looked through all of these. I see nothing more.
I think we missed two, Your Honor, 96 and 97. We went from 95 to 98. I still have 96 and 97.
Oh, 96, I thought we
I
did.
started at 95.
Okay.
95 through 98.
Okay. This is different, but we'll do 96 if you're still here with us. You represent a lot of people. RQR 50940, public hearing, applicant owner, State of Nevada Transportation for possible action and required review of an approved special use permit U012199 for an 80-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1197 Western Avenue, Ward 3, in Councilman Coffin's ward. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant, you are representing, you're busy.
Clear
man.
Channel Outdoor, yeah.
Okay.
Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor, and just for the record, it is a Clear Channel Outdoor sign. We are a tenant with the state of Nevada, so kind of have the ownership mixed up there, but
We need to correct that, I think. That is Clear Channel Outdoor. Comes from planning, so.
Madam Mayor, if I might respond, Clear Channel Outdoor is the applicant,
Oh.
and so they do have standing here to present the case before you today.
Okay.
State of Nevada is the property owner, and they have
Right.
signed off on the application.
Okay, great.
thank you.
All right. The public hearing, declare it open. Anyone wishing to speak? Wow, is that tall? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. And whose ward are we in, Councilman?
It's in Ward 3, Your Honor. Rod, I'm sure this board is on state property. The state may have acquired the property
That's correct.
for Project Neon. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
When have they told you that they're going to need it?
We don't have a timeline, and ironically enough, for this particular board, when Project Neon comes through and they do the freeway expansion, this board will be relocated on property just further east, so it will stay on same parcel. But I don't have a timeline I can tell you.
This is an electronic board, isn't it?
No, sir.
No, it's not on
No.
the south facing?
No, that's the other one that would be to the north of where I am. There's actually a Lamar board to the north, and there's a privately owned one that Clear Channel happens to manage to the south. They're both
So the one,
electronics.
excuse me, the one that you see in the background, leave this picture on for a minute, staff. So the one in the background from this closer to Charleston, is that the electronic board?
Yes, I believe that has an electronic face on That'd be the.
All right, that's the one that's
space.
bothering me these days. It's so bright.
Oh.
I worry it's contributing to a traffic distraction. So I'm not, do you know who owns that?
I believe it's a Lamar billboard sign, and I couldn't comment
Okay.
with regards to anything
All right,
else other than.
Lamar is here today, and maybe they can come up and see me or see one of my staff members today. I just want to find out if that's the one that I need to just have a little visitation on, because I'm a little worried about it. We were very prone to traffic accidents between Charleston and Sahara, and I'm worried about those electronic boards being run a little too brightly. But I'll move for approval on this one right now, Your Honor.
Okay,
So
this
I move for
motion-
approval on item 96.
Okay, this motion, please vote and please post. Did you say when Project Neon comes rolling along in there that this will still be there?
That's correct, Your Honor. NDOT has identified a location for this to be relocated whenever Project Neon happens.
Good, thank you. That motion carries. Now 97. I'm sorry, because I thought I was doing you a great, had no idea that you represent all these groups. RQR 50941, public hearing, applicant owner LWH Properties LLC for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit U002987 for a 75-foot tall 14 by 48 off-premise sign at 2421 Stewart Avenue, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open, and so you may continue on, and then we'll hear from Mr. Farlow about what he sees.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. We concur with the conditions and ask for your approval moving forward.
Okay, and please, this is public comment.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Is there a lower picture of the service station there, Solon's Tire, that the property sits on? The reason that I ask is that these people get a lot of income from renting these signs, and they should use a portion of that at least to fix up their property. We have a bike trail that runs through Solon's Tire, or doesn't run through it, or sides on it. They have donation boxes, they have vehicles parked out there, they do service work in there. It's to the point where you can't even use the bike thing. A few years ago, we got in a beef with them. They said it was their property, and they said at one time a guy came up and says, well, we have, what do you call it when you use a property for so long and nobody protests that they have they have a use permit. Yeah, right. They gave us nothing but problems on this thing. And then it came down to the property was owned by somebody and the building was owned by somebody else. But it has been nothing but a problem down there, and they will not keep their property clean. They will not keep the bicycle lane clean. And then they moved there was a double cyclone fence thing because the highway department put a cyclone fence along along there to separate the bike trail. And then Solon's Tire came on, and they had a cyclone fence down there before that. So they cut down their cyclone fence so they could extend it so they could use the bike trail as their thing. And my thing is this: if they want the income off the sign, if they want a special use permit, we should have a little bit of contribution from them, at least to keep the bike trails established and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Anyone else? We'll close the public hearing. As you own the sign, the graffiti's yours to repair?
Yeah, and I apologize, Mayor. The graffiti has been cleaned up. It happened.
Look, it's
pretty much
everywhere,
as
and we
quick
just, every day you're working with it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's something that we routinely face. I don't have a picture, so I apologize, but the graffiti has been cleaned up.
Okay, thank you very much. This is yours, Councilman Coffin, and
Well,
I
thank you,
think,
Your
thank you,
Honor.
Mr. Farlow. I
Thank
thought
you.
those
Yeah,
were
that-
good points.
Rod, thanks for letting us know that graffiti has been cleaned off. That's two competing gangs down there. And might watch for that, anywhere else in that area.
Remember, we'll go back to cutting off thumbs.
No problem.
Whack 'em. If you have any control over the ground, let me ask Flynn. Flynn, have they got control over the bike trail over there on that property?
Madam Mayor, through you, I don't believe that they do have any control of the bike trail. However, Mr. Farlow does bring a good point that we do want to keep our bike trails open and accessible to the public. So I'll have my staff look at that location and see what we can do.
So LWH, whoever, the owners, I know it's not Lamar's responsibility to keep the ground clean, but somebody has to. And please report back to us. I'll go ahead and let this go through, but I do want to know a follow-up on that. This is becoming, the bike trails are becoming so important. We're literally advertising around the community now that throughout the county, you can ride a bike almost anywhere, but we can't make false promises. So let me know next week how we stand on that and what authority we have to, to keep it clear. All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, through you as well, Councilman Coffin, I'll place a phone call to the property owner as well and share her comments, share
All
your
right.
comments with her. I think she's out of state, but that's neither here nor there. I'll let her know that the concerns about
Okay.
the actual shape of the property and items that were discussed today.
Okay, Rod, I'd like you to trade information with Director Fagg.
Sure.
So that we might make sure that both of you are doing something on it, and that way nobody accidentally thinks they're doing it and nobody else is. So
No problem.
appreciate that very much, Your Honor. I'll move for approval of item 97.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And Mr. Farlow, I do thank you because I think it's important that people who live here give us a chance to work on things that are broken, and we can't do it if we don't know about it. So that was really very cogent of you.
Thank
That
you.
motion's unanimous. Thank you very much. And we will now, we did number 98. I took that out of order incorrectly. We're on to 99. RQR 50943, public hearing, applicant Walgreen Company owner, Lake West Las Vegas Properties LLC for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 37605 for 79 square foot accessory package liquor off sale within an existing 15,048 square foot retail establishment at 1101 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant or representative present.
Yes, Jennifer Roberts, 300 South 4th Street, on behalf of Walgreens.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. And make sure to say your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Council people. My name's Hart Fleshour. My address is 1816 South 9th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I have some digital pictures here I'd like to show of some issues that packaged liquors have been causing in our neighborhood.
This will be a first. Does this work?
This is an old digital phone, so I apologize for I tried to take them off the phone. But there you see a picture of a bum passed out in the street. Here you see another view of that same bum passed out on the sidewalk. This is another bum sitting on the curb right next to where the NRS sign about no trespassing is being harassed by the police. This is a picture of two bums who had passed out in an alleyway. This is a different view of those same two bums that are passed out in the alleyway. This is a picture of a woman who's passed out with her can of beer next to her on the sidewalk. This is the backup of the second picture of that woman. You can see her friend has come over and he saw me taking pictures and came over and picked up her can of beer and tried to get her up off the sidewalk unsuccessfully.
Where were these taken physically?
These were taken in the area of Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard. Here's another picture of a man passed out in front of the trash can next to the 7-Eleven. Another view of that same person.
How do we get those pictures into evidence?
I'll be more than happy to, once I can get them on
The video is probably the best we can do.
Okay.
Then on my other phone here, I have, it's actually, text message.
Hart, while you're looking for that, if I could just ask the mayor, those photos you just showed were about a mile away from the location of the applicant. Are the new ones you're trying to find, are they at the corner of Charleston and Las Vegas Boulevard?
No, it's actually only about half a mile.
Oh, half a mile.
A little less, actually less than half a mile.
Yeah, half a mile.
This is a video of two men arm wrestling over who gets a pint of vodka that they bought from a convenience store. A little over a year ago, about a year and a half ago, somebody else had applied for a packaged liquor license in that area, and ever since then, we've been having these problems. There are 3 places that provide packaged liquor in that area, around Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard, and this is only half a mile away, okay? This is also, Mayor, on the major pathway from the Strip to the downtown area. I don't think the tourists want to see more packaged liquor purchasers pass out on sidewalks and drinking and arm wrestling down on the ground over packaged liquor. I don't think people in the neighborhood want to walk past these bums who have bought packaged liquor and passed out in the neighborhood as they send their children to the store to go pick up a pint of milk at the local convenience store. I ask very politely, actually, I'll beg you, please, no more packaged liquor in our neighborhood. Please, please, no more packaged liquor in our neighborhood. This is causing huge amounts of blight. And I'm sure Walgreens is a very reputable company, but the fact is, it's not Walgreens that's causing it. It's not the other liquor stores. It's not 7-Eleven that's causing it. It's the packaged liquor itself. We already have an excess of packaged liquor in our neighborhood, and it's already causing a problem. So please, please, I beg of you, no more packaged liquor in our neighborhood. We don't need packaged liquor. We don't need pawn shops. We need more police patrolling the area and doing their job and cleaning this mess up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Continued public hearing, please.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. And the last gentleman, he's right, and we've been at First Tuesdays and brought this up to Metro, and Metro just comes out and they say they just don't have the police officers to control it. I mean, it's a saturation issue. So I don't know what the problem is, but maybe the gentleman's right until Metro can find out a way to get it under control. Maybe maybe we ought to cut back on the packaged liquor. But the gentleman's right. When this is not unknown to Metro.
Thank you. Next, please.
The name's Hodges, and I'm sorry to say, but it's the sign of the times. Everybody knows that there's a shortage on the police, and they can't come out and, police thing that they used to, because there's a great shortage, and the police had to come to, major incidents on a priority basis. So what I'm trying to say, a lot of the things that we're talking about right now, not only are they happening now, but you can expect to happen a lot more in the future going down the road, because there's more and more people becoming homeless and disoriented, and having mental problems and so on. And so the name of the game is, what's happening here is going to get even worse before we get better. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't fight.
Don't beat me up. No.
Name again?
Todd Farlow again. I just want to know this. In a bar, if a bartender sees that a person is too drunk, he can cut him off. Let me ask this. Does the same policy apply to somebody selling liquor in like Walgreens or any place else for that matter? Can they can they refuse?
Policy is that?
There's a policy. If a bartender sees somebody is too drunk or getting drunk, he can cut him off.
Yeah, I don't think they go through TAM card or TAM classes as part of an employee.
Well, but maybe
they could.
If a person at Walgreens, for instance, sees a person is drunk, like these people, and just say, look.
They have the right to refuse service to anyone they deem is inappropriate to serve alcohol to or sell alcohol to. So
this is hard. I want to kind of back that up a little bit.
Your Honor, we're going to have to return to regular order.
It goes back to the same thing. It's the sign of the times.
Can we return to regular order?
And more people, is going to be drinking more and more, and the situation is going to get worse. And so some of these things you can't police. If you got a shortage on the police and they're getting even shorter, and you get more and more people that's disoriented and whatever, what we got here is a situation that's going to grow.
Thank you.
So we got to get real once in a while. We got
Thank
a problem here. Sorry about that.
It's a multifaceted problem, and I know that the hospitals can't handle it. We have a large homeless population, many of whom need help and will accept help, many of whom will not. So everybody's working on it. It's definitely a social issue as well, but at this point, is there anyone else that wishes to be heard from the public? I'll close the public hearing. And is there anything you would like to say, please? Ms. Roberts.
On behalf of Walgreens, at this location, this is an existing licensee. This is just a required review. The last review, there was concern about some product that was being sold, and that day it was removed from the location, and it has not been sold, and they're committed not to sell it. There are no individual single cans that are sold at the location, and there is a restriction by code that there can be no consumption of alcohol on the premises and within a large distance from the premises. Walgreens is cognizant of that. They enforce it. In fact, they have security that patrols their parking lot every hour, and if there were people that were passed out in their parking lot, then they would take appropriate action. But they do work to prevent that kind of action at their facility.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. The item 99, in a sense and philosophically, could be related to the testimony we heard today against packaged liquor, but in all fairness to the applicant, it's quite a distance away. This one is very close to my house, though, so I pay attention to this neighborhood as I do all the neighborhoods, but particularly I visit this Walgreens at least once a week. And I think that after that last meeting, when they weren't aware they weren't supposed to have single sales, they did remove them that very same day, because I stopped in later and they were already off the shelf. So I think this particular management is very good at keeping its place as orderly as possible, and they maintain a security guard constantly. It's 24 hour store, and they're there all the time. It's 7-Eleven across the street that has a great deal more problems because that's where most of the prostitutes and drug deals hang out. So the whole intersection is a problem, but I think Walgreens is doing a pretty good job here. And it is perhaps sometimes when the card comes into the neighbors, it looks like a brand-new operation. And in fact, it's not. And they are maintaining, in fact, I think they're maintaining less than 79 square feet, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm appreciative of that. I think they're a good neighbor. No bum fights on the premises that I can tell. Seems to be arm wrestling. I'd like to be invited if there is one so I can see that, because I might get in on that too. I think we're okay on there, but you see, Mr. Fleischhauer raises the good point. The more appropriate point for our focus ought to be at that intersection where we have paid a great deal of attention. There's been a lot of rewards to the city for its diligence in helping secure new businesses. You take White Cross Market, which took care of a vacant lot there, essentially an empty business premise. So things are improving at Oki and the Boulevard. The Viva Arepas sandwich shop is prospering. So things are improving there. So that's definitely on my radar. And maybe it's time for another neighborhood meeting in that area. Hart, schedule it, would you please? I'd like to. I know you're an officer in Southridge? Yeah, that would be Southridge. Southridge, okay. Because this particular application, I think, is okay with me. Therefore, Your Honor, I will move for approval of item 99.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And they already have that ability to sell, so it's not like it's a new one, but I think your neighborhood meeting's right on point. The issue is there's so many parts that affect the motion carries unanimously. The homeless that we're dealing with everywhere throughout Nevada, especially in southern Nevada, and it is a point of more cops on the street helping, but all the social services that are trying to do so much to help with the homeless community. And so we're all interconnected in everything we're doing, and certainly your points were really well taken in the pictures, so that somehow we'll get those into the comments you made. So thank you all for that.
Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda, and thank you, Ms. Roberts. We'll move on to agenda number 100. RQR 51479, public hearing, applicant Imagine Schools at East Mesa, owner, Voss Family Trust, for possible action, required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 48849, for a private school primary with a waiver to allow no pickup and drop-off area or ones required at 1950 South Rainbow. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. The applicant I see is present. So if you will announce yourselves, and hopefully that's not the case, and or maybe it's a blessing, I don't know. But anyway, please announce yourselves. I hear school, and all I think of is children. So,
Good evening or afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane, and with me is
Ted Egerton, 6345 South Jones Boulevard.
And of course, in the audience is the principal from Imagine School and some parents and some children, and we just appreciate the opportunity to be back before you. I think that we had a little bit of growing pains at the very beginning, but I think everything's been settled, and we appreciate the recommendation of approval and are happy to answer any questions.
and your traffic flow has been okay?
Yes,
so far?
well, and that's why initially when we were approved, we had talked about a 30-day review, and we kind of went, well, first few weeks of school, it's going to be growing pains getting Buddy organized, and I think the first time the city came out and looked at us, we kind of had an oops. But I think everybody's been trained, pretty much, and so the last few times that they did come out, I think we've been successful. And I know that the councilwoman has been on top of it, and we're aware of it, and there's been a dialogue, I think, between the school and her office, and I think staff's just asking for a review in the beginning of April of next year, so, and we're happy to accommodate that.
All right, this is a public hearing. I declare it open for anybody who wishes to comment. So if you'll state your name, you don't need the address, just your name, please.
Ilona Robertson. I'm a parent of a child in Imagine School at Mountain View, and I just want to say that as a parent, we've all worked very hard to make sure that we're following the rules and reading all the letters that are coming home, so we just want to ask for your approval today.
Thank you.
And this is, say your name.
I'm Ava.
And what grade are you in?
I'm in 3rd grade.
And were you in school today?
Yes.
And you have homework tonight?
Yes.
Okay, Mom, we'll move this quickly one way or another. Oh, did you forget someone? Okay, next.
Hello, my name is Linda Schwindenhammer, and I'm one of the neighbors, 1971 Delphont Court. I'd like to say, first of all, that I think everybody in the room is in favor of education. I'm certainly in favor of education, a good quality education for our children. As a neighbor, I am certainly very aware of having an empty building sitting in my neighborhood. There's far too many up and down Rainbow as it is right now. So I am very glad that there is a school in there. My concern is safety, safety, safety for the children involved there. I did attend the neighborhood meeting. I was advised at that time there would be a staff of 8 at that school. There would only be 8 cars in the parking lot. These pictures show that on a consistent basis there is more than 8 cars in the parking lot. As long as there's adequate parking in the parking lot for staffing, I can't criticize that. What I'm concerned about is the days when that school opened, immediately when it opened, they're not there, and that's thanks to Councilwoman Tarkanian. There were anywhere from 12 to 18 cars parked up and down L Park every day, all day long. It immediately changed the aspect of my neighborhood. I'm 1 block off of Rainbow, extremely commercial. I'm 1 block off, very residential. I wanted to keep it looking that way. Ms. Tarkanian did point out to them that one of their conditions was there was to be nobody parked along the street. They did comply. They told their parents. They just park farther up the street now. On a daily basis, there's not 15 to 18 cars there. One of the things I was told at the neighborhood meeting is parents wait a long time to get into the school. It's a very, very good school for their children. They wait a long time to get there. They have to sign contracts in order for their children, and there's certain obligations that they have to fulfill. They would be telling their children's parents not to park there and to follow the regulations. Apparently they told them, because they don't park there, they just park closer to my house now. They drop their children off, they park up there to go pick up their children. Another part of the stipulation was they were to queue up in the mosque on Oki. Queue up, They were to be, I was told at the neighborhood meeting, they were to be released 5 cars at a time. When they came to council, and I was not at that meeting, I was otherwise unable to attend, they came in and said we want to have 8 cars released at a time. The parking lot, I don't know if it shows it, but in the afternoon what they do is they set up the orange barricades, or the little orange cones. They'll bring them in 8 at a time, 2 at a time, making a circle around there. The concern I have there, and this is on a daily basis, the concern I have there is as they bring 2 sets of cars in there, cars will back up onto El Park because they can't get all the cars in there. They were told they could never queue up onto Rainbow. I haven't seen that yet, but just so happens I get off work and I come through there at the time they're getting out of school. On a regular basis, when I am going north on Rainbow, wanting to make my left-hand turn onto El Park, I get a clearing, I can't go because there are cars pulling out of El Park to go south on Rainbow, and I wish I had a visual here, but there are cars waiting to turn in there. Now I can't turn. Is it my responsibility as a driver to pay attention to whether it's safe for me to go or not? Yes, and I understand that. Yesterday, the day before this review, I had a clearing, the cars were at Oki, block away, more than enough room for me to turn. I went to turn, somebody stopped a car going to pull in there, stopped them across the sidewalk. The car turning in immediately had to hit their brakes and stop. I had already started my turn because I thought I could go. I hit my brakes. Now I'm hanging out on the Rainbow, and there's a car coming at me, which turned the corner on Oki and didn't see me there. So again, my concern is just safety. Do we have to wait till an accident happens there? Or do we have to wait till a child is injured? I guess that's just it. I don't want to be critical. I mean, I'd like to make some suggestions. I hope I'm not naive in thinking that the people that are teaching our children are telling us one thing and doing something else. A suggestion might be pull them back to the 4 or 5 that they said they were going to do. Ask them to not release more cars from the mosque until that parking lot has cleared and El Park has cleared.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you
your
very
comments.
much.
Appreciate it. I think the school, I'm sure too, is equally concerned, if not more so, about safety. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Bill Dwyer. I am with the Parent Advisory Council with the school as well, but I'm also here as a parent with my son. And I'd like to say 2 things. Number 1, I go through the process of the pickup and drop off every day. There are 6 cars that are released each time, not 8, never 8. It's only 6, and they're very emphatic about it. Secondly, the driveway fits 6 cars just fine. In fact, you could fit 6 SUVs in the driveway just fine. So on the off chance of another car being stuck out there, number 1, it's very rare. And number 2, for someone who goes through it twice a day for the past 3 months, I've seen it maybe a handful of times. Maybe your timing is bad. I would say this, though. There are 2 other entrances into the neighborhood that are very short distance and just as convenient as the school entrance would be, or the entrance that's adjacent to the school. So I don't understand. I mean, I'm not saying that residents of the neighborhood should be inconvenienced and forced to use a different entrance, but if it did cause such an issue, why not just take the easy road and use a different entrance as a matter of a simple solution, especially pick-up and drop-off time for a school. As we've already noted, liquor stores and other establishments like that throughout Las Vegas obviously can cause some problems in their own neighborhoods. Having a school is a bonus for a neighborhood, and we use that school. Both my sons go there, only one is with me today, but believe me, the school is much better than a lot of other establishments that could be at that corner.
What's your name, son?
Eddie,
Eddie? And how old are you?
9,
You're very tall. You're going to be very tall. And what grade are you in?
4th grade.
And are you doing well so far?
Yes.
I'm sure that your father testified will help your grades. Thank you very much.
He doesn't
Thank
need any
you.
help. He's a very good student.
Believe me,
with
if
him.
you can do 4th grade math, that's pretty darn good, Dad.
He helps me.
Right, I bet. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie. All right, next.
Hi, my name is Tina Anat. I live at 9465 West Post Road. We are a new family to Imagine School. I have nothing but rave reviews for this school. My daughter started out, she had a lot of complications, and she is just excelling. The only problems, I mean, it's been difficult, with all the traffic, dealing with, hearing people are not happy with us being there and stuff. I will say that's been discouraging, but this school is by far the safest she's been to. She was at a Clark County School District school. We drive 25 minutes when I could take her 5 minutes down the road to go to this school. It's an exceptional school. They are super safe. I mean, if you go to any school near drop-off and pickup time, it's a nightmare. This school is everything but a nightmare for drop-off and pickup, and they are emphatic about how they do it. And I think all the parents we've bent over backwards with the staff to do exactly what we've been asked to do.
Good.
So I can only hope that it is approved.
Good. And what's your name?
Mara,
Mara. And how old are you, Mara?
9.
And do you happen to be in 4th grade with Ed?
No,
What grade are you in?
3rd.
Okay, so you're just going to learn from Ed. Are you in a grade with the other girl?
Yes.
Wonderful. And are you ready for homework tonight?
Yes.
Good. All right, we wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. She cute. Oh, they did. They did. You're next.
My name is Don Williams. I live at 6991 El Parque, the only house opposing on the corner. I have no problem with the school itself. I don't only have a problem with the traffic. And it's not that bad, and there's conditions when you first approved this, and they were supposed to do a study. I talked to Councilwoman Tarkanian. The study hadn't been done until just recently, because I thought it was supposed to be done when we had the meeting. And I believe the school said, well, we'll have our people do it. Well, when it wasn't done, I finally asked about it. And I guess you've got the study back now, and you have the count of how many cars have come by and the times. Have you not got that yet? Okay.
Yes, we have, and according to our information, it was safe. And there weren't problems on there, were there, according to our information? Yes, the study was approved by our department because they felt there weren't significant problems.
Okay, well, the traffic has not been that bad. The problem is, as the young lady spoke earlier, the traffic problem is when they come off of Rainbow and make a turn onto El Parque. There's only supposed to be 5 cars or something. That's what you can get in a little parking area there. Well, then you've got cars that are coming because they just keep coming in, and it's I guess a staging area, and they drive in, and when you got your 5 in there, and you got your 1 or 2 sitting on the corner, and the butt of the cars following are sitting outside, and when they turn, it is causing a problem. People have to come around that car that's sitting on the corner and come out. Now, that...
I should add right here so people can understand that the entrance to the school is sort of close to the corner, and that's why you're saying
Well,
that.
there's two entrances, I guess you'd call them two, an entry and an exit. They're not marked that way, but the minute you turn off of Rainbow onto El Parque, you have about maybe a 12 to 13-foot curb, and then they have the driveway that goes into the school. They pull in there, the staging area, drive down, either pick up the kids or let the kids out there, and that's where then they come out the other driveway. That's really not the problem. The problem is the corners where it backs up, and I have seen, I'm working in my yard all the time. School can tell you that because they bring the kids by, they go up to the park for their athletic activity, and they come down our street and go up into the park. So I'm out there most all the time working on landscaping, I'm redesigning stuff, and I see the kids come by, and I see the kids then when they get out of the cars, picked up or dropped off. Some kids go across the street without anyone, even the parents getting out of the car, and come across with them. Now, that's dangerous because, as you know, Councilwoman, we have all those cars, repair shops in there, and they test all their cars around that area. They come real fast around the corner, throw on their brakes, check their brakes, whatever, and then go in a driveway and cut across a driveway. They're right in front of the school, right across from it. That's dangerous, and I don't really, that's not really a problem to me. I don't want the kids hurt, but I just don't like to see it. The problem is that I thought we had an agreement, and I thought it was in there, that they would not drop off or pick up kids other than in that staging daisy train they go around. But I see people coming and doing it, and they go in, they come down our street, make a U-turn, or a turn into the school, and then come out, and then go right back down our street and go out the way they're not supposed to go in, come in or go out. They still do that. After the school lets out at, I don't know, 2:45 or something like that, then we have the day school people come. Now, we do not have any staff out there directing any traffic at that time. You only have traffic directors out there during the morning when they drop the kids off, and then at 2:45, I guess, when the kids are out of school, and they stage them back to that mosque or whatever it is where they park their cars. So that's the only time. Now, after that, I have seen cars, and I even talked to the principal and one of the, I guess, the owner of the school the other day, that an open house they had, and I told them it's not really a problem as heavy traffic, but the people are violating what the agreement is. They come down my street, park on the other side, not the curb side. They go across to the opposite lane, park facing against traffic, and get out and pick their kids up. No one seems to tell these people, you can't do that. And maybe that's not their place. I don't know. We can't call Metro because we're told when we do, and I have, well, we don't have the people. You have to call, if you got a neighborhood group or something, a parking committee or something, and they call and say, well, we checked on it. Everything is fine. So much lip service. It's just that I think someone needs to really do it. Councilwoman has had code enforcement up there. They came up there one day, and the very first time I saw them out there, it was a holiday, so there was no school. Naturally, there was no problem. So I just
Well, we appreciate your opinion
I
and
just like
your
for you
insight.
to think about that.
No, I
that's
think
all.
everybody's concerned about safety, and we know that's why you're speaking out, and appreciate that.
Yeah, well, that's about the only concern I have. The
Thank
school
you.
is no real problem if they'll just
Well, it
adhere
sounds
to
like
their
they're doing a
requirements.
great job in
Thank you.
education, so we're all concerned about the safety. So, well,
My name's Hodges, and I want to say this. Nothing in this world is idiot or foolproof. Rainbow is a boulevard. Depending on the time of day, you know, it's quite a bit of traffic. But I'm sure during the school hours, y'all kind of get the kids out before that happens, whatever. And what I'm trying to say is, what we have here is a failure to communicate. Ain't nothing wrong with what's going down. You got a school. You're trying to educate some kids. And everything got, you know, a little something in it. You can fall out the bathtub. What I'm trying to say, dangers everywhere, depending on, you know, time of day, whatever. So what I'm saying, you got a school, you're doing the best you can. Why don't we give everything a break? Have you had a major accident? No. So why don't we just don't create one by recommending one? You know what I'm saying? Let it be. If you're doing all right, don't kick it. Keep on taking care of the kids and educate them, please. Thank you. And
Thank
the
you.
boulevard, don't have them out there doing the rush hour. That's all I ask.
thank you. Okay, let's close the public hearing portion of this. Oops, and Councilwoman, do you want to say anything? I know you're concerned about the safety and issues, but I think perhaps Councilwoman should address first.
And I asked the principal to come up because she's there daily, and she could respond maybe to your questions or answer or address some of the comments from the neighbors.
Thank you so much. And your name, please?
Tiffany Curtis, 7885 West Rochelle Ave.
Thank you. We saw you before. Nice to meet you again. Okay, Councilwoman.
First, I wanted to say, we knew when we got onto this, it was problematic, and we knew that we had to keep it tightly together, or we were going to have the problems. And Mrs. Goodman Mayor Goodman as an educator, myself as an educator, we've both been in situations where we've had schools, and had schools that weren't exactly such as yours, but similar to yours in many ways as far as bringing the children to and from school. I wanted to back up a tiny bit and say that when we did this and we met with the families in the residential area, I was very, very strong, and I think we were strong here in the meeting, that we had to have the pickup done correctly. And I said, are you sure? And that meant you couldn't vary at all. So I don't know if you have 6 cars or what you have. I have had people go out there, and I will tell you that before school started, I received calls from people who live in the area, and I believe I told you about them. And these were people who I listened to, and they had their concerns, and they already had too much parking on the street from the school. And I'm saying to myself, how can this happen when we haven't even started school yet? So I called the principal, and I was strong with him too. I said, look, you have you've made the commitment. We have to evaluate that commitment, and we're going to evaluate it. And I'm not going to vote for you if you've not done it appropriately. I'm not going to move in favor of you. I think you've tried very hard. I think that the gentleman who was up here just recently, you and I met recently where the Lions and Tigers live. And
Don Williams?
Yes,
Okay.
we met there, right? We met, didn't we meet with the Lions and Tigers? Yes. And not in the same cage, by the way. Yeah. But in any way, and at that time, you said it was okay, that you said it was rough at the beginning. But after we spoke to the people at the school, it was improved, and you thought it was okay now. Now, I didn't speak with you again, ma'am, until I heard you speak today, so I wasn't aware. I assumed that it had picked up. I do want to say that after I did make that comment, I got one of the nastiest letters I've ever received from someone who thought I didn't like these kinds of schools and, all that kind of stuff. That's not what any of this is about. This is about protecting citizens, and this is what each of us has to do up here. I have a great responsibility to the people that I represent, and they count on me. And whenever I do anything, I do it openly. I do it where we try to get a win-win situation, and then we have to keep our word on it. So I do believe we have a problem here still. Are you not picking up in the mosque area? Are you picking up there?
No, we're staging there. So we have
Are staging there?
So we do run a very efficient and effective carpool situation where we have 3 staff members at the mosque area, and we have staff members outside of the school.
How
There's
many
a staff
cars are
member-
coming from the?
6 at a time get released via walkie-talkie. Someone says it's clear to release 6 cars, and they communicate that to the mosque. They release those 6 using a colored placard that the parent, when they arrive to the school, must give to an attendant to verify that they started the pickup at the mosque. So we do only release 6 at a time.
You're not having any parents sneak in?
So you can't, because if you come in without the colored card, we won't let you in the parking lot.
Could they be parking down the street a little bit?
So this is my first time hearing that since we got information from your office about parking on the street or dropping off and picking up. I can address those concerns with our parents. It hasn't been a concern that was brought up to me. I feel like we do have effective communication on our school site because our parents do want to be at this site, and our parents, some travel from a very long distance to bring their children there. So there's no reason for us not to comply. As I've spoken with the neighbors before, if I don't know, I can't do anything about it. If I do know, I can rectify the situation. I think we've had some challenges and we've overcome them.
Well, I think that you have moved down the amount of challenge significantly since the beginning, because I got calls all the time at the beginning. And we have not had calls in my office of which I'm aware, and I do ask my staff about that, about the difficulties we're having now. But I would like to have a meeting with myself and a couple of your administrators, and then the lady and gentleman here who are wonderful in the help they give their community, and do as she said, which is, she has some suggestions. Look at it from the other side of the view.
Absolutely.
And let's sit down and let's do that. And you can work that out with my secretary at my office. Her name is Kim.
Okay.
You have my office number and all that. Yes, she can do that. And let's meet. Now, I don't want to give a full advantage to this. I think we have to meet again in April. And we'll have a review again in April. But if we're still having staging problems, if we're still having any kind of problems then, did you misunderstand that?
No, I was asking her that, I was suggesting maybe we want to hold this for a month and have a meeting with you and the neighbors, and then, so we can nip anything in the bud prior to April?
I think that's a good idea.
That's why I was just asking if that was okay if we just did that, so I apologize.
If I might too, may I suggest, being involved with the school before, moving at least 360 children in and out of a very small area too. If it's possible and the meeting could be arranged at your school, and I could attend, I will say nothing unless I have an idea, but I really think I might have some suggestions, and it's up to the councilwoman, whatever she's recommending, but I think to have the meeting before just giving you more time and heaven forbid an accident happens. So maybe to go ahead and have your meeting.
Go ahead and have the meeting and then come back again and vote.
Yes.
Obey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. Let's just obey it until, really, it'd almost be after Christmas. You don't even have that much school time.
Correct.
About it.
Oh,
So we'd have to set up a meeting sometime early January. And at that meeting, have our two residents here who are very involved with this, and have the people representing your staff. The mayor has a lot of historical knowledge on this. She moved 360. I didn't move that many. I was working with the deaf. They weren't that many. But it is difficult, no matter small or large. And we love having you as a school, and we know you do well. I know from your parents, and you know, there's a grapevine in education here in Las Vegas. We know what's happening and who's doing well. So we're proud to have you there, but we made a promise. We made a commitment to those residents. They're the ones that have to count a lot in this, and we want to make sure everything's taken care of. So let's obey this item until January 8th.
And meet before then.
And before then, though, you will set up a meeting with my secretary, Kimberly, and get the names and add phone numbers of our resident individuals here. And ma'am, you know, you said you had suggestions. Don't hesitate. You give it to us and give it to them the way you feel. Because she has nothing against schools, but she has a concern in the neighborhood, and I can see it. I can see that sometimes. And sometimes things get by you, because I know somebody said to me, well, they didn't have anybody, when I called them and told them people were parking on the streets, and they said, oh, no, they're not. I had my staff member go out and take pictures, and they were. So, you know, you have to watch this carefully. You're also busy in the school. You just have to be very, very careful. So let's set it for obey it until the 8th.
And can we meet, maybe, since that will be right after New Year's, maybe have a meeting the second week or the second week of December out at the school? The school will be in session, the traffic promise will be there, and then maybe have that meeting there at your school that we can observe and see what's there, and then that gives you through, then you have your holiday time, and then you're right back. I mean, we come right back. I think this year New Year's Day is on Wednesday, so you're right there, and that puts you the next week into the council meeting.
All right, then, is there anybody from the residents who, did you want to add anything to this? Is that okay with you? So this means this vote is not going to be taken until in January, but we will meet and we will see, and if things can be done. Okay. Thank you very much. And you know, you do a great job teaching, and the residents are doing a great job too. I'd like to see his garden, though. I want him over at my house.
So you're going to move. All right, there's a motion to obey, and please vote, and please post. did fine. And that motion carries. Thank you. And we will move on to agenda item 101 and 102, VAR 50418, a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required and a 1-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required. Number 102 agenda item SDR 50417, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,850 square foot restaurant drive-through and a proposed 2,450 square foot general retail building with a waiver of perimeter landscape buffered standards to allow a 3-foot buffer along the west property line where 8 feet is required and a 4-foot buffer along a portion of the south property line where 15 feet is required. The applicant owner is ARSR2 LLC on .64 acres at 1625 East Charleston Boulevard. Staff recommends denial on both items. The Planning Commission recommends approval on both items. Both items are C1 General Commercial Zone. These items are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representatives present?
Yes, my name is David Strait, 1223 Heather Oaks Way in North Las Vegas.
And you are the owners or representative?
I'm the architect, and the owner is also here.
Name is Amjad Rashid, owner, franchisee for Church's Chicken, Las Vegas Market,
Thank you.
7737 Twin Tails.
Thank you. Please continue.
When the Planning Commission met, we accepted and agreed to all their conditions. Since that time, we've applied for permits, and we've already submitted the remapping that combines the 4 parcels into one. So what we discovered is that while our permits are almost completed, we've responded to the first cycle of comments and made corrections. We're near the permitting process completion for the building department, but zoning can't approve until condition number 10 is met, which requires that the mapping be done and recorded before the building permit's issued. So we have written a letter requesting a change to the language of that would allow us to get the permits and then hold the final inspection and certificate of occupancy for the filing and recording of the final map. And otherwise, we're fine with everything.
Okay. Mr. Fagg, you're on.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Let me go ahead and respond to the request to amend condition number 10. As the applicant has indicated, we originally had a requirement that they do the remapping of the site prior to the issuance of a building permit. They've requested to change the last line of condition number 10 instead to prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Staff would agree with that change in the condition if it's appropriate with the members of City Council, and so we would certainly support that. It still meets the goals of what we're trying to achieve here.
And therefore, you would recommend with that, recommend approval?
Yes, with that change to the condition.
Okay. Councilman Coffin.
It'll work with the neighborhood. I think it's something we've been needing. That's an ugly closed building. Church's Chicken is welcome in this neighborhood. I'll move for approval.
Thank you. Is this on 01, and we'll take 02 separately? Can we do that?
We'll do them separately, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Unless,
Is this not a public hearing?
I am so sorry. Yes, absolutely. Come forward.
I'm sorry, that's what
No, that's exactly what you're supposed to be. It gets late in the day for us sometimes.
My name's Richard Emanuel.
Wait, we have to, why don't you go to the other mic that's on? Thank
Do you
you.
mind if can we shoot this so you guys can see the city?
Absolutely.
My name's Richard Emanuel. I reside and own I reside at 1632 Mayfair Place. I own 1606 Mayfair Place, 1609 Mayfair Place, 1621 Mayfair Place, 1614 Mayfair Place, 1655 East Charleston, 1635 East Charleston, and multiple other properties in the downtown area. So that all cornerstone, all completely surround where Church's Chicken is. And I agree, since Arby's has been gone, and I think that's where I had my first roast beef back in like 1972. So I want them to be there. But what I don't want is they have a proposed site where they're going to put their trash, which is adjacent to, if you could see this right here, they want to put their trash, and the gentleman that owns 1605 and 1611, he apologized, he couldn't be here for JCB Trust, but his concerns On lot 54, they're gonna put a trash site right adjacent with no barrier next to his property, so it's on the upper left-hand corner, and he's afraid that the intake is gonna give noxious fumes into his tenants because it's located right next to his building. Also, my concern on 1606, 1610, and 1614, when people are pulling into the parking lot, I know he's gonna put some trees in this area, but right here, if you come down the alley, it's a very narrow alley. It's very narrow, and I think it's gonna cause an issue, one, with my tenants, all throughout Mayfair Place. If there's something that we can do to maybe you could put a retainer wall from his alley, maybe 4 feet, or some posts to stop people from a pass-through. I don't know if you guys can see this, I'm sorry.
No, we can. We've got it on our monitor.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the counter recorder. So, I mean, I would love to have Arby's, be renovated into Church's Chicken, but I do oppose some of the conditions that they're granted the permission to do that. It's just gonna block off the alley. Cars are gonna be pulling in. There's gonna be a speaker there, which we can maintain maybe the volume if I have to call up city code and say that it's too loud. But I've been opposed to this since the very beginning. And the site plans, and being the fact that I own all the property surrounding him, I would like to be able to work something out with him.
Okay, have you
Your Honor,
met-
I have a question for him.
Please.
Yeah. Don, is it?
Richard Emanuel.
Richard, did you?
Close.
You must have received half a dozen notices.
I did, and I faxed them all back to your office, opposed. Matter of fact, I've got even a few here that I've sent them back opposed. I've got copies and fax confirmation.
We don't have copies of them in my office.
Okay.
Did you attend the planning commission meeting?
I did, a matter of fact.
Okay.
Thursday night, I believe it was, a few months back.
We don't show your opposition, that's why I'm concerned.
Well, it was noted.
I know, you say so, and I
Yeah.
believe you. But I don't see your protests.
I was there. I stood up and spoke to, I forget the young gentleman's name who was the commissioner of that area, and said he went out, and apparently he didn't walk by, because if you go over to, 1605 is commercial in the front facing Charleston, but it's a triplex. And my grandparents live at 1635 East Charleston, which is lot 17. They've been there since 1951. So my concern is also for safety and fire code, if you're going to build right up to their property line, and she's 94 years old, by the way, my concern is for safety vehicles to get in and out, and if she's got an emergency issue.
Richard, did you meet with them? Did you meet with the property owners here?
Yeah, several times.
After he's done, I'll interject on his things. So let
I
him
could not
finish.
hear you. You're not speaking into the microphone.
Right. I was going to say, a few of the items that were concerned, that were previously addressed by Mr. Trinity, I will revise over by showing the site to you guys once he's done with his comments, if it's okay with the audience.
So you say that you met some of Trinity Schlottman's, the planning commissioner.
Yes, sir. Mr.
You met
Trinity
his objections?
came to the site and visited our site himself. But
I don't know what else to do. I mean, I'm not asking for much. I'm asking for maybe they move their garbage and maybe put some kind of a retainer wall so people can't use the alley for a turn-through or a turnabout. There's got to be something there. I know they're putting a couple trees there, but cars are still going to cut through that parking lot and cut through the alley, and it's going to interfere with my tenants and/or my properties.
This should have been negotiated before it came to us.
I've
some way or
been at
another.
every meeting that's been around.
Yeah, I understand he was a planning, and planning disregarded what his objectives
actually, it
were.
was negotiated, sir.
Okay, Councilman
You have to
Beers
instruct the
wants to
gentleman.
add something in here.
This gentleman here, who is the owner,
May I show you?
does not make himself easy to hear.
Okay. When you address, can you make sure you're right at the microphone so Councilman Coffin can hear you? But excuse me one second, Councilman Beers, please.
Thanks, Your Honor, and I guess this would direct this question to Flynn and staff. I pulled the address up on Google so I can toggle back and forth between the map and a satellite view, and I don't know when the satellite view was taken. It was daytime. There were no cars parked at the proposed churches, so I presume that the Arby's was closed. But the trash receptacle is already up in that northwest corner of the parcel. So it looks to me like it's been there since back in Arby's days.
Certainly. Councilman Beers, if I might respond to that. You are correct in that the trash enclosure has historically been located in that location. There is a condition of approval, condition number 7 on the site plan, that does require them to provide walls, gates, and some type of a roof or trellis over that existing location in order to enclose it properly in accordance with our code requirements. And so that is to address those concerns.
I agree with that. That was the negotiation that was previously agreed upon in previous session with a month ago. And in addition to that, one of the things that was agreed upon was to create the larger trees that would hide the ugly houses that Mr. person owns over here. And I'm commenting I'm commenting Mr. Trinity on that one. And in addition to that, this road behind that you see is a one-way road. It's a one-way road alley that has been used for years and years. And to top it up, the other item,
which both properties gave an easement to.
What we're asking for is something that is giving more utilization to the land. As far as the grandma's safety is concerned, I'm referring to his grandma, which is 94 years old. She lives on a commercial property. Over here is a commercial property. That residence is on a commercial property. And safety, fire brigade can come here, they can come from here, they can come from the front, they can come from this side. I do not see safety issue.
They honestly, there's no pasture there. They can't come. They may be able to park up front, but the side of the house, if that building ever were to catch fire, and it's been a residential, it's zoned commercial. I don't know how it got zoned commercial. I know my grandpa moved out here in 1951. You know, and at that time it was considered out of town. But you know, it's going to be. I just want to make a note that it's definitely going to be a safety issue. So if this passes, I just want to know who's going to be accountable or responsible if something did happen. It's a severe issue. The alley's not big enough for a fire truck to move through.
Do you want to take charge of this?
I'm going to move to defer this for a month.
Okay.
I want to meet with you all because we haven't met. You haven't contacted me, even though you think you have. You said you have. We didn't hear from you. So I'm going to pull you all back for a month.
I appreciate it.
Unless there's some huge problem with 1 month. Mr. Straight, what is your problem with 1 month?
Well, our permits are nearly ready to issue. I'll just give you some background. We weren't going to put the islands and the trees along the alley. In our last meeting, this gentleman complained that the alley was being obstructed, and he didn't want to see traffic changed by our offer. But the trees and the islands were put in there as a suggestion from staff and from our planning commissioner. The trash enclosure didn't come up at all in the planning commission meeting, and as you heard, that there is a condition in our approval that we will upgrade that thing, and there's really no good reason not to have it in that corner. And his main complaint that this is a residential neighborhood is denied by the fact that both sides are C2 on both sides of us. So, and I didn't even hear today the complaint that he brought at the last meeting.
If I may interrupt you.
For us to delay this another month kind of defeats the purpose of trying to move ahead with the permits.
We all have our calendars.
Okay, if I may, Councilman, I've kept the public hearing open because I know Mr. Farlow wanted to come up, and I don't know if anybody, you've changed your mind. No, you don't want to come up. Okay.
I need to research, Your Honor, the question of whether or not these objections came to me. They didn't come from the people who live in those homes that Mr. Emmanuel, is it Emmanuel?
Yeah.
Rents out. I guess you rent them out.
Correct. And
Okay.
I only moved down there to take care
So
of
I'm going to verify that your objections were sent but not received, or if in fact they were, why they didn't come to me. So I move to defer this, obey this until the second meeting in December. That would be December 18th. I used to live over in that area. I know about the alley. I know about all the property there. I owned a home from 1978 until 1986 at 1721 Lewis, so I'm very familiar with the area. And therefore, I now move to defer this to December 18th. That's the first item. That would be item number 101.
And before that, I have to close the public hearing since Mr. Farlow. Was there anybody else out there that wanted to make comment?
No, I just, sorry.
Did you wanted to make comment?
The vote's been cast.
Okay, there is a motion. Please vote on 101.
I wanted to say something, if possible, before
Sure.
you proceed further. And Mr. Coffin, that would relates to you directly. What we would like is, as far as the concern that came up today, all the concerns that were previously being addressed has been taken care of and agreed upon in the previous sessions that we had.
Excuse me, we haven't met, have we?
I called your office.
I know, but I mean, we haven't actually had a meeting in our office.
No, we never had a meeting.
So we're going to have that. I now move on item 102 to defer that to
Did you
December
post
18th.
on one yet? We haven't posted on one, Councilman.
On an abeyance, you can do one, you can do them both at the same time, on the abeyance.
Well, we've got one already in the can. We just need to
Why
post it,
isn't
and
it
we'll do
posted?
two.
Okay.
Council, would you post on one, please? And that motion carries. And now on two, please.
I move on item 102 to obey until December 18th.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please
Now,
post.
both parties will call my office and set up an appointment. I may have you there at both
Councilman, you have to
at the
vote.
same time.
I appreciate that, Councilman. Excuse me, I just want to say
It doesn't
today,
mean that I like your arguments. I want to make sure that we in
Thank you,
fact
sir.
are...
Mr. Coffin, if you give me a minute after this session, can I have 30 seconds or 45 seconds with you?
No, but back there is a gentleman who just raised his hand. He'll assist you in setting up an appointment with my office. We will get together. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say thank you
Bye.
for today when I was leaving my house, the downtown project and the rehabilitation for that neighborhood Mayfair tract. They just started to put the sidewalks in down as far as 16th Street, so it's very, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that has been obeyed to the 18th of December. And Felipe will see you. He's back walking across. Agenda item 103, GPA 50785, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, possible action or request to adopt an updated Parks and Recreation element and revise the 2020 plan, all wards. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare open. We are the applicant. Is somebody speaking for the applicant?
Madam Mayor, over here.
Aha!
Flynn Fagg, Planning Director for the City of Las Vegas, here to present to you an update to the city's Parks and Recreation element. We first adopted the element in 2000 and then did an update in 2008, and this is a follow-up to that. We needed to update our figures as population growth expectations has changed dramatically over the last 5 years, and in terms of how that impacts our planning for parks in the future. As you're aware, a Parks and Recreation element is a required element by Nevada revised statutes as part of the city's master plan, and we've adopted this in conjunction with the Trails element, which exists as a separate document. One of the things I'd like to do is point out some of the successes of the city in terms of park development over the last 13 years since the element was originally adopted back in 2001. In terms of our level of service, we've increased our park area from 1.1 acres per 1,000 residents back in 2000 to today we are at 2.92 acres per 1,000 residents. And so we have made considerable progress in that area. The goal that we had set for ourselves was to have a minimum of 2.5 acres, so we have exceeded that. Also, the number of city parks has increased dramatically between 2001 and today. We had 40 parks in 2000. Today we have 77 parks. And even though we have been in a recession over the last number of years, we've added 8 new parks. So that, I think, is an accomplishment on the city's part. And as services for our residents, I'm sure our residents appreciate that. One of the areas where we continue to have concerns is obviously in our underserved areas. We have added 8.24 acres of park area to the southeast sector, which primarily encompasses Ward 3 and portions of Ward 1 and Ward 5. We've added a couple of downtown parks. Boulder Plaza was added, and that counts as a mini park in our categorization of parks. And then the rebuilding of Stupak Park in the area there to the west of the Stratosphere has also been rebuilt. And then what we're also trying to do is to link the construction of parks to our capital improvement project, identifying areas where we need parks and then planning for them accordingly. So that's something that we are coordinating between our departments and something that exists as an implementation item in this element. As I had mentioned, the underserved areas are still a point of concern for us in the city of Las Vegas, primarily looking at areas with the highest population densities or that have been without parks for the longest period of time. This map that you see before you is one of the maps that's included in the update of the element, and the areas shown in the darker orange or in the red are areas that are concerns for us where we do need to have parks, and so we will continue to look for the ability to develop parks in those areas. As I had mentioned, the southeast sector, and particularly Ward 3, is one of the areas where we need to give greater attention to the development of parks. And so that's where we are looking at any possibility for parcels that may be city parcels that are underdeveloped or undeveloped as potential opportunities. And again, the continuing development of parks within our downtown area, which also continues to be underserved. But generally, again, we have other areas in Wards 1 and Wards 5 where we need additional parks as well. Right. We're happy to report in Ward 6 that we have a fair amount of parks to serve the population. Ward 2 through the combination of both public and private parks, and in Ward 4 as well. But again, we have updated the parks that we've developed since 2008, updated our projections, and again, we would ask for your approval of this update.
Great, thank you. This is public hearing. I declare it open. Anyone wishing to make comment about our parks? This upgrade is wonderful. 77 parks.
My name is Hardy. So the city owns the park, right? But as long, I hope there ain't no boulevards or anything. I hope the kids don't have to play hop, skip, and jump and hire a tank to get across the road to get to the park. But if the area surrounding the park is free and clear for the kids to get back and forth to the park, but not facing any traffic danger, build some more parks in that same order. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Yes, but we have someone before I close public hearing. Hi there. Again.
Park Flash Shower, 1816 South 9th Street. If that half circle, what used to be a circle park behind the Stratosphere, is going to be made a park again, I think that's an excellent idea, because that area has been short of park ever since the Stratosphere expanded into that park. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can answer that, Your Honor.
Okay, if you will, but let me just see if there's anyone else for public hearing, and then Councilman Coffin. Close public hearing, please, Councilman Coffin. Go ahead.
Thank you. On that particular question, that is not a park anymore. That was traded to the Stratosphere. They own that, what's remaining of the half circle. The Stupak Park that's been referenced is a piece of land about 0.6 of an acre, so probably 25,000 square feet, that is under construction still. It's referenced as being finished in our report here, but it isn't that quite yet. And that is just a little bit larger than a pocket park, or maybe about the same size as one, and it's for children. And it's not really a turfed area. It is for some soccer, and again, these are very, very small amenities. The council has seen what's going on over there. We're very proud of it because it's taking land that would have no other use, and we're putting it to good use for children. But really, Ward 3, because it is park poor and land poor, there is no public land virtually available anymore, except the 3 parcels of land that are owned by the Housing Authority that we've talked about in the council, about the Housing Authority, which they say they're not land banking that land, but it's sitting there with a big fence around it and lots of trees and absolutely nothing growing in there for anybody to relax. So that's an embarrassment for the city, but the city at this moment can't do anything. And we haven't received a feeler yet from the Housing Authority as to when they want to meet on that issue. So that's number one. But I want to make sure in this plan now, the modifications, we've got a vehicle or a method for creating pocket parks, because ever since I came in here, I felt the only way Ward 3 is going to get any more parks, because it's all built up, is to take some places where housing developments have failed and where you have houses that are knockdowns and they're in foreclosure, they're just never going to be improved. And do we have the authority to build some pocket parks where we have private land that we could acquire? It might even be just a lot or 2 lots next to each other in a neighborhood to create a park. What is our power on that, Flynn?
Councilman Coffin, certainly that is one of the abilities that we have. In the list of park types on page, 16 of my document, I hope it's the same in yours that you have in your backup materials, we identify the different types of parks that the city develops. Neighborhood park is probably the most familiar, which is anywhere from 1 to 5 acres in size. And then we also have listed a mini park, which is any park that would be less than an acre in size. And so we encourage the development of all scales of parks to serve our residents. And certainly in areas that are constrained, such as the downtown area or portions of Ward 3, we would certainly like to see the development of mini parks where there are no other options for a regular sized neighborhood park.
So we have a situation where, Your Honor, where we have apparently the power to establish parks by acquiring land that's in some of these neighborhoods that have fallen on hard times. And in doing so, we could bring up the spirits as well as the property values of all the surrounding residences. You know, if a lot is 7,000 feet and you get 2 or 3 of them together, you've got the makings of a very fine little, you want to call them a mini park, I don't know, call them a pocket park. That seems to me to be a way we have to go. And if this document as amended now will provide for that, then, and in the underserved areas, we really need to start looking at that. The land acquisition costs are very low, and I think we'll have neighborhood cooperation. The one park that was referenced, one of the 2 that you mentioned, Boulder Plaza, that's concrete, surrounded by a wrought iron fence. And so it's a plaza, yeah, and it's really, well, it's technically a park, but in practice, you know, it's not very comfortable. So anyway, Your Honor, thank you for hearing that. I'll support this. I just wanted to make sure that the council was aware. We do have a way of fixing some of this problem, but we don't have any vacant land anywhere on the east side to do anything more except acquire it in small bits and pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and therefore I'm going to make a motion to adopt the updated Parks Recreation and revise the 2020 master plan. So there's a motion, please vote, and please post. Thank you, that motion carries, and Councilman Anthony had a meeting. He has been excused. Agenda item 104, VAR 51072, public hearing. Applicant owner Wesley Christian Properties LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 7-foot 6-inch side yard setback at the south property line where a 10-foot side yard setbacks required, and allow a 48-foot rear yard setback where 50 feet rear yard setbacks required on .48 acres at 1505 Oak Drive in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. And so I see someone here. Are you the applicant or a representative?
Yes, the applicant.
And your name, please?
John Burke, 1700 Monte Rio Court.
Thank you. And with you?
Kevin Steiner, 875 East Silverado Ranch Boulevard.
Thank you. Mr. Vag, could you talk to us, please?
Certainly. The applicant is requesting to build a new residential structure on this undeveloped lot. They have requested a variance of approximately 2.5 feet on the south side of the property, and then a 2-foot variance at the rear of the property. And while the variance requested is rather minimal, staff found that it did not meet our criteria and recommended denial. You will note that the Planning Commission recommended approval of the item, and then following the Planning Commission meeting, the applicants held a neighborhood meeting, and so here they are today.
Boy, that's beautiful. I'd like that as my saver screen. Okay, it is public hearing. I declared it open. Anybody want to say anything? It's interesting, because I haven't given the applicant a chance to say anything.
Okay, I'm going to give the applicant something to say right quick. You say you went before the neighbors?
Yes.
And they all seen you approve? Hey, what can I say?
Okay, anyone else from the public? I'll close the public hearing. Let's hear from you, if you would, please.
Yes, we purchased the home with the intent of building a single-story home. We designed the home to keep all that mature landscaping that you see there. In doing so, we went to the HOA, and they gave their approval, so to the Architectural Committee, and we do have the sign-offs of the neighbors north and to the south and to the east, all in approval of the variance. So we ask that you respectfully follow the Planning Commission's recommendation and approve the variance.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I think this is a beautiful plan. We had, as far as our backup material, written backup, we had nobody protesting. We had 2 supporting. At our neighborhood meeting, we had 2 families protesting. One family that came later was in support. So it's very close, and I really haven't, you know as well as I that when we had the people come to complain, they did not complain about what you're requesting. They complained about your trees.
Correct.
And the city, as far as I know, Flynn, and legal, we do not have a right to tell you to cut down a row of, 12 trees? The trees you have in back, very
It's
mature trees.
approximately 10 trees or so, yes, mature
Right.
pine and
And they're
eucalyptus trees.
beautiful trees,
Yes,
and,
they
it bothers someone's swimming pool, but the fact of the matter is, we've worked hard in the city on a tree canopy also. So anyway, it's beautiful. I move to approve. I hope everything goes well for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post.
Your Honor, please mark me as an aye,
Councilwoman,
and I have an additional symptom for our IT department.
and please post. It's beautiful dwelling. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda number 105, MSP 50849, public hearing, applicant Boca Park Marketplace, LV LLC owner, Boca Park Marketplace, LV LLC et al., for possible action on a request for a master sign plan for an existing shopping center on 47.3 acres at the northeast corner of Charleston and Rampart Boulevards. This is in Ward 2, Councilman Beers' ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Are you the applicants or representatives, please?
I am the applicant. I'm the vice president of Boca Park. So,
Welcome.
good afternoon, Mayor.
We
Council.
love Boca
I'm glad
Park.
to be here today.
And your name, please, sir?
James Grindstaff, 9440 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 240, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Wonderful.
Oh, sorry, sir. There we go.
Okay, and
Thank
with
you,
you
Councilman.
is?
With me, go ahead, Dave.
David Shiano, Vision Sign, 6630 Arroyo Spring Street.
Thank you.
Vision Sign are the designers for the signs that we are looking. For the most part, all our signs we are just refurbishing, except for one at the corner. That is the one sign that I am showing here in the middle. It is a 40-foot sign. I'll be glad to answer questions. I know we've been here a long time all day, so I will not
You've been here
bloviate.
all day?
Well, no, you've been here all day.
Oh.
I've only been here since 1 o'clock. I had a nice
Okay.
lunch. I'm sure you had to hurry through it, ma'am. But in lieu of the time you've spent here, I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
This is what is or what's proposed?
This is the one that's proposed. All the other things that are going on are just refurbishing of the existing signs, so they look a little bit more modern than they currently do. So we're just, that is the look that's going to be for all of them, so.
Okay.
And one of them, the one at the corner has the reader board, all the rest are just refurbishing with standard panels.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone want to make comment? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Beers, you're on board.
I would move staff recommendation and note that I will be voting yes for the clerk, because my
Isn't that
computer is-
cheating? Oh, because
It's
yours
not.
isn't working.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's like
No,
I
you
wait
might
all day for
influence.
one agenda item in Ward 2.
Right. But shared, meant to be. Okay, please vote. And please post. Well done.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Congratulations. Look forward to your new sign.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Thanks for what you've done. Boca Park's great. Agenda item 106, SUP 50774, public hearing, applicant owner, D-Car Enterprises LLC for possible action on request for special use permit for a proposed 5,669 square foot tavern limited establishment, 1201 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 110 in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Both planning and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much for having me here today and council. My name is Ron Pokrivka. I live at 1404 Maria Elena Drive, 89104.
Oh, you're in the neighborhood.
Yes. I go by Ron Dakar. That is my stage name. I've been a singer in town for years and performed in many shows on the Strip. My ending career was the Folie Bergère at the Tropicana Hotel for 14 years. After I retired, I opened the Viva Las Vegas Wedding Chapel, which is owned by my LLC, Dakar Enterprises, at 1205 Las Vegas Boulevard South. I've recently acquired the property at 1201 Las Vegas Boulevard on the corner of Park Paseo and Las Vegas Boulevard. It was a dilapidated, broken down old building that needed much renovation, which I have proudly done over the past 8 months. If I can, I just want to show you a few pictures so you know. This was the outside of the building 8 months ago. That was the parking lot behind my property. That's the facade of the building as it was when it was OCHA years ago, and now OCHA is now back in the building. This back part here is the new Viva Las Vegas Event Center, and that's what it looks like now.
Wow.
We've spent, besides the purchase price, spent a little bit over $1.2 million fixing up the outside and the inside to use for our wedding receptions. We currently have a liquor and banquet facility license, which is basically just for my clients. We are here before you tonight going for a limited tavern license so that we can be open nightly with entertainment, and with my show business background, that's what we would like to be able to put on there. This was the picture of the inside of the building. The ceiling was completely collapsed, all kinds of cracks in the floors. We put about $43,000 worth of connection fees, and the building is completely ADA compliant. This is what it looks like now.
Oh, wow.
It has a full-scale showroom, which I intend on having some fabulous entertainers with my contacts performing right down in downtown area. We have over $100,000 worth of intelligent lighting and an incredible soundboard that can handle a 32-piece orchestra. I've talked to many different entertainers here in town. Wes Winters is one of them. He was trying to do his holiday show here with us, but due to other commitments, he's not able to, but we're going to try for a Valentine's Day show at the event center. The property inside is kind of reminiscent of the old nightclubs out of the Hollywood movies with Bing Crosby and Vera Ellen and Rosemary Clooney, which you sort of remind me of Rosemary Clooney.
I've heard that so many times.
I know,
I think
so
when she was in her
if I could-
largest stage.
Well, I have a stage that you can sing on now, so there you go.
You wouldn't want it.
Anyways, these are just photos of the property as it exists now. This is our bar area, which we will be using if we get the limited tavern license.
Beautiful.
All of our room is completely AV compliant, so that if a client needs to use any kind of AV along with their corporate dinners or award shows or whatever we might have, it's available.
Will you be serving food all the time, or just on your weddings and special events?
Well, we serve that with our special events, but any kind of ticketed events or anything like that, yes, we would like to serve food with our...
But it will not be open to the public all the time as a restaurant or anything?
It will be marketed solely for ticketed events and that kind of thing. I don't really want to be open just to the general public, people walking in all the time.
Okay. It's beautiful. You did a beautiful job.
Thank you.
So we are a public hearing. Anybody want to come up and applaud? Come on forward. If you're going to say anything nasty, you may not come up.
No, I'm not. My name is Leah Cross-Gozanini. I'm the Executive Director for Golden Rainbow, and we do services for the HIV/AIDS community. Ron has been supporting Golden Rainbow since 1987, the very beginning, and we fully support the Event Center. It gives organizations like Golden Rainbow the opportunity to have fundraisers so we can raise more money in our community. So I hope you all support it as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Oh, my name is Hodges. All I got to say, I'm too young to go into place. It's real nice looking.
Thank you, sir.
You could go for a wedding.
Todd Farlow, I'm here to applaud.
Good.
Good afternoon, Mayor
Yeah.
and distinguished council members. It's so nice to see many of you. My name is Camille Duskin. I am an apartment building owner in this area. I'm also president of the Gateway Arts Foundation here in Las Vegas. And I will tell you that it is with great pleasure that I encourage you to please issue this license. Ron has done so much for this community, and every effort he has made an impact, and I wish it would inspire others in the area to do the same thing. The work, as you can see, is beautiful, and I fully intend to make great use of it and to encourage many of the organizations to which I belong to hold their events there. I think it'll bring great visibility on a very positive level to that area. The parking, you didn't mention the beautiful parking structure, parking lot and signage. It's simply beautiful. And please, please help us in this effort. It's very, very exciting.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Last chance. Wait, I see someone else coming forward.
I'm Joe Pogrifica, and I'm Ron's dad. Back in 1981, I put him in a stick shift car with a trailer behind it, knowing he was coming out to Vegas to try to get a job. 2 days later, he called me and said, "I'm going to work at the Flamingo. I got a job." I said, "Well, that's tremendous." And ever since then, he's been working real hard. And the job that he had at the Tropicana, where he retired from, he had to audition 13 years to get it each year. And he did do that. And he's been working that way, dedicated and hard, spending his time and his money. He owns Viva Las Vegas Wedding Chapel, one of the largest in the city. He had to buy the adjacent property next door. And this event center is probably going to be one of the nicest places that you could have a meeting at. I'd recommend you might have one yourself. And he would invite you to try it at any time. Appreciate your thoughts and efforts and give him a good consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I must say, it's wonderful, it must be wonderful for you to hear your father talk so glowingly about you, because I think all of us, in remembering our parents, or if they're still alive today, that's what we want to do, is please them, make them proud. So just, this is a memory, and because if you wait long enough on the replays, 5 times a week, you can see your father saying this, and congratulations to you. So, Councilman Coffin, what a wonderful, wonderful.
Oh, it's a nice addition. The corner hasn't looked as good in many, many years.
Oh,
So
excuse
you-
me? Councilman Beers, because this is your property, he has something.
Just real quick. Sure. Ron, did you talk your dad into moving out here?
Yeah, after 9/11, I talked to my
I
folks
figured.
into coming
Thank
out.
you.
I'm sorry, back to you, Councilman Coffin.
So you told your dad you want to be a dancer, and he said, "What?" I'm sure that was an epic discussion back in 81 or 82. Ron, you've done you've done a good job, and
Thank you.
You're a good neighbor. I live about 200 yards away from your establishment.
And I hope you frequent it.
I will do that. And more importantly, I think you've become a better neighbor with your expansion. You've had a meeting of the neighbors come over.
Mm-hmm.
You've encouraged others to brighten the look of their property. There's 4 property owners in that area between, let's say the Olympic Garden and Park Paseo, and you and others are doing a good job of bringing the level up. And it's really, I think, improving the life for everybody there. I don't need to say any more. You've seen it all, Council, and the hour is late. So I will now move for approval of item 106.
Great, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Congratulations. We're thrilled. Thank you for what you've done. Wonderful. And we will now move on to Todd? Okay, we're on agenda items 107 and 108, SUP 50823, special use permit for a proposed 118-unit single-room occupancy residence in an existing building, and 108, SDR 50826, a request for site development plan for proposed private pedestrian plaza and the conversion of a 3-story 162-unit hotel to a single-room occupancy residence. The applicant owner is 217 LVB LLC on 1.5 acres at 217 North Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of both items. Both items are C2 General Commercial Zone. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearings which I now declare open. I gather the applicant is the, and we will hear comments from Mr. Fagg first.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. On this project, we have two applications before you. One is a special use permit to convert what has been the Gold Spike Hotel into a dormitory facility, if you will. The nearest applicable zoning category that we had to fit this into is the SRO, or single room occupancy. And what they're proposing to do is to allow weekly or monthly rentals of these rooms and then develop, I believe, a common kitchen on the second floor for residents to use. And I'll let the applicant speak a little bit more to that use. But again, as you know, the downtown project does things that are a little bit unusual sometimes, and so we have to try and fit our code around that.
Never.
The second application that they have before you is relative to the parking lot that's immediately east of the Gold Spike building that sits on the intersection of Ogden and Las Vegas Boulevard. What they're requesting you to do is to designate that as a pedestrian plaza. So it would function part of the time as a parking lot, and then also part of the time for some types of special events that they would hold in conjunction with their facility. And so those are the applications that you have before you, and again, the applicant will give you additional detail.
What did they submit to you, or we can ask the applicant, but for parking when those special events and the people that are going to be occupying and renting those rooms for a week or a month, where did they go?
That is a good question. This property is located within the downtown Centennial Plan area, so as you're aware, we don't automatically apply our standard parking requirements. One of the benefits that this site does enjoy is it's in close proximity to a number of parking facilities. There is the Zappos parking facility, the former City Hall parking garage that's immediately north of the Gold Spike. And then there's also public parking available in either the Fremont Street garage or the Neonopolis garage that are adjacent there. So there's a couple of options for them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if you would proceed, and the other question I have, are you still going to allow the public into the bottom floor
Absolutely.
with food in the coffee shop
Absolutely.
and all those rest areas?
Yes, I'll talk about those in a second. Todd Kessler, 300 North Las Vegas Boulevard, 89101. It's my pleasure to be here. I know it's late, so I'll try and be brief, but it's tough on this project. In my mind, this is a great symbol of downtown redevelopment. You take an existing use that was different and modify it into something else, and this is a great example of that. I mean, we have been open at the Gold Spike for many months, have gotten incredible reviews. I hope that you all have come down and experienced it. I know Councilman Barlow has got the opportunity to do so, but it's kind of a unique environment. We took this old smoky casino and turned it into a very different space, I'll say. We have shuffleboard, we have Jenga, we have other fun games of such, incredible food as well. What we have before you today is yet another kind of example of our unusualness, as you so well put it, and we'd like to be the leaders in that, as you well know. But you know, the private outdoor plaza, or the SDR for the private outdoor plaza, allows us a lot of flexibility. I'll give you the greatest example, which is coming up, assuming that this passes, and that would be a winter wonderland. And so we'll be transforming that into an ice skating rink with hot cocoa.
We love competing without on the Strip. They have a rink. I didn't know why we didn't have one.
We have the
Good.
biggest, Mayor.
Good.
And that was intentionally done.
Good.
Mayor, can I stop right there?
County's got nothing on us.
Can you say that one more time, Mr. Kessler? You're going to have what?
Well, I'm going to get to
in
the best part.
downtown Las Vegas?
We're going to have a winter wonderland, sir. We're going to have ice skating. We're going to have hot cocoa. and we're going to have Santa Claus. And I
Oh,
take this
yes.
opportunity, based on the last application, to maybe ask if the mayor can ask if someone who looks like Santa Claus that I might know from the past to come out to be our Santa.
I think
That would be
that's
just,
great.
that would be great. So I'm extending that invitation right now. And it allows food trucks, it allows other things like that. And that's the reason to have this classification put on it. And to identify your concerns, we have the same ones as parking. And one other project that's currently under construction, that will be open in less than 2 months, is directly across the street. And is a parking lot that we're putting up. And it has about 71 or so stalls. It's just directly across on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard, behind the 7-Eleven.
Okay.
And as part of that, we are expanding the sidewalks to a tremendous amount to help with some of the concerns that Mr. Barlow has mentioned this morning, as well as just to enlighten that area. That is a high area for us, as you know, with all of the redevelopment efforts that are underway. And the SUP for the single-room occupancy, like Flynn said, was a kind of to fit something into an existing categorization. And again, we take a unique approach to that when we take a look at these hotel rooms. And we have a lot of people who want to live in them on a monthly basis, explore downtown with small space living, which is a new way of thinking. It's not my generation, but it's others, and it is a new way. And it's one of the things that we're studying at Downtown Project, how we build in the future with small space living. So this gives us that opportunity to test it to some degree as well. It gives us a lot of flexibility, and those are the two things that come up.
Questions? Will you allow more than one person in a one-bedroom?
I can answer that question afterward. I believe that there's couples, I mean, I forget the exact
I mean,
specifics.
there might be a limit of 3 or 4
Yeah,
in a one-bedroom?
they're only 280 square feet, so.
Are you also going to have washer dryers somewhere?
Yes, and so part of our submittal was we indicated that we were taking our second floor and making it to more of a community space, and that has laundry facilities as well as kitchen facilities. And
Okay.
not commercial kitchen, but just some
And
opportunity.
one last thing, are you keeping alive the gaming license for the hotel?
Yeah, currently it's in a transition piece, and so from an entitlement perspective, it remains active. It remains active pursuant to code for up to 2 years, and et cetera.
You just have to have it active one day a year, I think, to
After the
keep it.
2-year, yeah, and then there's
Correct.
other ones about quarter restrictions, but we're in compliance with the Game Control Board on that, because it's just, that's not our thought, as you can see from what we've done. We've taken it and made it into something different.
And one last thing, I'm sorry.
No, please.
Is there a prioritization given to Zappos employees, or can the common person who doesn't work for Zappos come in and rent?
As it currently, it's really growing, because you have to take a floor at a time and kind of renovate it. So in the beginning, the most interest that we got was all the Zappos employees. And so we're trying to fulfill those needs. And so at some point, I think I can have a better informed decision. But we're taking each floor step by step. We've only done one floor so far. And that's anticipation of getting this approval, and then we'll take it up and then have demand issues that we'll deal with.
And therefore, what's the timeline for the first floor, assuming this would be accepted?
The day after.
Oh, okay.
We like to move quick.
Great.
And the Winter Wonderland needs to move quick, too, from that perspective.
Right.
I'm going to close. I know I'm going to answer some more questions in a second, but, you know, it's very proud to be here. Sorry, because this is the greatest city. And I say that because I see all the concerned citizens, and I see how you guys react to it and what the stakeholder meetings that are occurring. So it's something I'm very proud of. So, thank you.
Wonderful. It is a public hearing. Anybody daring to come up? Here we are.
Day, I guess.
Very wise gentleman.
Thank you.
I think Todd has moved. The
I
two
love
Todds
these
up here.
guys. I
Todd
mean, this
left,
is inventive.
Todd right.
I think that's all they do is sit in the back room someplace and dream this stuff up. From the stuff that they drive to the places they live to the places they work. I mean, this is, I don't know. I don't know if they need a professional help or what. But it'll work. It'll work. There's several of us while we were working on the ships. I lived in a hotel room for 6 years, and you get you know where to go for the entertainment and that, and you don't need big spaces. You don't haul around a lot of junk with you and this and that, and it will work. It takes a new attitude. It takes a new lifestyle. But if anybody can do it, these people can do it. But Christmas in July when it's 110, I don't know about that.
Right.
My name Hodges. A skating ring?
Sorry?
You said skating ring, right? Ice skating ring?
Yes, sir.
Give me a break. That sounds good to me.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I can't skate.
You may not come back to the microphone. I'm closing the public hearings. Councilman Barlow.
This is quite interesting as far as the concept, and it was pretty cool at the same time. The only concern that I have is the block wall facing Las Vegas Boulevard. Now, I know that you all are looking to remain consistent with what you have on 4th Street. However, Las Vegas Boulevard is a scenic byway. And so what can we do to upgrade and make it more attractive than what you currently have in your backup?
Yeah, I mean, you know, what we attempted to do, and there's some photos that are submitted as well as on the existing fence line, is that, you know, a lot of this area is fenced. It has these masonry walls, and then it has a wrought iron see-through, and then it continues with that. And I put one up there that shows it to some degree. And then here's some existing photographs of the condition or the fence as it sits now. And, you know, architecturally, this is always the discussion. You know, we have these architects that kind of think in always, and so I understand your concerns. And so maybe if, again, I want to go forward today, and so I don't know how to address that, and I'm sure Flynn has some great ideas. But if it's a site issue, if you want more site in, I wanted to understand the concern.
The concern is the wall is like bland. It's blah. Las
The
Vegas
the
Boulevard,
existing wall,
the point I'm making is that we've invested millions of dollars on Las Vegas Boulevard with the landscaping, and I want the front of the building to be as attractive as possible facing not Martin Luther King, I'm sorry, Las Vegas Boulevard. And so I'm wondering how we can get together and come up with a design that is more attractive than what you currently have, because right now it just looks like a wall in a residential community, and it doesn't reflect the true essence and the beauty of what we've created on Las Vegas Boulevard. So I'll be happy to move this item forward, and maybe Brad or Brian Scott down there can help me work through how we can move this forward, but possibly redesign the wall facing Las Vegas Boulevard.
Sure, and I'm happy to work on that and meet with you individually and listen to what Flynn and Brad
So
and
how do we do that, council? I know you all were down there in a hefty conversation.
and I just want to
discussing this matter.
You could hold the SDR. I mean,
Yeah, but that's the
what you'd like
problem,
to
is
do.
that, I wanted to say that, is that it ties itself into the private outdoor plaza, which is this allowance to get through our next hurdle on the Wonderland, for instance. And so, you know, that maybe there's a way to extract a piece of it, I don't know.
No,
that's
because
what
it's
I'm
all,
asking.
because it's all under the same number, the SDR 50826. You'd have to hold the entire thing. We couldn't piecemeal it like that, unless you wanted to come back with a review of condition or something to maybe change that later on, or.
Flynn?
Madam Mayor, if I might
Yes.
interject, I have
Yes.
a couple of possible solutions to address the concerns of the
Good.
councilman and concerns that we as a planning department share for the appearance of Las Vegas Boulevard. One of the things that might be able to be done is to perhaps move the wall back 4 to 5 feet and install landscaping in front of the wall on the Las Vegas Boulevard side only. I think you could do that. You would lose about 4 parking spaces, but you would still, the parking bays would remain intact. The other possible solution might be to do some type of an art installation that celebrates neon signage or something along those lines. Both of those we could do as a condition of approval, depending on which way you would like to go, whereby we would request that you submit a revised wall plan to the Department of Planning for review and approval prior to the issuance of building permits, and that's how we could condition it.
Right. And you see where I'm going with this?
Absolutely,
I mean,
and I'm
it's
willing-
just, to me, it just looks like a residential
Sure,
wall.
sure.
But we're talking about the most known street in the world, Las Vegas Boulevard.
Scenic byway,
And so
yeah.
I want to make sure that it complements the scenic byway.
And I'm absolutely positively willing to
The
do
board
so.
that I sat on many, many years ago, Betsy
I-
Fredwell and I.
Yeah, so I'd like to say to Flynn, if the condition be A or B, I'm happy, because I would like to explore both opportunities with Councilman Barlow, if there's a way that the condition be either one of the 2 options you presented.
So what we might do is state something to the effect that the wall elevation on Las Vegas Boulevard shall be revised and submitted to the Department of Planning for review and approval to incorporate either art or landscaping.
Yeah, I mean, you've got
That sounds good to me.
murals and things you
Yeah,
can do too.
we'll come up with something and we'll work
I know
together.
you all can come up with something, because you came up with something when you turned the Gold Spike into what it is today.
Sure.
So,
Great, so
you know,
we're gonna-
And
get
we're
back,
happy to do so, and that's
get back
great.
in that think tank and come up with something more creative to make it attractive on Las Vegas Boulevard. It's a scenic byway. I mean, we want you to be successful, but we also want to look good in the process.
We will put it back
So
into
you
the
will
think
accept
tank,
that
shake it
condition?
around.
You will
Yes, we will
accept
accept
the
that
condition,
condition,
one or
absolutely.
the other, and
Yes,
get
sir.
back
Yes,
to
ma'am.
planning?
So that will be my motion as far as what
Do we
the,
need to make it
Hold on
prior
one
to the
second.
issuance of a building permit or something like that, or what do we? Okay.
Mr. Fagg, if you will please restate your motion that I will follow.
Let's see, my motion is.
What is your motion?
Actually, it's going to be on item number 108, so I'll let you go ahead and take
Okay.
care of item number 107, and
Thank
then
you.
I'll join in with the condition.
Mayor and
on
council, I'll
108.
move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions on item 107.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post on 107. Thank you, that motion carries. Now on 108, please, Councilman.
On 108, I will defer to my Director of Planning for the motion that I will more than likely agree with.
The condition to be added would be as follows. The wall elevation on Las Vegas Boulevard shall be revised and submitted to the Department of Planning for review and approval prior to the issuance of a building permit to incorporate art elements or additional landscape elements.
Great. That will be my motion at this time, Mayor and council.
Great,
Subject
and
to all
agreed to
conditions.
let it be.
Yes, and we agree to that condition, modification.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
There's a
you.
motion, please vote. What?
Just a quick point of clarification. This motion is to move staff recommendation on 108 with the additional condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now it's working again, huh? Just for a minute. Okay, please post. You didn't vote on your own?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
Goodness Christ. Okay, we're going ice skating. Congratulations.
forward to it.
Thank you, guys.
Emotional time for you. I
Yeah,
just know
yeah, it's
how
been a long
important
day.
this is.
But
Great.
Thank you for all your efforts. And this, Councilman Goff, I'm taking the opportunity to talk about pocket parks. I'd love to talk with you about pocket parks. There's Bryant Park, is an inspiration of mine. I think public-private partnerships on parks is a way to go downtown, and I'm happy to help.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. All right, 109, SUP 50850, public hearing. Applicant Sergio Perez, owner Shalimar Hotel Enterprises, for possible action on a request for a special use permits for a proposed 6,683 square foot tavern limited establishment at 1401 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant present?
Hi, thank you. My name is Sergio Perez, the owner of Florida Cafe Cuban restaurant at the 1401 Las Vegas Boulevard.
Thank you. And you, sir?
Ignacio Gonzalez, 2516 Oceanfront Drive, Las Vegas. I'm the architect.
Wonderful. Here we go. Anyone, these were both approved. Anyone wishing to make comment here? And do you want to make some statements about what's, is same site and changes to it?
No, we're basically here to answer any questions that you may have.
Great.
Thank you.
And your name, please, sir?
Oh, my name's Hardall. I want to say I approve. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
My name's Hart Flashower, 1816 South 9th Street. My concern here is, once again, alcohol, that there's no packaged liquor being sold on the location, and that the people drinking at the location are not wandering into the neighborhood, and that basically that there's no packaged liquor. It's not creating more of an alcohol problem in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing, and we'll turn this over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is one of the four parcels, one of the four businesses that is improving the look of our neighborhood. And I live right behind the Shalimar. I've had lunch and a couple of meals anyway over at the cafe there, and it's wonderful food. And I think you already sell liquor in the
Yes,
premises.
yes, I
and
have
you're not
the
really
Super
trying
Club.
to add 6,000 square feet of liquor sales space. I think what maybe, I know there were some objection cards came in. It may have looked like a huge new liquor establishment was going to open up. Please explain what it is that's happening.
Yes, it's the very same facility. It has sold alcohol all throughout its history. It's been there a long time. It's a restaurant. It's a supper club is what it is now. So it's doing very much the same things that we will continue to do, except that with the tavern license, we're able to redistribute what happens within the facility. But it's all contained internally, and to speak to the gentleman's comment, it's all an internal use within the hotel itself. So there will be no packaged alcohol sales or people wandering the streets, hopefully.
Ignacio, would you please treat Mr. Fleischauer to a good dinner tonight so that he himself can
That's fine, you can come.
explore the facility and then report back to the Southridge neighborhood that it's okay?
That's fine.
It's okay with me.
He can enjoy the place.
I'm
He
the
can check
closest
no
neighbor.
package over there.
It'll work.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, and therefore,
I now move for approval of item 109.
great. There's a motion, please please vote and please post. Motion carries. Good luck. We look forward to visiting
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you. I appreciate
Do
it.
you deliver?
No, but for
No
you,
delivery.
yes.
In the future, you
For
will
you,
deliver.
yes, no worry, anytime you want.
Right.
Thank you so much.
you. Okay, let's move on to agenda items 110 and 111. 110 is SUP 50917, a request for a special use permit for a private street. This is something new, Mr. Grounauer. 111 SDR 48852, a site development plan review for a proposed 211-lot single-family residential subdivision with a waiver of the town center streetscape design guidelines. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc., and the owner is D.R. Horton, Inc., and the Res NV TVL LLC on 26.5 acres adjacent to the southeast corner, Deer Springs Way and Campbell Road. Item 111 is an abeyance item. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval on both items. Both items are TC Town Center Zone. Proposed ML-TC, medium-low residential town center, special land use designation. These items are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross, our public hearings, which I declare open. And is the applicant's representative here?
Your Honor, members of the council, good afternoon. Bob Grounauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in these matters.
Thank you. And Mr. Pegg, we'd love to hear from you.
Madam Mayor, we've had a number of revisions to this site plan, and so perhaps let me address some of the changes to that so council and members of the public are aware. When the application was originally submitted, it was a total of 211 lots. That density has been reduced now to a total of 194 lots. With that, we've had the addition of an application, a special use permit for private streets. This will now become a gated subdivision. We believe that we have resolved most of the issues relative to the design of the streets within the project, and then also the ability of parking for guests and additional cars for residents, which was one of our initial concerns with the project. And so again, this has been reduced significantly from 211 lots down to 194 lots, and we believe that we've addressed most of the problems.
Beautiful. Thank you. It is a public hearing. I declared open. Does anybody wish to make any comments before I ask Councilman Ross, who looks like he swallowed a butterfly? Okay, hearing no one, I will close public hearing. Councilman Ross.
I'm sorry, Mayor and Council, I'm just, Mr. Gronar, I just feel so bad for D.R. Horton. They really worked hard with me on this, and you did too, so thank you very much. And it's good we finally got to this, to where we are today. On the agenda item 110, the special use permit, I'm going to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval on 110. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion on item 110. Please vote and then please post. Look at the color on your screen. Boy, there was something wrong there. And please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. And do you want to do an oral vote on this, Councilman Coffin? Or were you packing and not paying attention?
I pay a great deal of attention to the Gronauer family.
Thank you. So therefore, would you like to place an oral vote because your name was missing?
And I'd like to vote for his father first and then for this proposal second.
It's getting late, sorry.
Yeah.
And so you say yay?
Yay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next one.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Gronauer and Ms. Jennings, please express to D.R. Horton and Mr. Burns, I appreciate you guys working so closely with me on getting this to where we needed it to be. You've heard me rant and rave for months and months and through this entire process, and I think now it's just important we got to start getting sticks in the air and start selling houses, and I think that's the biggest priority. On agenda item 111, the SDR, Mr. Fagg, did you have those other conditions we discussed?
If you would allow, I will go ahead and read some revised conditions into the record, and bear with me as these are somewhat lengthy. We would revise condition number 4 to read as follows. All development shall be in conformance with the site plan date stamped 11/19/2013. The street cross sections date stamped 5/2/2013. The conceptual landscape plan date stamped 5/13/2013. The conceptual pool layout and wall details date stamped 3/28/2013, and the model floor plans and building elevations date stamped 3/28/2013, except as amended by conditions herein. We also have a revision to condition number 20 to read as follows. A deviation from standards to eliminate the interior street corner knuckles is hereby approved as depicted on the approved site plan. No parking shall be permitted adjacent to the corner lots. The proposed internal private street shall be shown on the final map as public sewer easements and public drainage easements with private surface maintenance by the homeowners association. Gated entry drive shall comply with standard drawing number 222.1. We also have 2 added conditions. Condition number 28, grant a private water easement to the property owner to the northwest of this site whose private water line exists running east-west following just south of Echelon Point Drive right-of-way. With the recordation of future final subdivision map for this area, create a common lot for this same water line easement area to benefit adjacent property owner and the Las Vegas Valley Water District. And added condition number 29, approval of and conformance to the conditions of approval for special use permit SUP 50917 shall be required if approved. And that, those would be the conditions that we would add and modify with this
And
application.
are they agreed upon?
Yes, Your Honor, those conditions
All
are
of
agreed
them.
upon.
Yeah, you've had a chance to
Okay.
look at all that.
Yes, yes.
And through the mayor to you, Mr. Gronauer, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I was going to add one thing. I know legally we cannot add this as a condition, but what D.R. Horton wants me to make the representation is with respect to the development itself, we're going to be providing the HOA is going to be maintaining the front yards of each of these homes. They have done this for another project in Clark County. We've talked with staff, and legally you can't put that condition on, but we're making that representation. D.R. Horton is building in the city of Las Vegas. They were here years ago. They're here today. They're going to be a big presence in the city in the future. So we're very comfortable making that representation. It's already being done in the CC&Rs and other areas, and we're going to continue to do that by maintaining the front yards on this project.
Thank you for that offer. It is recorded and on the
Yes.
record with the clerk. So thank you
Yes.
very much, Councilman.
And through the mayor and
Price.
back to you, Mr. Gronauer, actually, mayor and council members, and to those who are watching, this is an example of working very closely with a builder, D.R. Horton, America's builder, and getting to where we needed to be. Building a neighborhood that's sustainable, that's got amenities that will last, and people can be proud to call home. The gates, and I know some of our design standards, we don't like gated communities because they block you in, but when you have a neighborhood like this with the smaller lots, you want some of those amenities. I did see the swimming pool in there. They're going to put a
Yes.
swimming pool, a tot lot. I mean, this just makes for a good neighborhood, especially when the HOA is taking care of the
Yeah.
front yards.
Great work.
It keeps that neighborhood up and those property values up. So you guys are going to sell a great product out there. That being said, do you have a question?
Councilman Beers?
Kind of a newbie question. We had the Parks Element presentation earlier, Flynn. How does a developer-built
essentially pocket park with a pool in it count toward our metrics at the city?
One of the things that we did in the element is we calculate both the parks that are owned and maintained by the city, and then separately, we maintain the acreage of any private parks that are developed. So for example, in the statistic that I gave you of 2.92 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, if you incorporate private parks, that figure goes up to, I believe, 7.97 acres per 1,000 residents.
Wow.
So it does contribute significantly to the open space and the parkland that we have available for the residents of the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. How about a motion?
That motion, Mayor, would be to move to approve Agenda Item 111, subject to those conditions that have been read into the record.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Best
Thank you
of
very much,
everything.
and please have a good
Happy
night. See you
Thanksgiving.
again.
Okay, and we will move on to Agenda Item 112, instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. And now 113, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please. Give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker will be allowed may be limited. Members of the public who wish to speak, come forward, please, and state your name and introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Marty Walsh, and I live at 925 Park Paseo, and I'm the owner of Trifecta Gallery. This is
Curtis Walker, Photo Bang Bang 224 East Imperial. This is my
Wonderful.
daughter Adrian, the studio manager.
Adrian? Lovely. Beautiful. And you stayed awake the whole time, even through the tough stuff. I'm proud of you. I watched your eyes. Okay, please, go forward.
We're here to talk about Plaid Friday, which is the new Black Friday for based on small businesses. Plaid Friday began as a grassroots movement in Oakland, California, and it is rapidly moving westward all over the country. And the Las Vegas Arts District and at least 75 of the independently owned unique businesses are participating in the promotions of Plaid Friday and Small Business Saturday. This national movement has gained a lot of ground and a lot of publicity, and many of the businesses, 11 galleries, 9 design boutiques, and 13 antique stores are going to be having separate like draws and refreshments and different things. And we just wanted to let the Honorable Mayor and the councilman know that we are actively trying to pull business in for ourselves and the small businesses. We greatly love the big businesses, but we want 2 days a year that we can have a little focus on our own. Amanda Harris Gallery, Brett Resley Gallery, Frankie's Tiki Room, Globe Salon, Sin City Gallery, the Funk House, and Trifecta Gallery all have, among 34 other businesses, are all having special events on that day in their businesses. Yes, and did you want to...
Your Honor, the first announcement about this was last night at the 18B meeting you and I attended. So I'm happy to hear Marty come and talk about it. I can tell you our family will not be shopping on Thanksgiving Day, and we strongly discourage any other people in Las Vegas from shopping on Thanksgiving Day because those poor people deserve a day off, and too many of these greedy corporations are opening up on that day. Terrible thing, but you can be sure you'll find us on Friday and Saturday.
Okay, good, because owner-operated businesses, they really don't want to, they want to take Thanksgiving Day off for their...
You are getting TV press, I will tell you, because I've heard it all week long, and it's about nationally recognized shopping days for small businesses, and especially on Friday and Saturday. So it's been on the news.
Mayor, can I
Sir.
ask? Can I ask?
I'm going to let him go first, and
Okay,
then...
and then
If I could just mention one last thing, on Saturday at the Plaza is Neon Bazaar, which is Polly Weinstein's pop-up bazaar. There's a bunch of Arts District businesses that will be participating along with other businesses from around the city. All
Wonderful.
unique items, stuff you can't get.
Thank you. I've known Polly since she was a baby, so it's great to see how talented she's grown into such a wonderful young lady and such a
all
great
part of the movement.
businesswoman.
We're all playing in the same
Creative,
sandbox.
yes.
If I can.
And now, Councilman.
Thank you. Before you guys walk away, can you guys send me an email of what's going on so I can get it in my newsletter and get it out to the residents in Centennial Hills and because I'd like for them to come down and enjoy some of that stuff. And if I don't know about it, I can't promote it. And that's how I'm going to promote it in Ward 6 and in Centennial Hills. So can you make that happen?
Absolutely. I love your
Yeah.
newsletter.
You
It's
rock,
the best
man.
thing.
Thank you.
And Mayor, and I think send it to all of the council, please. Because
Okay.
I was thinking of that in the newsletter also.
That would be great if you could spread the message across.
Sure. Good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. And, all right, please come forward, state your name, and
Thank
make
you,
your
Todd
comment.
Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, several items. On item number 12, Mayor, I would like you to ask your husband to read that and have him tell you his concerns on that. On number 2, Councilman Coffin, we're getting the sidewalks in, and they are wonderful. They are wonderful. Second part of that, those LED street lights, I love them. I love them. I know you hate them. I love them.
Oh, no, I
And-
didn't say I hate them. I'm just
Well,
going to kill people on the streets.
but you're right. But I almost hit a person too, and neither me nor the driver in my car ever saw the person until we were past them. Because when they wear these dark gray hooded outfits or black, they can be standing right in the street waiting for you to pass. You can pass, but you can't see them. I mean, it's just that thing. Number 3, the item number 3, on PBS, the Nova station on program on the 6th of November, they had a deal where the fire department fed cornstarch into their fire hoses, and it knocks a fire out in nothing flat. It was absolutely amazing. And I would like you to ask our fire department to look at that PBS program. It was
Okay,
on
if I
the
may,
Nova.
I'm going to ask our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, could you repeat what the name of the program was on
It was
PBS?
Public Broadcasting. It's the Nova program. It was on November 6th. And it's a simple device or something that feeds cornstarch into the water hose, and bam, it just knocks the fire out and nothing flat. Really weird. But
Should we give it to Chief?
and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, once again, Hart Flash Shower, 1816 South 9th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. I love living in downtown Las Vegas. I heard on the news the other day, they said people in Las Vegas, because a lot of people live here for such short term that people don't get to know their neighbors. I like to stress the fact that that is not true about downtown. In the Southridge neighborhood, and the Huntridge neighborhood, and Park Paseo, and the surrounding neighborhoods, I know my neighbors. We all communicate. I can tell you half of their birthdays, the names of their children, and in some cases, I know a lot more about my neighbors than friends have told me that they know about their families. So living downtown is great, and I love it. I do have one concern, and I think I expressed that concern earlier when we were talking about the packaged liquor concern, that there's too much of it around the area of Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard. Also, I attend almost every first Tuesday meeting for the Metropolitan Police Department, and it seems like when I attend those meetings and I express my concerns, the police show up and do a little bit about the problem that we have around Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard for a very short time, but afterwards it becomes a nightmare again. We've cleaned up Fremont Street, we've cleaned up East Fremont Street. Las Vegas Boulevard between Sahara and Charleston really is the entryway from the Strip to downtown, and I would love to see a lot more effort, a lot more police presence. Councilman Kaufman mentioned the I Love Arepas, which when it first moved in, I thought, oh, it's going to be, you know, something that was going to be bad. But after reading the reviews and finding out more about it, I think it is a good thing. There have been a few other businesses who have improved the area a little bit, but I would really love to see a bigger police presence around the area, and as well as not just push the people off the boulevard back into the neighborhoods, a bigger police presence in the surrounding neighborhoods, Oak Ridge, South Ridge, Park Paseo, Beverly Green neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods that are in that area, I hate the idea that when I tell somebody, give them directions to my house, that I have to tell them, go down Sahara and make a left on 6th Street, or go down Charleston and make a right on 9th Street, because I don't want them seeing driving through that blighted area of Oki and Las Vegas Boulevard. So we can make some sort of effort to get that cleaned up, get a better police presence down there. A lot of people, one time when I was researching hotels that had bad reputations in Las Vegas, I did a search for where not to go in Las Vegas. And unfortunately, they mentioned that area of Las Vegas Boulevard when I did a search for where not to go in Las Vegas. That's sad. That's really sad. So please, if we could have more police presence and stronger enforcement in that area, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your concerns and comments. Yes, sir.
My name is Anthony Hodges, and in 2 days, a half a century will be gone by when we had the assassination of the great president. And I've been holding on to something in this country for a long time. I told my wife, I don't have much longer to be in the world anyway. But we lie a lot. We lie about 9/11, and we lie about what happened in Pearl Harbor, World War II, and so on, whatever. But the truth about what caused the assassination of President Kennedy, and his brother was also assassinated in Los Angeles, Robert, and they both died under the same conspiracy. Well, you need to know who the conspirator is. The person who killed them is a member of this government, and if the Warren Commission said they just couldn't tell it. And 2 days now, they're still not going to tell it. The truth is, President Nixon was involved. Him and that mob, you know, they call it gangster people. Well, now, they did do the killing part, but Nixon ordered it. Nixon hated the Kennedy family. When he lost to President Kennedy in 1960 with that thing that set the votes other than the popular vote, he lost to that electro thing, whatever. And Nixon never got over it. And then in 1968, when Robert got ready to run against him, and he won the primary thing in June in California, Nixon couldn't have another Kennedy face him again, because he lost out in 60, and he wasn't about to lose in 68, because he had to get to the White House. Nixon was a very ruthless man, and I'm sorry to say it, but he is responsible for the death of both of the Kennedy brothers. And that's a fact, and I'll take the lie detector, truth serum, or anything else you care to bring up. Nixon is responsible for the death of both of the Kennedy. And it's a sad thing to say that a president was stupid that low, but Nixon got a bad reputation. When he was with President Eisenhower, Eisenhower said he wish they never picked him. And he went to South America when he was the vice president, and they threw things at him back in the 1950s. Richard Nixon, they call him Tricky Dick. Well, he's a lot worse than that. This was a vicious man. In fact, he's only second to Idi Amin, who is second to Hitler. So the objective is, Nixon was a very dangerous man. He's the most dangerous president we ever had. And I'm sorry, but that's the truth. He is responsible for the death of both Kennedy brothers, and I can prove it.
Anyone else? Okay, we will now move on to the council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. I'm going to start it off this time for the first time. I will be joining my fellow mayors tomorrow morning, Thursday, November 21st at Texas Station for the annual Mayor's Prayer Breakfast from 7:30 to 10:30, Texas Station. This community building event encourages unity, diversity, and the development of leadership skills for our Las Vegas youth. For more information, please call 702 892-2300, 892-2300. On Friday, the anniversary of the murder of President John Kennedy, November 22nd. The good side is bring the whole family out to the magical forest at Opportunity Village on Oki for festival lighting ceremony. We'll be flipping the switch at 5:30 when it's dark. So bringing holiday magic to life to our entire community. It's a wonderful display, and Santa and Mrs. Santa come and their pictures, and it's just so festive. Lots of music, so come, continue. It will continue through the months of November and December. It's a great trip and wonderful for the children. And that's Friday night, November 22nd at 5:30. Wednesday, the 27th of November at 4 p.m., join us on Fremont Street for the lighting of the menorah, the Jewish candelabra, the menorah. We'll be celebrating the holiday season with this special ceremony on the west side of 4th Street at Fremont, and invite everybody again to come attend. Also downtown, Saturday, December 7th, approximately 15,000 Santas will participate in our 9th annual Great Santa Run, also benefiting Opportunity Village. Don your favorite red suit and beard and join us for a 5K run or the 1-mile walk. Registration begins at 7 a.m. with a 10 o'clock start time. And for more information, visit the website, LasVegasSantaRun.org. LasVegasSantaRun.org, and with your entry fee, you get a cap and you get a little outfit. So be sure to come on down on the 7th. Finally, on Wednesday, the 11th of December at 5 p.m., I will officially light the city's Christmas tree on Fremont Street. And hopefully all our council people will be there. Holiday festivities will take place on the 3rd Street stage at Fremont Street under the canopy. Make a night of it and visit our lovely new hotels and the Grand and the D and the Plaza, everything that's down there, Rush Tower, the Golden Nugget, all of them gathering spots so you can get into the holiday spirit with us all. Our next city council meeting will be Wednesday, December 4th in council chambers here at 9 a.m. And I'm going to wish you happy Thanksgiving, and I will see you before Kwanzaa and Hanukkah and Christmas. And so at this point, since I did that, and they're busy, I'm going to the end. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to invite everyone down to Beers with Beers tomorrow night, Thursday, November 21st, 5:30 to 7:30. We will be at the edge of town at the John Cutter Grill and Bar, which is outside the Beltway on Charleston. It's in that Albertson Center. And please come down. We'll have the New Orleans Saints and Atlanta on TV. You could root for Drew Brees or listen to the hot breeze that I'll be spewing forth as we tackle the many philosophic questions facing citizens of the city of Las Vegas. Opportunity Village, as the mayor said, is kicking off, and that's always one of the highlights of the season. Friday, November 29th at 10:30 in the morning, Santa will be arriving at Tivoli out in the Ward 2 neighborhood. They'll have some local artists performing and horse rides, vendor booths, arts and crafts. Should be a good time. That's all we have from Ward 2.
Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving. So turkey time at the Rosses, you're on next.
Yes, Mayor, as a matter of fact, and I'm baking the turkey this year. Councilman, through the mayor, Councilman Beers, I think I ask you this all the time. Are you buying the beers? You could probably double the capacity.
Probably could double the capacity.
The attendance, that's what I meant. Yes, wonderful holiday time, and it has started. In fact, I've got a couple of announcements. First one, of course, the fun stuff. It's Cowboy Christmas time again. And Classic Car Show at Tule Springs, Floydland Park at Tule Springs on Saturday, December 7th. It's the first Saturday in December every year. We have got some great things going on out there. Car show, hay rides, petting zoo, arts and crafts, games, balloon artist jump houses, local student choirs. Look at all those schools that are going to be there. Arborview, Shadow Ridge, Centennial. A bunch of great kids coming out there. It is absolutely free to come out and attend. And if you'd like to be a vendor, or you'd like to bring your classic car out to Tule Springs and participate, please contact my office. to do that, and we'll get you taken care of and signed up. The Marines are going to be back out there again collecting toys for tots. A lot of great volunteers. Northwest Youth Council will be volunteering. A couple of scout units, Samoan group always come out and volunteer. But what a great opportunity to get your kids. Number one most important thing, Mayor, I think Santa Claus is going to be there. Number two, you are, I understand, riding in with Santa Claus in a classic car. So that's always a good touch to start the holidays off. Now, on a more serious note, our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers. We do have a missing young lady. Her name is Hannah Bjorn. She is 14 years old, 5'4", weighs 220 pounds. She's got a light brown complexion, brown hair, brown eyes. She was last seen November 8th in the area of Pecos and Bonanza. She does have a piercing on the left side of her lower lip. She was last seen wearing blue jeans, a white shirt, and a black beanie hat. So if anyone has seen this young lady, let's get her home before the holidays, back to her family. Contact the Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers directly at 702-458-7009. Thank you, Mayor and council members, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
We've been continuing to work on our Thanksgiving dinners for seniors this Friday, November 22nd at 2 p.m. at Jamestown Towers. 85 seniors are going to have the full turkey dinner with all the trimmings, and we're very proud of the people who are supporting them and helping to provide this dinner. And on Tuesday, November 26th at 12 o'clock noon at Stella Fleming, we have 75 seniors who are going to also receive the full turkey dinner. And we're doing this with the help of Chuck Woodruff of the LES Church. He's done a great job. He brings music there, and he handles every single holiday. And on Wednesday, the next day, November 27th at 1 o'clock, we have at Sartini Plaza serving 130 seniors a full turkey dinner, and the help we're getting there is from Arizona Charlie's. Monday, November 25th, we're going to be having Clark Towers, 85 seniors being served the full turkey dinner with the Four Queens who have sponsored that. I usually help get all the sponsors. They've been sponsoring them for decades. They've been taken care of almost since their existence, and they handle the whole thing. But in any case, these seniors love the turkey dinners. That means I get to have a turkey dinner every single day next week. But it's good and it's fun and it's very warm and thrilling. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the residents around the valley that supported the mayor and council as we move forward to make our public streets safer. I want to also put an additional plea out to all drivers to please be cognizant of, while you're driving, that there are cyclists as well as pedestrians out on the street, and we don't want any more, not one more pedestrian fatality on the streets here in our great city. So let's just please keep that in the front of our minds and our thoughts as we drive to and from our various destinations, and please slow down and be careful. And to the pedestrians and cyclists, to you as well, please be cognizant of where you're walking and how to proceed safely across the various highways and streets throughout the Las Vegas Valley, because not always drivers of these vehicles will see you, specifically when you're wearing dark clothing. So please be cognizant of that. In addition to that, Coffee with the Councilman will take place December 5th, Thursday, December 5th. So please come out from 9 a.m. until 10 a.m. Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, Bonanza and Rancho, located at 751 Rancho Road. In addition to that, my annual Ward 5 tree lighting ceremony will be taking place as well in the park at the newly renovated Lorenzi Park. So please come out on December. I'm going to change the date. The date was the 5th, but I'm going to change the date to the 4th. December 4th at 5:30 to 6:30. So please come out to the annual Ward 5 tree lighting ceremony. And this Christmas tree we celebrate on behalf of all of the families throughout the city of Las Vegas who go through the holiday without a Christmas tree in their home. We place this tree up inside of Lorenzi Park so they will have a Christmas tree to celebrate and enjoy in our regional park. In addition to that, the Bluegrass Festival that we've started will take place every Sunday of the month, the first Sunday of every month, I should say. So please come out. And so on Sunday, December 8th from 1 to 3 p.m., please join me for Bluegrass in the Park at Lorenzi. The December concert will be held, of course, on Sunday, December 8th from 1 to 3. Come out to enjoy the music of local bluegrass bands playing traditional American music with banjos, fiddles, guitars, and mandolins. This is a free event for the entire family to enjoy, so please visit my website at www.lasvegasnevada.com/Ward 5 for additional information. And I'm hoping that one of these Sundays I can get my colleague Bob Bierce to come out and play a note or two for us out at the Bluegrass Festival. Thank you so very much, Mayor.